Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Prior to beginning the video, I would like to express my gratitude to the original author for allowing us to use their creation in our video. Thank you very much. The original author's work is in description. Let's get on to the video now. Philote's Gift by Canellepointcom. Introduction. Izuku was sitting on a chair in the doctor's office, his legs dangling in the air. His mother, seated a few centimeters away from him, was patiently waiting for the doctor to return to the room with the X-ray of the boy's foot. In their world, more than 80% of the population possessed a power called Quirk. Children were supposed to get theirs when they were around 4. Unfortunately, Izuku was already 5 years old and he still had no sign of his Quirk. This is why today he found himself at the doctor's, waiting for the X-ray results. A few minutes later, the old man entered the room again and heavily sat down on his chair. He then turned the don't in his hand towards the mother and her child. Good news. You are going to have a Quirk. The boy's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this for so long. He was finally going to be able to be a hero with Kachin. Do you see this? The doctor said, pointing to the little toe on the X-ray. Well, you don't have a joint, which is a sign that you are going to have a Quirk. Well done, young man. Izuku's mother put her hand on her cheek. But if he has a Quirk, why doesn't it manifest? Well, there can be a lot of reasons for that. Maybe he just didn't figure out how to activate it, or just the stress is preventing it. Izuku then pulled on his mother's sleeve. Mummy, I have to quickly find my Quirk, so that I can train with Kachin to be a hero. Inko smiled softly and returned her attention to the doctor. Is there any faster way to find his Quirk? The doctor sighed and turned to his computer. I know this doctor who is specialized in late Quirks. Maybe I can get you an appointment with her, but I won't promise you anything. She is very busy and it's not easy to see her. Yes, please sir. It's 2 months later that Izuku and his mother found themselves again in the waiting room of a doctor's office. Mom, do you think I'm going to have a Quirk like you? I could be super strong. Kachin and I are going to be the best heroes? Yes, Izuku. I'm sure you'll have an awesome superpower. A woman in a white coat then entered the room and called them. Izuku Midoriya? The two Midoriya stood up and followed the woman into her personal study. I am Dr. Masaki. Nice to meet you, Izuku-kun. Izuku just nodded and rushed into the chair. It was Dr. Tsubasa who contacted me and made an appointment for you, right? Inko nodded. Masaki sat down in her seat and opened the file the other doctor gave her. So, from what I'm reading here, Izuku-kun doesn't have the extra joint, which indicates that he has a Quirk, but he's already 5 years old and still no sign of it. Yes. Tsubasa-sensei said you could help us. That you were specialized in that, Izuku exclaimed. Masaki softly laughed. It's true, I am the best at it. She stood up and approached the child. Well, Izuku-kun, I will need you to sit on the exam table, okay? The boy nodded and moved across the table. First, you have to know that my Quirk is named Determination and it lets me know about the Quirk of the children I have contact with. The boy's eyes lit up again. Is it true? How does it work? I have to hold the child's hands for 5 minutes, then during the next night I will write down any information I can get about your Quirk in my sleep. Wow. The doctor turned to Izuku's mother. I'll need your permission to use my Quirk on your child. Do, I beg you, Inko immediately replied. Masaki then returned her attention to the child. I'm going to take your hands and you're to close your eyes until I tell you to open them again, okay? Without further ado, the boy closed his eyes and Masaki grabbed his hands. They spent the next 5 minutes in silence, under Inko's watchful eyes. Then Masaki opened her eyes and stood up. Here you go, Izuku-kun. I should have the results by tomorrow so you can come back and collect the file from reception. The two Midoriya nodded and then left the doctor's office. I can't wait to be tomorrow. I don't doubt it, Izuku. Do you want us to eat katsudon tonight? Oh yes. Please. Mom, Inko laughed and grabbed her son's hand before leading him towards their house. The next day, Izuku and Inko stood again in the clinic. They walked over to the front desk where Inko asked for her son's file. The young lady at the reception flipped through the documents she had and then looked up when she found the information on the Midoriya family. I do not have access to your file. All I have marked here is that Dr. Masaki will deliver it to you personally. Hold on, I'll call her. The young woman then grabbed the phone and dialed the number to Masaki's office. After some shared information, she nodded and hung up. Dr. Masaki just finished a consultation. She will see you soon. Masaki then appeared in the waiting room and invited the Midoriya to enter. Inko was a little panicked. She didn't understand why they hadn't been able to retrieve the file directly and why the doctor wanted to see them before giving it to them. Like the day before, Izuku settled in the chair, awaiting further instructions from the doctor. Masaki turned to Inko and motioned for her to follow her to the room next to her office. Don't move, Izuku. We will be back immediately. Izuku listened to his mother and didn't move from his seat, just playing with his brand new All Might figure. A few minutes later, her mother and Masaki entered the room, looking confused. So, I advise you to wait a bit before telling him, or at least, tone things down. Thank you, doctor. Inko grabbed Izuku's hand and they walked out of the room, under Masaki's understanding gaze. In the street, the Midoriya walked towards the town hall rather than their house. So, Mom. What's my quirk? Inko smiles softly at him. We'll talk about it at home, Izuku. Okay. The boy nodded, excited. They then entered the town hall and headed for the reception. Hello. I am Inko Midoriya and I would like to record my son's quirk. The man at the reception gave them a big smile and leaned towards Izuku. Well done, young man. I'm going to be a superhero like All Might. The man sat down and laughed softly. Inko then spoke. It turns out that his quirk has some peculiarities. Would it be possible to do the recording in a private office? The man nodded and searched through the files on his computer. Yes, it will be possible. Mr. Hirakawa shouldn't have anyone to meet after his current meeting. He should be able to receive you. I will reach him immediately. The man grabbed the phone and dialed a number, then a few seconds later hung up after exchanging a few words with the employee. Mr. Hirakawa will receive you after his consultation. He will pick you up. You can wait in the waiting room. Inko nodded and took Izuku to sit down. A few minutes later, a man in his 40s entered the room and called their name. Inko stood up and walked over to the man with Izuku. Mrs. Midoriya? It's me. This is my son Izuku. Good morning, sir. Hirakawa nodded and walked over to his desk before taking a seat, urging the Midoriya to do the same. So you wanted to record Izuku-kun's quirk? That's right. Actually, his quirk was late, so we had an appointment with Dr. Masaki and the results are a little disconcerting. She handed him the file. Hirakawa grabbed it and opened it quickly, curious about the object of the woman's fears. He opened his eyes wide when he saw the notes written on the paper. Indeed, it is surprising. It does not surprise me that he did not find out. He chuckled before falling silent at Inko's piercing gaze. Is it possible to save it under a name now and come back when he discovers it to rename it and add information? Yes, of course, it's a very common practice. How do you want to name it? He asked, typing the beginning of the information into his computer. Well, I was thinking of. Inko opened the door to their apartment and Izuku rushed inside. Come on, Mom. Tell me my quirk. Come on. The mother sighed and went to sit on the sofa where Izuku was already installed. You see, Izuku, your quirk is very complicated, and it would be better if you didn't know it now and found out for yourself later. But Mom, tears were starting to roll down his cheeks. How am I going to train to be a hero with Kachin if I don't know my quirk? Oh, Izuku. She hugged her child as he busted into tears. Kachin. Izuku shouted, running towards his blonde friend. The little boy turned to his friend, smiling. So Izuku. What is your quirk? Izuku then stopped and bowed his head, muttering something. What did you say? Mom won't tell me. What? Mom doesn't want to tell me how my quirk works. She said I'll see it when I'm older. That means you're going to have a super powerful quirk. Auntie doesn't want you to hurt yourself with it. That's why she's keeping it a secret for now. Izuku's eyes lit up at his best friend's words. Come on, Izuku. Let's play with the others. Izuku nodded and started running behind Katsuki. Izuku moaned when he felt hands on his thighs. His legs parted and he threw his head back. Muscular hands then grabbed his crotch and he moaned. With his eyes closed, he then felt the person rise to his face where they said a few words. So, do you like it, Deku? Izuku suddenly woke up and sat up on his bed, short of breath. His eyes scanned his surroundings and he realized he was indeed in his room. He sighed and buried his head in his hands, noticing his erection sticking out under his sheet. He couldn't believe it. Did he really just have an erotic dream about his best friend? About Kachin? Someone then knocked on his door, interrupting his thoughts. Izuku, you have to get up. You're going to be late for school. Izuku jumped and placed his pillow on his crotch, afraid that his mother would come into the bedroom and see him like this. Yes, I'll be right there, he replied. Then after a few moments he resumed. Well, I'll be there in a few minutes. I'll take a shower first. Without waiting for confirmation from his mother, Izuku stood up and grabbed his clean uniform from his chair. He opened his door and only stuck his head out, peering around, his clothes hiding his morning problem. Then, when he didn't see his mother in the hallway, he rushed to the bathroom and locked the door. He sighed and put the clothes on the cabinet before undressing and stepping into the shower. He washed off quickly, trying to get over his aching erection, but when it didn't go away, he sighed once more. He didn't feel like taking a cold shower now and he didn't know if he had time to take care of it before he had to go to CL. He opened the shower curtain and looked towards the bathroom clock. 7:45 a.m. He still had half an hour before he had to leave. He let go of the curtain and closed his eyes. Come on, Izuku, it's not the first time you're doing it, you're already in your last year of middle school. He gently grabbed his member and started to move back and forth. Then he let his mind slip into exciting things like this pretty pin-up he had seen on this magazine or this top most beautiful actors. His hand gradually accelerated along with his breathing. This video he had come across a few days earlier, this handsome man he had seen. His orgasm was approaching faster and faster as his thoughts raced. Then finally, the memory of his best friend's powerful hands came back to him. So, do you like it, Deku? Izuku then opened his eyes wide as his orgasm hit him hard. He let out a long moan and let his back rest on the shower wall. Suddenly his actions shot back to his brain. Did he really just masturbate thinking of his best friend? Red rose to the boy's cheeks as he started to whimper. He had known for a while that he wasn't totally straight, but from there to touching himself while thinking of Kachin. He let out a cry of despair and rushed out of his shower. He dressed quickly and ran to the breakfast table where his mother was waiting, but rather than sit down, he remained standing with his head bowed. What's going on, Izuku? Aren't you sitting down? Izuku blushed even more. I have to tell you something. The mother looked up at her son. Of course, Izuku, I'm listening. I like men. Without waiting for his mother's reaction, he continued. Actually, I love men and women. I know it's weird, but I can't stop thinking about it and I just had to tell you. He then sat down in his chair and grabbed something for his breakfast. For her part, Inko's eyes were wide open. She wasn't expecting an announcement like this at all. Smiling, she reached over to Izuku and stroked his cheek. Tears started to bead down the boy's cheeks when he met his mother's gentle gaze. I love you like you are Izuku. You are my son. And it doesn't matter who you love, that doesn't change a thing. She leaned down and hugged him as he burst into tears. They spent a few minutes in each other's arms before Izuku's body was no longer shaken by his crying. Come on, Izuku, you have to eat before you go to school, hurry or you'll be late. The teenager lifted his head and wiped his cheeks. Yes. He then hurried to eat under the laughter of his loving mother. Later, Izuku came to CL when the bell rang. Katsuki hadn't waited for him because he was late. So, he found himself alone running down the street, hoping to arrive on time. The morning quickly passed and the bell for lunch finally rang. Izuku got up with his meal and walked over to Katsuki. Do you want to eat together, Kachin? The blonde turned to him. Yeah, why not? He turned to the clock above the board. Well, I'll be joining you in a few minutes. I have something to do. Izuku nodded and watched the blonde leave the room. He wondered what his friend had so urgent to do that he had to delay his meal. Without paying more attention, Izuku walked over to the gardens where he used to eat with Katsuki. He pulled out his phone and searched for new information on the heroes around. He wanted to wait for his friend before starting to eat. But after 15 minutes, Katsuki still hadn't appeared. Izuku got up and packed up his things, deciding to go looking for his friend. He entered the main building where he saw Katsuki's friends. He quickly approached them. Did anyone see Kachin? He asked. One of them turned to Izuku. Let me think. I think I saw him heading to the roof 10 minutes ago. Thank you so much. Izuku then turned to go towards the roof stairs. Izuku wondered what was Katsuki doing on the roof, when he was waiting for him in the garden to eat as usual. Izuku opened the door that led to the stairs and walked up the steps, looking at his feet. Then, when he got to the middle of the stairs, he heard jerky breaths a little higher. He suddenly looked up at the sound. He slowly stepped forward and his breath hitched. Yeah, you like it. Izuku jumped and put his hand over his mouth. It was Kachin. Kachin? He called. The noises suddenly stopped and the sound of clothes was heard. Off Deku. I'm coming. Without further ado, Izuku turned and rushed down the stairs, his face flushed. He quickly returned to the garden and took out his lunch, hoping to forget what he had just heard. He surprised Katsuki in action. Izuku blushed even more when he heard footsteps behind him. He glanced over and then quickly went back to eating when he saw Katsuki arriving. The blonde threw his bag on the table and took out his bento, sighing. Neither boy spoke for a moment, the discomfort too present. Then finally, Izuku spoke. I didn't know you were so popular with girls. Katsuki stifled a laugh in his mouth and rolled his eyes, making Izuku blush even more. It was not a girl. Izuku opened wide eyes. It was a boy. You were foo. Katsuki cut him off, blushing. Shut up. Don't say it like that. Izuku quickly nodded and resumed eating under Katsuki's furious eyes. After a few moments, the blonde resumed. Doesn't that disgust you? What? Izuku questioned. Everyone thinks that gay people are disgusting. Of course not. I don't think you're disgusting. You are my best friend Kachin. Katsuki smiled softly and turned to hide it. And, it's not like I'm straight myself. The blonde opened his eyes wide and stared at Izuku, who tried to hide his face. Well, I like men too. And women. So you're bio? Yes, I guess. By the way, I told my mother this morning. How did she react? Pretty good, I think. She started to cry, but she didn't kick me out of the house or said anything bad. Katsuki nodded and quickly finished his lunch. And you? Did you tell your parents? Izuku asked. Katsuki shook his head. Nah, I'm not ready to tell them something like that. And then you know my mother, you never know how she will react. The bell then rang and the two boys put their things away to go to their next CL. It was at the end of the day that they met after CL. Katsuki was waiting for Izuku in front of the gate to go home together as usual. The blonde started to walk when his friend stopped him. Kachin? The blonde turned around. What? My mom asked me to do some groceries for her. Do you mind going home on your own? The blonde suddenly turned and started to make his way. Don't get lost, stupid. Izuku quickly nodded before heading to the store. It was a short walk from here, just past a dark little bridge. Izuku quickly engaged below, but suddenly an unknown figure appeared behind him and hid the light. The young man slowly turned and came face to face with a huge puddle of living mud. Immediately, Izuku turned and ran in the opposite direction of the villain, but this one caught up with him instantly. Medium-sized coat, perfect. The villain chuckled as he took possession of Izuku's body. The poor boy tried in vain to struggle, but he could not catch a single piece of the villain. Give up, kid, it will be over quickly. Gradually, Izuku felt the air leave his lungs without coming back and his vision darkened. So, was that the way he was going to die? without even having the opportunity to become a hero? As tears started to roll down his cheeks and his eyes closed, he heard a loud voice in the distance. "No fear, for I am here." It was a little later that Izuku woke up with a start when he felt someone slap his cheek. "Wah!" he cried, looking up. "Ah, young man, I was starting to worry." Izuku saw that the one who just woke him up was none other than All Might, his favorite hero. All Might. Immediately, he grabbed his notebook to ask for an autograph. But when he opened it, he noticed that it already had a big signature on it. He already signed it. Beside him, the hero laughed. "Very enthusiastic young man. Well, it's not that I don't like my fans, but I have to deliver this villain to the police as soon as possible." Izuku felt his heart stop. No, All Might couldn't leave right away. He had so much to ask him. Without further ado, All Might jumped across the sky. Seconds later, he felt a weight on his pants. He lowered his head to see the boy he had just saved, clinging to him. "Young man, let go of me immediately. I must return to my post," he then said, shaking him. Terrified, Izuku yelled at him, "I'll die if I let go." All Might then nodded before landing on a nearby rooftop. "Ask the inhabitants to let you down, I have to go back." "All Might." Izuku cut him off. The hero jumped and turned to the edge to hide the blood flowing from his mouth. "I have a question. Can I become a hero without a quirk?" All Might tried in vain to hide his cough. "Well, it's not that I don't have a quirk, it's just that I still haven't figured out how to activate it. And then my mom doesn't want to tell me what it is. Something like, I'm too young to find out." After his little monologue, Izuku lifted his head and screamed when he saw a skeletal man instead of All Might. "Who are you? Where's All Might?" "I'm All Might," the hero coughed. "Imposter!" Izuku yelled. All Might sighed, then raised his t-shirt. 5 years ago, I received this fatal injury which prevents me from staying in my muscular form." 5 years ago? Was it? No, you can't know him. I asked for the fight not to be made public. Please don't tell this on the internet. Izuku sharply bowed. "Of course, All Might. I will never do that." "Good," the hero sighed again. "Regarding your quirk, no, I don't think you can become a hero without power. It's a dangerous job and you shouldn't tempt the devil." "But I have a quirk, I just don't know how to activate it." "Well, young man, we will have to find a solution. Ask your mother again, maybe you are old enough to know it now." Without waiting another second, the hero transformed and jumped in the air again. "But," said Izuku, who didn't get the time to finish. The boy then sighed and walked to the stairs. If even All Might didn't think he could be a hero, how could he? Without realizing it, his feet had led him to a street where there was a crowd. "Damn," he thought, "I came here without even wanting to." Izuku slipped through the crowd to observe what was going on. It was then that he saw the villain who had attacked him a few minutes earlier, imprisoning a new person. Oh no. He must have knocked him off when he strapped into All Might's pants. Izuku started to panic. The heroes had to help this poor victim. He couldn't even last a few minutes and knew what hell this situation was. It was when he looked up that Izuku finally saw the villain's victim. Blonde hair, explosions coming out of his hands. Kachin. The villain had caught Kachin. Half a second later, Izuku ped under the barriers and rushed towards the villain, ignoring the screams of the heroes who ordered him to return. Before reaching the villain's height, Izuku removed his bag from his back and threw it on the villain's face. This action allowed Katsuki to pull his face out of the mud and inhale a big breath of air. "Deku, what are you doing here?" "I don't know. I just saw you there and my legs moved on their own." It was then that a loud voice was heard. "Do not be afraid. For I am here." Without time to move, Izuku felt a large hand grab him and he saw the villain holding Katsuki evaporate beside them. Immediately, the heroes came running towards the two teenagers and began to yell at Izuku. And a few minutes later, Izuku found himself in a street, walking towards his house. Katsuki had been held back by paramedics as they let him go. He was about to turn towards his street when All Might appeared in front of him, startling him. "All Might!" Izuku shouted, Surprised. Young man, All Might replied in the same tone. How did you manage to get rid of the journalists? A hero never reveals his secrets, he then said before turning back into a sudden cough. Izuku rushed towards him with a handkerchief, before placing him under his chin. Are you doing okay? The man smiled before grabbing the handkerchief. Yes, don't worry. But that's not why I wanted to find you. I would like to offer you something. Izuku pulled back and looked up at the hero. After seeing you, the young man without a quirk, rushing towards this villain to save your friend, it rekindled something in me. And I knew that I had to find you. Tell me, young man, what was going on in your head at the time? I just saw Kachin in danger and my legs moved on their own. Exactly. All great heroes have the same speech, that their legs moved without them being able to control them. This is why today I stand in front of you, and why I offer you to become my successor. Izuku felt tears start to flow down his cheeks. Young man? Midoriya. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Young Midoriya, today I offer to train you to become my successor. You can become a hero. So, what do you say? Izuku collapsed to the ground, no longer preventing the tears from rolling down his cheeks. Yes. Yes, I want to become a hero. All Might smiled even more. Very good, young man. We love this spirit. He then quickly looked at his watch. Well, time is running out, boy. Meet me tomorrow at noon on Dagoba Beach to start your training. Then the hero disappeared before Izuku could add a single word. He slowly stood up, drying his tears. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. Deku. The voice yelled at him brutally. Kachin? The boy then asked, turning around. It was no great surprise when he saw his best friend rush towards him. Izuku hid his face, expecting the blonde to explode a bomb on his head. But he was surprised when he felt two strong arms wrap around him. Why the hell did you do that, Deku? Izuku's eyes widened. Was he talking about the gooey villain? You don't have a quirk? Imagine what would have happened if All Might hadn't intervened? Katsuki then grabbed his shoulders and pulled him away from him. Izuku gasped again when he saw tears on the edges of his eyes. What would I have done if you weren't there anymore? Izuku then slowly began to cry again. I saw you in the middle of this villain, and I didn't want to leave you there. I do not care. I don't want you to die. Izuku lowered his head and buried it on the blonde's shoulder. Never do that again, idiot. He nodded softly and let Katsuki hug him again. They finally decided to go home, side by side. Chapter 2 Chapter Notes. Welcome back. I am so happy to see this story growing so fast, 1800 reads in less than a week. It's the first time I get this much reads and I'm crying. Thank you so much. Anyways, I finished the 4th chapter, so here is the 2nd one until I'm done with the 5th one. See you soon. The walk was made in soothing silence. Each of the boys had red eyes after crying. They quickly arrived in front of Katsuki's house and Katsuki turned to Izuku. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Katsuki slowly leaned towards the smaller one. Without taking their eyes off each other, the blonde kissed the corner of his friend's lips. Izuku flushed and looked down. He absolutely knew that Katsuki was experienced in this area, so it couldn't be a mistake. Katsuki then grabbed his chin and made him look up. Their eyes met again and the blonde stroked his cheek for a moment. My parents are not here tonight. Do you want to spend the night? Izuku slowly nodded without taking his eyes off Katsuki. His friend then smiled before turning back to the house. Tell your mom you're spending the night here, so she won't worry too much. The green-haired boy took out his phone and followed him home. Their evening peacefully ped. Katsuki took out some leftovers his parents had left him and heated them up for him and Izuku. Then after eating, they took turns in the shower and watched an action movie in the older man's room. But Izuku hadn't paid much attention, more interested in Katsuki's fingers caressing his leg every now and then. Then the movie was over and Izuku froze. His eyes rolled up and met Katsuki's. The blonde's hand slowly began to slide up his leg to his thigh, which he grabbed. Izuku jumped as Katsuki grabbed his thigh to come back to his level. Their faces were close to each other, their noses almost touching. "Are you scared?" Izuku felt his heart speed up even more than before. "A little." Katsuki softly laughed before lowering his head to the back of Izuku's neck. The latter tilted his head back to make room for his friend. "Relax and let me do it. I'll stop as soon as you decide." Izuku swallowed hard before nodding. Katsuki picked up the signal and put his lips on Izuku's throat. Immediately, he felt all the hairs on his body stand up as he sighed. Katsuki dropped another kiss a little lower and gently edged his skin. Izuku moaned in response, making Katsuki chuckle. The next few minutes were spent with Katsuki drawing several hickeys on Izuku's throat. The latter felt his pants getting more and more tight around his private parts. Katsuki's hands crept under his t-shirt and slowly lifted it. Izuku let him do it until he found himself only in his underwear. He immediately hid his chest, a little ashamed of himself next to Katsuki's muscular body. The blonde then grabbed his hands and spread them apart before moving his kisses down the slender chest of Izuku, who sighed again, throwing his head back. But when Katsuki grabbed his pants, he panicked and suddenly stood up. "Do you want us to stop?" Izuku took a deep breath and shook his head. "No. It's just that. This is your first time and you are stressed?" He nodded this time. Katsuki chuckled and quickly stood up. Izuku widened his eyes and looked at him. Did he do something wrong? "Don't look at me like that, follow me." He then walked to his desk before pulling out a sealed package. He opened it under the other's watchful eyes and pulled out a pear-shaped rubber object. "Take it." Izuku took it in his hands, testing the material. "What is that?" "An enema pear." Here, Izuku was right. "And what is this for?" "To clean your rectum, Deku." "Ah!" Izuku jumped, dropping the pear on the floor. Katsuki leaned over and quickly caught it. "Don't drop it, stupid, it's brand new. But why are you giving me this?" "So you can clean yourself? That's not the catch in question? Do you want to or no?" "Yes, of course I want it." Izuku cut himself off and quickly hid his mouth, unable to help but blush. He could see in front of him, Katsuki with a big smirk on his face. He then turned to the bathroom. "Come on, idiot, I'll show you how it works." He pulled away from Izuku, playing the pear in his hand, and Izuku quickly followed. When he joined Katsuki in the bathroom, he saw him cleaning the pear under the faucet. Then a few seconds later, he plugged the sink and let it fill halfway. He then turned to Izuku, who jumped at the movement and handed him the pear. "Hop, your turn. You fill the pear with water, put it inside, jump a bit and shit everything back in the toilet." Izuku grabbed the pear and nodded. Katsuki immediately resumed. "Careful, no rolling or weird stuff, the water can't go too far." He pointed at the sink filled with water. "You finish all the water and it should be good at the end." Then, without giving Izuku time to do anything, he walked out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. Izuku sighed as he watched him go. Well, it was his turn. He walked over to the sink and dipped a finger in it. The water was slightly warm, probably to make the enema as easy as possible. Izuku froze for a few seconds in front of the sink before deciding to move. He then plunged the pear into the lever and filled it completely. Then, shaking, he took off his pants and settled on the toilet. Without further hesitation, he inserted the tip of the pear into him and squeezed. He shivered as he felt the water enter inside. When he couldn't squeeze in any more water, he removed the pear and set tea on the edge of the sink. Izuku shivered once more and tried to stand up. He felt like any second, he was going to explode. Legs tight, he tried to remember what Katsuki told him a few seconds earlier. "So, I have to jump to clean the deepest I can," he whispered. He then began to jump as ordered but sat down again on the toilet half a second later, his face flushed. No, it wasn't going to do, it was going to overflow. His eyes then fell on his still strong erection and he sighed. He wanted to sleep with Katsuki, but he didn't expect that. Izuku sighed once more and grabbed the pear before going back to his task. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself standing in front of the now empty sink. His enema bulb sitting on the edge of the sink, cleaned well after use. Okay, I'm ready now. Heart pounding, he opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Katsuki immediately turned his head towards him and smiled. He then stood up and walked over to him. He then put his hands around his. So how did it go? Izuku blushed and rested his head on Katsuki's shoulder. He laughed and grabbed Izuku by the thighs before lifting him up. Izuku squealed and locked his legs around Katsuki so he would not fall. The blonde then dragged him to the bed and gently put him on it. Izuku could feel Katsuki's erection rubbing against him through his pants. Without hesitation, Katsuki kissed him and quickly undressed. He then descended to Izuku's private parts and without taking his eyes off him, he took it in his mouth. Izuku moaned and threw his head back, hitting the mattress. Katsuki then proceeded to give Izuku a blowjob, his head moving faster and faster. The smaller one then felt a wet finger touch his rim. He jumped and moaned louder as the lubricated finger penetrated him. Izuku's head was spinning more and more. All his senses were in shambles. The finger inside him was not painful but rather surprising, like when he had inserted the pair for the first time. Quickly, a second finger joined the first and Izuku began to breathe harder. Looking down, he could see Katsuki looking at him mischievously, moving both hands in rhythm with his mouth. And when a third finger entered his anus, Izuku screamed and grabbed his friend's hair. Kei-Kachin, he moaned. Katsuki let Izuku's penis come out of his mouth and he smiled as he moved up to his mouth without removing his fingers. What's the matter, Deku? He thrust his fingers deeper. Izuku miserably moaned and closed his eyes. Then, Katsuki gently withdrew his fingers and opened his drawer before pulling out a condom. Izuku opened his eyes and watched him dead, his gaze falling on Katsuki's meave penis. Oh, what, Deku? The blonde said, putting on the condom. Yeah, I'm big, I know. Izuku blushed even more than before and started to stutter. No, well yes, but how? Katsuki climbed on top of him and tenderly kissed him. Don't worry, I'll take it slow. Izuku nodded and settled himself comfortably on the bed. Katsuki smiled at him and moved between his legs. He applied more lube to his penis before lifting Izuku's. Ready? He asked. The smaller one nodded again and closed his eyes when he felt Katsuki start to enter him. He was clearly bigger than his fingers. Relax, Izuku, Katsuki whispered in his ear. Immediately, Izuku replied. Easy to say. You are not the one taking A in your. Katsuki chuckled then before bursting into laughter. Izuku smiled before joining him in his giggles. It was then that Izuku felt Katsuki sink right into him. His breath caught as his chest fell back onto the mattress. And there you go. Katsuki continued laughing. Izuku squeaked as the other started his movements. How are you feeling? Asked the blonde. It burns. He then felt Katsuki's hands caress his thighs. It will pee, don't worry. He nodded then and his friend kept moving. Gradually, his thrusts accelerated to the point where with each movement, the bed was banging against the wall. Izuku could no longer focus on anything other than the sensations in his lower abdomen. Never had he felt something so intense. Even his personal sessions didn't get him there. Despite everything, pain was still present. It was his first time after all. Suddenly, he felt Katsuki's hand grab his penis and start to masturbate it. Izuku let out a loud moan and began to shake. He wasn't going to last long at this rate. Above him, he could hear Katsuki's breaths. He opened his eyes and saw that his friend was in the same condition as him. Short breaths, hair stuck to his forehead, eyes closed to focus on the sensations. The blonde seemed to feel a look on him as he opened his eyes to meet Izuku's. He smiled at him before giving a stronger thrust than the others. So Deku? What do you think? Was Izuku's only response as he threw his head on the mattress. Katsuki chuckled once more and accelerated his hand which was touching Izuku. Kei-Kachin, Izuku moaned as he came closer and closer to orgasm.
Let it go, Deku. I'm here. At these words, Izuku arched violently and came with a cry. For a few seconds he remained in this position, the most powerful orgasm of his life pinged through him. His penis jumped a few times, projecting his semen on his lower abdomen.
Then finally he leaned back against the bed and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that Katsuki had stopped moving. You don't want to? Of course, I do. But I'll wait until you finish or it'll be a little too rough for you. Rough? I like hard-ing, he said smiling. So you would have been too sensitive if I continued during your orgasm. Izuku nodded. So, what are you doing now? Katsuki grabbed his and sank in as much as possible. Ah, Izuku growled. I'll do this quickly, okay? Without giving him time to answer, Katsuki started thrusting into Izuku again. Time flew by as Katsuki accelerated more and more. Then in a final blow, Katsuki came and collapsed on Izuku. The latter then laughed. What are you laughing at? Asked the blonde.
You make a funny face when you. Katsuki then blushed and withdrew from Izuku before hitting him.
Hey! Izuku shifted away, laughing. Katsuki got up and walked over to his trash can before throwing in the used condom and grabbed a handkerchief from the desk. Izuku watched him do it and his eyes went down to his penis. Hey, don't you have any hair? The blonde walked back to the bed and threw the handkerchief at Izuku, who quickly wiped himself off. Katsuki then slipped under the blankets. Of course, I have hair, they're just blonde. I'm almost albino so I don't need to wax them. He looked up at Izuku's crotch.
On the other hand, you in your Amazon rainforest, you should rather take care of yourself.
Izuku turned red and quickly sneaked under the covers, next to Katsuki who laughed in his face. I'm kidding, Deku, you do what you want with your hair. The boy nodded and settled himself against Katsuki who closed his arms around him. It was with a smile that the two boys fell asleep peacefully. When Izuku woke up, the sun had been up for a while and the birds were singing outside. A calm breath next to him told him that Katsuki was still sleeping. Izuku then turned on his side and barely opened his eyes to look at the time. The revival announced 11:23. It's okay, I have nothing planned today, Izuku thought. Well, apart from my meeting with All Might. Suddenly, Izuku straightened up and shouted. I have to meet All Might at noon. His scream woke Katsuki up who straightened up with a start. Without further ado, Izuku got up to retrieve his clothes scattered all over the room. But it was not to mention the pain between his legs that kept him from properly getting up. This is how Izuku found himself with his head close to the ground after his legs let go. By reflex, Izuku brought his hands in front of his face, hoping to protect himself a minimum from the fall. It was then that an explosion crashed out of his hand, cushioning his fall. For a moment no one spoke. Izuku hurriedly sat up and looked at his hands, his mouth wide open as Katsuki stared at him, a look of surprise on his face. A voice was then heard in the house. Katsuki. We said no Quirk in the house. Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, screamed. Shut up, old hag. The blonde replied, getting up from the bed. He rushed over to Izuku and grabbed his hands. What was that, Deku? I don't know. Tears started to roll down Izuku's cheeks. Do I finally have a quirk? Katsuki activated his quirk and let a small explosion out of his hand. It seems like it. Izuku then burst into tears and Katsuki grabbed him before locking him in his arms. A few minutes later the boy calmed down. But why did Mum keep it from me if it was just a copy quirk? Katsuki nodded. I don't know. How did you even copy my quirk? We didn't do anything spec. He then cut himself off in the middle of his sentence. Oh, shit, Deku. Izuku looked at him in panic. What? I know why your mother hid your quirk from you. Why? What would a mother hide from her child using the excuse that he is too young? What did we do yesterday? Izuku opened his mouth wide before his face changed color. Oh my god. I have to sleep with someone to copy their quirk. No wonder why I hadn't found it before. What a joke. He then turned his head to the alarm clock and noticed with horror that the time was getting faster and faster and his meeting with All Might was approaching. "Kachin!" he cried, turning to his friend. "Stop yelling stupid. What do you want?" "I have a meeting at noon. Help me get dressed, I can't get up." Katsuki sighed before getting up and lifting Izuku by the shoulders. He then supported him to the bed where he sat him. "Don't move," he ordered as he retrieved Izuku's clothes. He quickly dressed him and handed him a cream which Izuku grabbed. "It's a pain cream. You might need it during the day. Do not hesitate to put a lot of it." Izuku nodded and stood up abruptly before falling into Katsuki's arms, who immediately caught up with him. "Be careful, Deku." The boy blushed and grabbed his bag. "Why yes, I'll be careful." He then left the room somehow under the gaze of his friend. Ping through the kitchen, he bumped into Mitsuki and Masaru, Katsuki's parents, preparing lunch. "Oh, hello Izuku. Are you staying for lunch?" Izuku crouched down with difficulty to put on his shoes. "No sorry Bakugo-san, but I'm in a hurry." The woman smiled at him and returned to the stove. As Izuku was about to open the door, a voice called out, "Deku." The boy turned around and saw Katsuki, dressed, in front of him. He threw something at him. Izuku grabbed it and quickly put it in his pocket when he realized it was the enema bulb. "Keep it." Izuku nodded and opened the door. "I'll call you tonight." Then without further ado he left the house. Ignoring the pain around his anus, Izuku struggled to run home. He didn't have CL today because they were on the weekend, so that meant his mother was waiting for him to eat. In front of his door, he took out his keys and entered the apartment he shared with his mother. Without bothering to take off his shoes, Izuku rushed to his room and threw in his things and the pair that was in his pocket. He then returned to the living room. "Mom?" he called. A little woman then came out of the kitchen with a ladle in her hand. "Welcome home Izuku. How was your night at Katsuki's?" Izuku knew he had to hurry because he had to get back as quickly as possible to get to the beach on time. Well," the boy blushed. "I have something to tell you Mom." "Again? You have a boyfriend, don't you? He is welcome home if so, Izuku?" "No. Well no. That's something else." He looked up at the living room sofa. "Could you sit on the couch?" The woman nodded and went to sit on the sofa. "Did something bad happen Izuku? Did you do something stupid, is that it?" "No, it's," he swallowed one last time before starting. "I discovered my quirk." "What?" "I found my quirk Mom." His face was turning bright red once again. I found it this morning." "Did you sleep with someone?" Inko then hid her mouth, realizing what she had just said. Mom." The woman straightened up and grabbed her son by the shoulders, sighing. "Did you protect yourself?" "Yes, oh Izuku. You should have told me that you wanted to spend the night with your partner rather than telling me that you were with Katsuki." "I didn't lie. I really was at Kachin's." She cut herself off for a moment and sighed. "Did you sleep with Katsuki, Izuku?" He nodded, lowering his eyes. "At least you were with someone you trusted." He looked up at his mother who was smiling at him. "But then, you were boyfriends?" Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't think about this detail. "No, I don't think so. We didn't discuss it." "It's okay son, you'll talk about it next time." She then walked to the high table in the living room where she took out a don't in an envelope. "I knew that day would come. I'm sorry I hid Izuku from you, but I wanted you to find out for yourself." She stopped for a moment. "I wanted you to find out at the right time and not because you felt you had to do it to become a hero as you wanted." Eyes wet, Izuku looked at his mother. "I understand Mom, even if it hurt me. I understand why you did this now." He met his mother's gaze. It's true that I would have been reckless if I had known before." "Oh, my son," she said, finally taking Izuku in her arms. She then handed him the don't, which he took delicately in his hands. They heard the living room clock strike noon and Izuku jumped. "The meal will be ready soon. Actually Mom, I quickly have to see someone at noon. I'll be back as soon as I can, it shouldn't be long." His mother then nodded. "Okay, but don't come home too late or your meal will be cold." Izuku smiled at her before hurrying away, the letter in his hands. A few minutes later, he arrived at the Dagoba beach where All Might had to be waiting. He saw the skeletal man sitting on one of the many garbage on the beach. He quickly approached him. All Might! He yelled. The hero turned before getting up and waving his hand at the boy. Midoriya Shonen, I thought you weren't going to come. I am so sorry. I woke up too late. The older man just nodded before resuming. Well, before we started training, I wanted to tell you the real reason I want to train you. Izuku looked up at him and listened intently. The truth is, I have a special quirk named One for all who has the possibility of being ped from person to person. But today I am weakening and losing my resources and therefore its use. The real reason I have come to this city is that I am looking for a successor to take over the torch. Izuku's eyes lit up, and when I saw you rushing to your friend to save him without even having a quirk, I knew I had to choose you, so I decided to train yourself to get your body ready for my quirk. All Might? Izuku asked timidly. Yes, young man? I am no longer quirkless. The hero opened his eyes wide. What? I discovered my quirk last night. Izuku handed him the envelope he was holding in his hands. My mom gave me this morning. This must be my quirk's information sheet. All Might grabbed it and opened it under Izuku's watchful gaze. He then took a don't out of the envelope and began to read it. As he read, his eyes widened more and more. Oh well, I understand why you didn't find out sooner. Izuku's face turned red at Teihiro's words. The older man softly laughed. No shame, young man. All of this is normal. Well, that adds work to us if we have to prepare 2 quirks at the same time. I mean, if you still want to train with me. Yes, of course I want to train with you. All Might then transformed and laughed with all his chest. Very good, young man. I love this spirit. He then coughed and transformed back. Can you show me the quirk you have now? Izuku nodded and looked at his hands. He tried to remember how Katsuki had described his quirk earlier in their youth. He had said it was like a force coming out of his hands at his request, a warmth, a friend. Izuku and All Might jumped when an explosion came out of Izuku's palms. Ah! The smaller one cried. I did it. The hero smiled at him. Well, that's a very interesting quirk. I think I already saw it somewhere. Izuku flushed once more. Yes, it is Kachan's quirk, my best friend. He was the victim of the sticky villain yesterday. Oh, I see. All Might nodded and reached out to Izuku. We have work to do. Are you ready? Izuku sharply nodded. Izuku returned a few minutes later with a list of the exercises All Might had prescribed for his workout. He was now almost 10 months before the UA entrance exam. He was going to have to hang in there if he wanted to achieve his dream. The meal with his mother went off without a hitch and he quickly returned to his room afterwards. Eyes on the letter his mom gave him. Izuku carefully read the information. His quirk didn't have a specific name, just a categorization. Copy quirk. Maybe his mother registered this name so that it would go unnoticed. The description did not have more detail. Quirk allowing to copy the quirk of a physically close person. It wasn't wrong, but it wasn't true either. He was probably going to have to go and change the description and the name of his quirk. Izuku got up and walked to the living room where his mother was. Mom? He asked. Yes, she said without taking her eyes off the television. Could we go to the town hall to change the name and description of my quirk? The woman finally turned to him. Are you sure you want to do this, Izuku? Izuku nodded. Yes, now that I know my quirk, I want to give it the name and description I chose. Inko smiled at him and quickly stood up. Let's go then. Her son smiled at her and they both left the small apartment before going to the town hall. They were quickly received due to the lack of customers at this time. Izuku Midoriya, called a little woman. The boy stood up and followed the employee into her office, without his mother, who sat there waiting for him. Izuku then moved into the woman's office. So, you're here to change the name and description of your quirk, right? Izuku nodded. I was thinking of Chapter 3 Chapter Notes. Welcome back. I can't believe this story got so many reads, almost 5,000 in less than 2 weeks. I'm going to cry. Anyways. Sorry for publishing so late. I wanted to end the 5th chapter before posting the 3rd one. And it actually took me longer than expected because the 5th chapter is super long. 7,500 for the moment. I hope you'll like it. See you soon. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The 10 months went by at a crazy speed. Following All Might's precise training, Izuku quickly gained muscle, preparing to receive the hero's quirk. On the other hand, Izuku had trained with Katsuki, who was obviously the most able to help him with his new quirk. You've gained muscle, the blonde told him when they saw each other a few days later. Was it already so apparent? Izuku had called the blonde the evening after he returned from town hall. He hadn't told him everything, but basically, he had a new coach helping him make his way into UA. Katsuki hung up on him in frustration, but a few days later he approached Izuku during the lunch break and threw a bento in his head as an apology. Then, they trained together and Izuku noticed that his copy of Katsuki's quirk was just a weaker line than the original. During those 10 months, the two boys did not stop seeing each other. Whether it was to train, study or even sleep together. They had discussed it the next time Izuku visited Katsuki's house. Neither was ready to be in a relationship, but they deeply cared about each other. So, they continued to sleep together, Katsuki getting satisfaction, and Izuku getting experience. Sleeping with Katsuki was never unpleasant. The scary-looking boy was actually a very attentive lover during their sessions, and Izuku, who was thirsty for knowledge, was delighted with what Katsuki could teach him. Several times had they ended up in the middle school bathroom for a quick or even a simple blowjob. Izuku struggled at first, but he was working on his gag reflex. Besides, he had gotten into the habit of regularly cleaning himself in case they felt the urge to have. More than once, Izuku found himself with his head in the pillow, trying to hide his moans as Katsuki hammered him from behind. Izuku had discovered a bunch of new fantasies that he didn't even suspect. Many times, they had come close to the worst when Mitsuki or Masaru entered the house or even his room when they had barely started or just finished. Even so, they couldn't come out victorious every time, and unfortunately, they finally got caught. It was while Izuku was riding Katsuki that they didn't hear the front door slam and Mitsuki enter the house. The woman then walked into Katsuki's room without announcing herself and froze when she saw her son's best friend riding him. Izuku jumped up and almost screamed before Katsuki moved him away from his off. He had yelled at his mother, who quickly left the room. Without further ado, Izuku grabbed his things and rushed into the bathroom. Katsuki hadn't bothered to get dressed, just hiding his private parts with his sheet. A few minutes later, Mitsuki knocked on her door before sitting down in his desk chair. Katsuki simply had hidden his face in his knees, not daring to look in his mother's eyes. "You're going to kick me out of the house now?" he had said. Mitsuki had opened her eyes wide. "Why would I do that? Because I'm gay and you hate me now?" Mitsuki didn't respond and walked over to her son before hugging him. Katsuki immediately had burst into tears. "Oh, my son. You may be a beautiful mother, I will never hate you for that. How can I hate my own child for their duality?" Katsuki giggled softly between his tears and his mother smiled at him. "You do what you want with your son, I see that it is already the case," she had said before turning to the bathroom where Izuku was standing, dressed. "Bakugo-san. Oh, call me Mitsuki, Izuku. If you become my stepson, you can call me that." Izuku bowed his head and Katsuki pulled away from his mother's arms. "We're not like that, Mom. We just..." Mitsuki nodded and smiled before getting up. "Well, I leave you to your occupations, boys. I'll have your dad put a locker on your door if you want Katsuki." She then had gotten out of the room and left them. From that day on, the two boys no longer needed to hide when they were at one or the other house. Then finally, the 10th month came along with the UA entrance exam. It was the morning of the exam that Izuku found All Might on the beach. He finally had managed to clean the beach of all its trash. All Might had grabbed him before he fell on the sand and smiled at him. "Well done, young man. I'm proud of you." Izuku smiled with all his might at his mentor's congratulations. "You are now worthy to receive my quirk," the hero yelled. Without Izuku being able to move, All Might pulled a hair out of his head and handed it to the boy. "Eat this, EH. The transmission of the quirk is through DNA. Is there no other way? I can always spit in your drink or give you a finger nail." Izuku sighed and grabbed the hair before swallowing it. "It's the least bad, I guess." The boy took a deep breath and looked up at All Might. "Am I supposed to feel something? It should appear in a few hours, and when you use it, squeeze the buttocks well." Izuku nodded before freezing. "Oh no, what will I say to Katchan?" The hero looked at him, surprised. "What? Kachan knows my quirk, he's going to know something happened." "Do you trust him?" "Yes, of course, he has always been my best friend." "Well, I guess you can tell him the truth. I too have close friends who know about my quirk." Izuku's eyes lit up and he nodded, "Thanks, All Might." The hero smiled at him and raised his hand to him. "Good luck for your exam." Izuku and Katsuki met in front of the UA building. Izuku sweated more and more, his body shaking. "Stop stressing, Deku, it's going to be fine, and if you miss your exam even with my quirk, I swear that I'll beat you up." The boy swallowed hard at his friend's threats. His conversation with All Might came to mind. He looked up at Katsuki. "Kachan." "What?" the blonde said, turning to him. As he was about to speak, he saw a girl stumble a few feet away from him. He rushed to catch her, but she stopped in the middle of a fall, in the void. "Are you okay?" he asked when he got to her level. The young woman quickly got back to her feet and looked up at him. "Oh yes, thank you, don't worry, I stopped myself with my quirk." The young woman had short brown hair and large brown eyes. Izuku smiled at her, blushing. "That's great." The young woman then moved away from him, waving her hand. Katsuki suddenly appeared behind him. "We didn't even take the exam and you're already flirting? Wa-chan." Izuku shouted. "No, you are wrong." He was about to continue when a robotic voice was heard. "To all participants of the entrance exam, please join the main room of the building." Izuku sighed and turned to his friend. "I'll tell you, after the exam." Katsuki nodded and started to walk towards the building. The exam had started several minutes ago and the teachers had already noticed some participants. All Might was looking at his protege with a smile on his face. He had not used the one for all yet and favored the use of his personal quirk. His explosions weren't really powerful, but they were clearly enough to destroy the exam bots. Beside him, Nezu was smiling, looking at the participants. "We have good contenders this year." A little further in the back, Isawa sighed. "We'll see if they last the year." "Oh," Midnight then said when she saw Izuku unleash a new explosion at one of the robots. "Two people have the same quirk this year." Nezu pulled out a file from a large pile. "Katsuki Bakugo, quirk. Explosions. He perfectly controls his quirk and isn't afraid to engage. We can also see it at his level of villain points." He then pulled out another folder. "Izuku Midoriya, quirk, Philote's gift." "What does it do?" Eraserhead asked. Nezu quickly read the don't he had just pulled out. "Oh well, I see, it's a particular quirk. He can indeed copy people's quirk with whom he has physical relations." "Physical relations?" Vlad King asked. "Maybe you were right, Namori. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya are from the same school, so they probably share Bakugo-kun's quirk." "Oh, those naughty boys," Midnight said, getting up from her seat. Nezu looked up at the timer and smiled. "It's time," he said while pressing one of the big red buttons that were on the dashboard. A loud noise was heard and the teachers could see a gigantic robot coming out of its hiding place. "I can't wait to see what they will do now." There was only less than a minute left for the participants to prove themselves and pee the exam. None of the adults took their eyes off the screen. They could see the teens running away from the 0 points robot. "Oh dear," Midnight said, seeing a young girl trapped under one of the debris. It was the young girl Izuku had tried to catch a few minutes earlier. Suddenly, an explosion appeared on the screen and they could see Izuku rushing towards the girl. His explosions are not going to be powerful enough to destroy the robot, Vlad King said. It was then that Izuku changed his expression and flew into the sky without using an explosion. Hey, how did he fly away without explosions? The boy then gave a punch which made the robot explode. Oh, he has another quirk, Nomori exclaimed, getting up from her chair. Nezu nodded and discreetly turned to All Might. The hero looked at the screen, smiling. You trained him well, Toshinori, the headmaster finally thought. When Izuku woke up, he found that he was not in his bed. A repetitive bit was heard in the room. He suddenly straightened up when he remembered that he was supposed to be taking the UA entrance exam. Ah! The exam. He tried to stand up but his aching legs prevented him from moving. Do not try to get up, I am not done treating you, Recovery Girl immediately said while coming towards his bed. But what about the exam? It's already finished, no need to worry anymore. Izuku quickly nodded before lying back on the bed before jumping when the door slammed. Deku! Katsuki yelled as he entered the room. Kei-Kachin, Izuku replied. He watched his friend approach him and slap the bed, a few inches away from his injured leg. What the hell have you done now? You've never hurt yourself with my quirk before, why now? Recovery Girl pulled away from the two teenagers to give them some privacy.
It wasn't with your quirk that I hurt myself. Did you get rocked by a robot then? What a dumb. Izuku lowered his head before whispering.
It's related to what I wanted to tell you before the exam. Katsuki jumped up and settled on the bed, next to Izuku. Then what? I have another quirk. A quirk I don't control yet and I hurt myself with. Did you your coach? Izuku virally changed color and tried in vain to move his hands in front of him. What? No, of course not. How did you get the quirk then? You ed someone to get it, right? The boy shook his head. Not this time. The quirk has a certain peculiarity. It can be ped from person to person through DNA. So, you ed him to get the quirk. No, I ate one of his hairs. Katsuki then put on a face of disgust. Oh, you're disgusting. Ah! Izuku yelled as his friend laughed. After a few moments, Katsuki recovered and asked. And how long have you had this quirk for? A few hours, I guess. I received it this morning. No joke, you can't control it. A few hours are not enough. Look at you. He touched Izuku's arm and Izuku pulled away with a squeal. That's when Recovery Girl stepped back in and quickly finished treating Izuku before letting him out. But why did you even throw yourself on the robot that was worthless? Katsuki brutally asked him. The girl we saw at the entrance was about to get crushed. The girl who fell. Yes, I couldn't leave her there. Katsuki chuckled before turning away from him to return home. Kachin, you can't laugh at her. I laugh if I want. She had to be careful. It happens to everyone. Even you sometimes fall. Izuku froze when he saw the killer look Katsuki gave him. Shut the up. The smaller one hid his mouth and nodded. They then resumed their way home. Outside Izuku's door, Katsuki spoke again. The letters should arrive in a few days. Some friends have planned a party to celebrate our acceptance. At least I hope you will be accepted because I am not afraid. Katsuki laughed. I think I collected enough points to pee. I hope so. But you can't do better than me anyway. Izuku smiled at him before he continued. Anyway, you come to the party with me whether you are accepted or not. I don't feel like going to a party where I hardly know anyone. Okay, Kachin. Katsuki then smirked and leaned over him before kissing him. Izuku responded to his kiss and placed his arms around his neck. They stayed in this position for a few moments before Katsuki pulled away. You better get in, Deku. Izuku replied. Finally, Izuku greeted Katsuki before heading home. Izuku was practicing in his room with the music blasting. It had almost been a week since he had taken the UA entrance exam and the letter was due soon. The more the days ped, the more stress built up in him. Katsuki, on the other hand, wasn't scared at all. He was completely confident in his abilities and estimated his final score to be over 70. Izuku meanwhile thought he had just under 50 points. Even though he had the same quirk as Katsuki, his explosions were no match next to his friend, who had owned his quirk for over 10 years. Suddenly, his door swung open, startling Izuku. The boy looked up and saw his mother kneeling in the hallway. "Mum." "Izuku, it's there, what do you mean?" The letter from Ua." Izuku quickly got up and rushed to his mother before grabbing the letter. "I'll leave you alone, but tell me the result, okay, Izuku?" The boy nodded before closing the door behind his mother. He quickly settled into his desk and opened the letter. A reproduction of All Might then appeared above him. "Young Midoriya." "All Might!" Izuku yelled when he saw his mentor. "I have to admit that I haven't told you everything. One of the reasons I came here is to become a teacher at Ua. That's why I'm presenting the letters today. Anyway, that's not what I'm supposed to tell you. In the entrance exam, you received 47 villain points, which in itself is already enough to pee." Izuku then felt all the stress accumulated over the past few months evaporate in a second. "But that's not all. Let's watch this video." The screen changed and a video of the young girl he had saved was shown. "Excuse me?" the young girl said. A professor stood in front of her, listening to her request. Would it be possible to transfer points? Do you see this young man with the pretty curly hair and his cute freckles?" Izuku blushed at the young woman's description. "Well, he wasted some of his time trying to save me when he could have received more points, so I wanted to know if it was possible to pee some of mine to him." The professor smiled at her before replying that it wasn't going to be necessary. "Indeed," All Might said, "it would be indecent for a hero school not to reward heroic behavior. So that's why there was a hidden part of the exam, the hero points. And today, Izuku Midoriya, you leave with 60 hero points for saving this young girl, which gives you a total of 107 points and puts you at the top of the entrance exam. Welcome to your hero academy." The hologram then disappeared and Izuku bowed his head. Tears started to roll down his cheeks. He roughly grabbed his phone and dialed his best friend's number. He answered after 2 rings. Neither spoke until Izuku spoke, his voice hoarse. "Kachin." "What's the matter, Deku? Did you fail the exam?" Izuku shook his head and let a sob come out of his throat. "No, actually, I ped." Katsuki didn't answer for a few moments. "What the matter then?" I got 107 points, Kachin." "What? 107? How it is possible? There was a hidden part of the exam. I earned hero points by saving this girl." "Well done, Deku." Izuku's breath hitched at his friend's praise. It was the first time he had received any congratulations from him. Thank you, Kachin. You too. I guess, of course, I ped the exam. Who do you think I am? 77 points." Izuku could hear him smile through the phone. "See you at the party then?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, you better come, and dress well." "Yes." That same evening, Izuku called All Might, who arranged to meet him on the beach where he had been training. He rushed through the streets before throwing himself into the hero's arms when he got to his level. "All Might!" he cried. The older man smiled before hugging him. "Well done, Midoriya, thank you so much for training me. Thank you for accepting my request." Izuku pulled away from his mentor and wiped away his tears. "Were you watching the exam? Of course. I admired you with pride. You were impressive, especially at the end." Izuku nodded at these words. "I did my best. Yes. And all the teachers saw it." The boy then jumped. "Oh no. The other teachers. What am I going to say about your quirk? They must already know. Headmaster Nezu and Recovery Girl already know that I ped my quirk to you. The other teachers don't have to know. And if you don't mind, you can just say it's a quirk you copied." He nodded quickly. "Yes, I will do that. Anyway, they must already know about Kachin and me." All Might then pushed him gently. "Go, young man. Go home and celebrate this good news with your family. Yes. Thank you very much, All Might. Izuku finished before heading back to his house. Izuku joined Katsuki at the address the blonde had sent him a few hours earlier. He had tried to dress well, under threats from his friend. It was finally dressed in a t-shirt without writing, baggy pants and his famous red shoes that he appeared in front of Katsuki. The blonde looked him up and down for a few seconds before sighing and turning his back on him. It's already better than your rotten t-shirts. Hey, they're not that bad. I like them. That's not the case for everyone. Then, they entered the large house from which loud music was already escaping. The moment Izuku entered the mansion, the mood changed in him. It was the first time he had attended a party like this where he hardly knew anyone. The music was so loud that the ground shook below Izuku's feet. The dark lights gave a certain atmosphere to the party. Katsuki then grabbed him by the shoulder. Don't get too far from me if you don't want to get lost. Izuku nodded and grabbed one end of Katsuki's clothes so he would not to lose him through the crowd. Then, Katsuki stopped in front of a group of people sitting in a circle. Yo, he said, sitting down next to them. Izuku followed quickly, finding a place close to Katsuki. There you go. The great hero is with us tonight. One of the boys answered him before waving his hand. I told you I was coming. You said you would come if you passed the exam. That's what I said. I was going to come. The group laughed at Katsuki's remark and they resumed another conversation. Izuku took the opportunity to observe the members of the group. Most of them did not stand out, their faces simple, unremarkable. He was then pulled out of his thoughts when he felt a weight slump on him. Here there, I've never seen you before. Izuku jumped and turned around before noticing a young girl half on top of him. Why yes, this is the first time that I attend a party? Izuku observed the person who had just surprised him. It was a young woman his age with pink skin and hair. She also had black eyes and Izuku could notice two small horns sticking out of her hair. Oh, to what do we owe the honor? The young woman said, sitting down next to him. Well, I took the UA exam. You too? She asked surprised. Did you pass the UA entrance exam? Yes, the heroic part. I received my letter of acceptance. Good job. Mina Ishido, she said, extending her hand to him. Izuku immediately shook her hand with a cute smile on his face. Izuku Midoriya. Mina made herself more comfortable and took off her shoes. How come it's our first night when you're this cute? It is not possible. You have to make everyone fall for you with that face. Izuku sharply blushed and tried to hide. No, it was my best friend who invited me to come with him. I mean, I had never been invited to a party before, that I discovered my quirk. Oh, recently discovered your quirk and passed the UA entrance exam? Hats off, pretty boy. The boy shook his head and softly laughed. Yes, I was lucky and a good mentor was there to train me. So, what's your quirk? Because it must be something crazy for you not to find out about it until you were 15. Izuku then froze and blushed even more than he was before. I mean, it's a little embarrassing. How's that embarrassing? Is that a dirty thing? Man, I literally shoot acid out of my hands and I have horns. I even have black eyes. I think that in terms of odd, I am well informed. He looked her in the eye as she gave him another smile. I have to sleep with people. What? I have to sleep with a person and I can copy their quirk. No way. No wonder you found it super late, sick quirk. Izuku nervously laughed. So, how much quirk do you have right now? Mina then asked. I have 2 so far, explosions and super strength. Oh, not bad. They stopped talking for a moment and the music changed register. Suddenly, Mina moved and came to sit on Izuku's lap who started to panic. Ashid. Call me Mina. Mina, what are you doing? Do you want to copy my quirk? Izuku froze and looked her in the eye. What? Do you want to sleep with me, like now? Izuku widened his eyes and fled her gaze before falling on Katsuki's who was watching him from afar, GL in hand. The blonde stared at him for a few moments before resuming his conversation with his companions. Izuku then returned his gaze to the young woman who was on his knees. Well, I've never slept with a girl. Oh boy, are you gay? Oh my god, excuse me, I didn't mean? No, I'm not gay, I'm bi actually, but yes, I only had with. His gaze slipped to Katsuki once again, men. I can teach you new tricks then, and I also want to see if you will just take my quirk or also the particularities that come with it. Izuku hesitated a few seconds before agreeing. Okay, I guess. I trust you.
Mina quickly straightened up before grabbing her shoes in Izuku's hand. Here we go. The woman guided him through the house like a pro before opening a door and locking it behind them.
Sit on the bed and undress. Izuku nodded and followed Mina's instructions.
He walked over to the bed before crawling on it, then began to remove his shirt, revealing his newly formed muscles. He then took his pants off and kept his underwear on. He finally turned and saw Mina in front of him, completely naked. Ah! He yelled, hiding his eyes. What? Am I that ugly? No, never. But, Mina walked over to him and grabbed his hand before placing it on her.
Oh, it's okay. I'm not the last woman you will see naked, Izuku.
Izuku removed his other hand from his face before blushing even more. Mina then scrambled over Izuku and settled onto his crotch, which tensed even more. She threw a condom next to Izuku's head.
Since I'm your first, I'll teach you a few things. I mean, a few things you should know how to do if you ever find another girl, okay? Izuku nodded. Mina smiled at him before grabbing his hand again and pointing it towards her own crotch. If you listen to your biology lessons correctly, you should know that women have a clitoris. Well, even though most men ignore it and don't touch it, this is how most women. She then pressed Izuku's thumb against her clit and flinched at the sensation. There, exactly. Do you feel it? She gently moved Izuku's finger against her and Izuku nodded. The boy could feel his penis hardening even more than it was before. Good, keep it up, Izuku. She then let go of her hand and bent down to grab the condom she had thrown earlier next to Izuku. He didn't stop and continued to move his finger over the woman. Mina straightened up and began to wiggle her pelvis against Izuku's. Izuku moaned at the rubbing and the woman laughed. She then withdrew and began to pull down Izuku's underwear. Her eyes widened when she saw his bare crotch. Oh, you shave? Izuku straightened up on his elbows. Yes, I prefer it that way. Well, it's prettier and more maintained, I think. Mina smiled before grabbing his stretched penis and putting the condom on him. I agree, it's much better. Then without further ado, she impaled herself on his member and Izuku let out a low moan before collapsing against the mattress. Mina said above him as she started to ride him. These sensations were totally different than any he had had with Katsuki before. Obviously, it was not the same part of his body that was being stimulated. Mina snapped him out of his thoughts when she grabbed his hands before placing one on her hip and the other on her clit. Don't stop, she moaned without stopping her motions. Izuku nodded between two difficult breaths and started to stimulate the young woman again. Thrust your two, Mina ordered. Izuku did so and both teens moaned at the same time. He threw his head back and closed his eyes to focus on what he was feeling. Wow. It was the first time he had felt something like this. While his intercourses with Katsuki maximally stimulated his whole body, this session with Mina mainly focused on his penis. The more time passed, the more Izuku could feel a lump forming in his lower abdomen. He knew exactly what it was, he wasn't ignorant. Mina, he moaned between two twists of the young woman. She asked without stopping. I'm going to soon? Mina then smiled at him and came to replace Izuku's hand on her clit with hers. She started to stimulate herself faster than before. Go on, me too. Izuku suddenly felt his mind fly at the erotic image in front of him. He closed his eyes and his orgasm hit him hard before he could stop it. His back arched and a long moan came out of his throat. He could feel his member pulsing inside the condom he was wearing. Above him, Mina didn't stop bouncing on his penis. Her own moans began to grow louder and her gaze met Izuku's. Izuku's eyes widened as she leaned against his pelvis and came with a long cry. For a few seconds neither of them moved. They just took a deep breath. Then after a few seconds, Mina stood up before collapsing against him with a loud sigh. Damn. So exhausting. Izuku nodded and he removed the condom before throwing it in the trash can that was by the door. It was intense. Yes, we can say that. Honestly, I didn't think you'd last that long. Neither did I. Izuku sighed before going back to bed next to Mina. Their eyes met again. Then, how long do we wait until you get my quirk? Izuku thought for a few seconds. I don't really know. The first time I only noticed it in the morning when I got up. But maybe I get it right away. Mina nodded. You don't seem to grow horns or change your skin color. Maybe I don't take the physical characteristics of the quirks. Maybe I can try another way. How do you activate your quirk?
It's like having my hands in water. And I control the movement around me, you know. Izuku shook his head at the woman's wonky explanations.
Try, we'll see. He looked around and picked out a half-torn sheet of paper that was in the corner. Acid, is it? Yes. Izuku sighed and placed his hands over the sheet. Movement in the water? It was not very clear. He tried to imagine a substance coming out of his hands. He then imagined the movement of the water that he made to deflect in his mind. Oh! Mina cried when she saw a few drops of acid come out of Izuku's hands. You did it. Izuku opened his eyes again and smiled when he saw the few holes in the sheet. He looked up at Mina and gave her a lovely smile. They finally burst out laughing at their childish reaction. Chapter end notes. I was supposed to give each chapter the name of the person Izuku is going to, but I think it'll keep away the surprise. What do you guys think? Should I name the chapters after the person or let it without a name for it to be a surprise?
See you soon. Chapter 4. Chapter notes. Higai SSSS. It's been a while. I'm so sorry for not posting this month, but I was so busy with my exams. Plus, the 6th chapter I was supposed to end before posting this one is
super long, 8,300 words. So it took me a while to finish it. Anyways, I hope you guys will like this chapter. Bye bye. After some experimentation with his new quirk, under Mina's direction, Izuku got dressed and returned to the room where the party was still raging. They had finally noticed, about 15 minutes after his new quirk had appeared, that he had not developed any physical peculiarities with it. I have to leave soon. Do you want to exchange numbers? Mina asked. Izuku nodded and took out his phone before handing it to her. Mina smiled at him and then waved her hand. See you at UA. The boy responded to her sign and turned back to the room. He searched for Katsuki through the hundreds of people present and noticed him still in his place, against the bar. Izuku quickly approached his friend and sat down beside him. Kachin! He exclaimed when he arrived. The blonde turned to him and put his GL on the bar. Did you good, Deku? Izuku sharply blushed and tried to hide his face. I mean, it was different from what I feel with you. Katsuki chuckled. No joke, nobody's better than me. Izuku softly laughed. Did you at least protect yourself? I don't want to get stuff from you. Oh yes, of course, we did. Plus, she was a girl. We can't risk her getting pregnant, especially if she wants to go to UA. Because she's going to UA too. Yes, she took the entrance exam at the same time as us. Katsuki nodded before finishing his drink in one quick gulp. Well, I'm bored. Let's go home. Izuku took out his phone and looked at the time. It was already 1:35 a.m. Wah. Is it that late already? Yes, silly. You spent almost 2 hours with the other idiot. Kachin. Her name is Mina, a-ing alien, no. Izuku followed Katsuki with difficulty through the crowd and found him outside the house. Don't you want to stay longer? To find someone? No, if anyone reports seeing me with a guy, it'll ruin my reputation. Izuku sighed. Kachin. The blonde ignored him and started walking towards their neighborhood.
But if I have the right to see other people, it's normal that you do too.
I don't care. I don't need anyone. So, I don't count? Shut up. Katsuki finished, his face red. Oh Kachin, don't be embered. You should have told me if you only wanted to be with me. The blonde man just yelled at him and Izuku ran away. They quickly returned home and Izuku went to bed happy. Ua was a few dozen minutes by train from the neighborhood where Katsuki and Izuku lived. So it was at the station that Izuku joined his friend, a few minutes before the train arrived. The train was crowded and Izuku found himself pressed up against Katsuki. They finally arrived at UA about 20 minutes before the bell.
Kachin, do you know where we should go? First floor, CL1A. The blonde man answered before moving towards the building.
Izuku quickly followed him and a few seconds later, they found themselves in front of a large door that Katsuki slammed open.
Without paying attention to the others' reactions, he sat down on the nearest table. Izuku squeaked at his friend's actions.
Kachin. He then looked up and observed the few students already in the room. A boy with two-tone hair, another with a black mullet. Turning his head, Izuku was startled when he saw Mina standing right in front of his face. Izuku. She exclaimed. Mina, we're in the same CL.
Yes. So, how's it going with my quirk? Great. I'm pretty good at controlling it and sending it where I want it. Great. I can give you more advice if you want.
I'd love to. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Katsuki laughing at their interaction. Then, behind Mina, a young man with red hair appeared. Hi. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. The boy held out his hand, which Izuku quickly shook. Izuku Midoriya. Eijiro then turned to Mina. Do you know each other? Mina nodded. Yes. He was at the party last time. Oh, the guy you foo. Izuku groaned before he could finish his sentence. Mina. Why are you telling everyone this? Mina shook her head. Don't worry, he's my best friend. He was there at the party too. Their conversation was then interrupted by a female voice behind them. Oh. The boy with the pretty curly hair. Izuku turned towards the door of the room and noticed the young woman he had saved during the exam. She rushed towards Izuku and shook his hands. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Thank you for saving me during the exam. I'm glad you were accepted. Izuku blushed softly. I only did my duty. I'm here to be a hero anyway. Again, a deep voice interrupted the interaction between the two teenagers. If you are here to make friends, you can leave immediately. The whole room fell silent and turned its attention to the newcomer who was sitting on the floor. The man, in his 30s, sighed and stood up. It took you 8 seconds to calm down. If I were an enemy, you'd already be dead. He paused for a few moments before resuming. I am Shota Isawa and I will be your homeroom teacher. He then handed them a uniform. Put this on and meet me on the field in 5 minutes, 1 minute late and you'll be kicked out. Izuku looked around and noticed that all the seats were occupied, so everyone must have been present. Katsuki then shoved him. Grab your gym clothes and get moving. You better not get fired on the first day. Yes, Kachin. Izuku followed his teacher's instructions and retrieved his uniform before heading to the locker room with his new CL mates. A few minutes later, he found himself on the sports field where Isawa was already waiting for them. Immediately, the professor announced in a loud voice. You are going to take a level test. What about the entrance ceremony? Ochako asked behind Izuku. You're here to be heroes. You don't need to spend 2 hours at a damn ceremony. Then, without further ado, he continued. Midoriya. Yes. Izuku replied, startled. You finished first in the entrance exam. What was your score at ball pitching in middle school? 35 meters sensei. Catch and throw. It doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you don't get out of the circle. Isawa said as he threw a baseball at him. Behind him, Izuku heard his comrades whisper. He didn't tell me he finished first. Mina murmured. Izuku took a long breath before looking at the ball. He had 3 quirks at his disposal. He had to choose the most suitable one for this event. He didn't control the one for all properly and couldn't risk an injury on the first day of school. That left him with only Katsuki's explosions and Mina's acid. Something lit up in his mind. It was one day when he had used his quirks that he had noticed that the two powers fit together perfectly. A little acid on his hands before he activated an explosion and the bomb became twice as powerful, almost matching Katsuki's. So that was what he was going to use. Izuku nodded before placing himself in the circle drawn on the floor. He activated his acid to make a few drops appear on his hands and pulled his arm back. Then he threw the ball forward and activated an explosion at the last moment. The acid immediately reacted with the explosion and the ball flew through the sky at a crazy speed. Yes! Izuku exclaimed as he watched the ball go. The professor then turned to the CL with a device in his hand. It showed 490 meters. The CL exclaimed. "Oh, this is going to be so much fun." Isawa lost his smile and spoke again. "Fun, you say? Well, if you want to have fun, how about a game?" The CL fell silent and listened carefully to the teacher. "We will do a score ranking and the last person on the list will be eliminated." Without waiting for a reaction from the CL, he turned to a dozen small robots that arrived on the field to ease the exam. Quickly, the drills went by and Izuku did his best. While he could combine his two quirks to make explosions for the speed run, there was little he could do to improve his grip without hurting himself with the one for all. He watched his comrades and tried to guess their quirk. Most of them were very visible by the shape of their bodies or certain peculiarities like the way a frog girl talked. Others were more hidden, like the boy with the two-tone hair or the one with blonde hair. Katsuki outperformed him in every test. Indeed, they had the same quirk, but Katsuki's was much more powerful than Izuku's copy. Mina, who was very athletic, was performing well without even using her quirk. Kirishima was doing the same. Then came the ball toss for the rest of the CL. Izuku stood to the side and watched as his CL mates ped their test. Ochako, who seemed to have a gravity quirk, sent the ball into the sky and Aizawa's device displayed an infinity symbol. After all the students had ped, Izuku prepared to see the results but the teacher called out to him again. "Midoriya, retake the test." Izuku stepped forward, surprised. Why did he have to take the test again? "How many quirk have you got?" he asked. Izuku gasped at the man's question. "How many quirks?" "1. Sensei." The boy struck his head inwardly. Aizawa Sensei had necessarily read his file with the description of his quirk. The man sighed. "I know your quirk and its particularities, so I'll ask you again. How many quirks do you have right now?" 3, Sensei. The teacher then threw the ball back to him. "Try again with another quirk." Izuku nodded and retrieved the ball before moving back into the circle. He wanted him to use another quirk, but he wasn't controlling the one for all. He sighed before getting ready. He had to obey his teacher if he didn't want to get expelled on the first day. Izuku activated the one for all and threw the ball with all his strength. To his surprise, he felt no pain in his arm and he could see the ball land a few feet away from him. "Huh? I erased your quirk." The professor then rubbed his eyes. The young man's eyes widened when he heard these words. A hero who erased the quirk of others. Eraserhead. "Oh. You're Eraserhead, the underground hero." Izuku then went into a monologue. Aizawa opened his eyes wide when he heard his student say his hero name. Not many people knew him. It was the point of being an underground hero. That's not the point. You're here to be a hero, and using your quirks willy-nilly isn't going to get you there. You're going to have more work to do than anyone else here. How are you going to make it in the field if you get hurt every time you use your quirk? Izuku lowered his head at the adult's remarks. "Throw the ball again, it's your last chance." The boy nodded again and caught the ball. One for all hurt him every time he used it. But Aizawa wanted him to use it anyway, so he had to limit it to one area in his body to avoid the backlash. Izuku then threw the ball and activated the one for all in his finger as it left his hand. He screamed in pain as his finger broke, but watched with pleasure as the ball spun through the sky. Immediately he turned to his teacher and smiled. "I can still move, sensei." The device read 502 meters. Izuku quickly noted that his explosions combined with the acid had almost the same power as the one for all. The teacher smiled defiantly at him and then turned to the rest of the CL. "I will now show you your results." A new robot brought up a hologram that displayed the results of their test. Izuku was in 5th place, behind people named Yaoyorozu Momo, Todoroki Shoto and Iida Tenya. Katsuki was in 3rd place. He then looked at the end of the board and noticed that the last name on the list was Mineta Minoru. He could also hear Mineta Minoru crying behind the crowd. Observing their reactions, the professor smiled wryly before saying, "And this whole eviction game was just a ruse to get you to do your best for the challenge. Nobody gets voted out, go get change." He then turned to Izuku. "Midoriya, go to the infirmary as soon as you've finished changing." "Yes, sensei," exclaimed the younger one. The boys then found themselves in the locker room. Izuku was trying to change without touching his injured finger. One of the blonde-haired boys with a black lightning bolt then approached him. "Yo man, what exactly is your quirk?" he asked. "That's right," Ejiro said, joining the conversation. "How does it work? Some kind of copy?" Izuku blushed softly. Yeah, you could say that." "And you can copy anyone's quirk? Could you copy mine?" Ejiro exclaimed as he got very close to his face. Izuku flinched before turning even redder. It's that I need special conditions to copy someone's quirk and I also need the person's full consent." "Well, you have my consent. Show me." Katsuki then cut Ejiro off as he stood in front of Izuku. "He has to sleep with people to copy their quirk," he declared in a firm voice, causing a blank to appear in the room. Immediately, a tall, dark-haired young man began waving his arms. "Please refrain from talking about such obscene things in a school setting," Izuku then exclaimed. "Kachin, you can't just yell it away like that." The blonde ignored the 2 comments he received and continued to address Ejiro. "You're making him uncomfortable with all your questions. Leave him alone." Ejiro suddenly blushed at Katsuki's remark. He immediately apologized. "Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't think I would bother you like this." Izuku shook his head. "Don't worry, if anyone's making me feel uncomfortable now it's Kachin." The blonde chuckled in a corner before continuing to change under Izuku's glare. "And then, I understand that my quirk can attract the attention of others." "But when did you discover your quirk then?" the other blonde with the trace on his hair asked. "A little over 10 months ago, I would say. I currently have 3 quirks, but I still can't get the most out of them without getting hurt." A shout startled them and the boys turned to Minoru, who was standing in the corner of the locker room. "You lucky. You got to test some chicks. So how was it?" he questioned the green one. Izuku began to stutter and his face turned bright red again. "It's nice, I guess." He heard Katsuki giggle once again in a corner, but Izuku ignored him. "You're lucky I'm straight, because otherwise I would have given you my quirk," Minoru continued. Thanks? I guess." Izuku then finished changing before heading to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl immediately treated him with a disappointed look on her face. "This is already the 2nd time I've treated you and it's not even the 2nd day of school." "I'll do my best not to come back," Izuku said. "I hope so. I won't treat you anymore if you keep coming back every day." He then left the room before heading outside the building where he hoped Katsuki was waiting for him. He was surprised to see that not 1 but 5 people were waiting for him at the exit. Indeed, Katsuki, Ochako, Mina, Ejiro and the blonde from the locker room were in front of the gate. "Midoriya," Ejiro called as he approached them. Izuku smiled at them and quickly joined them. "Aren't you going home? We wanted to wait for you," Mina exclaimed, jumping on his back. The blonde from the locker room approached him and shook his hand. "I didn't introduce myself, but I'm Denki Kaminari. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya." Denki smiled at him before letting go of his hand. "Well, it's not that I don't want to talk, but I have to quickly get back home." Denki said before moving away with a wave of his hand. Eijiro and Mina then greeted them before heading in the same direction as the blonde man. See you tomorrow, they said before disappearing around a corner. Izuku waved at them and turned to his two remaining CL mates. Katsuki was staring at him and Izuku was about to join him when Ochako interrupted. Immediately, as in the locker room, Ochako approached him and asked about his quirk. I saw that you have several quirks. Do you have a copy quirk or something? Katsuki sighed and turned around before starting to walk towards the station. Yes, that's right, but it's a bit special. Special? What do you mean, special? Izuku looked up at Katsuki, who was now several dozen meters away from them. Ochako noticed and looked in the direction of the blonde. Oh, you want me to let you go? The boy sighed before shaking his head. No, don't worry, Kachin must be in a bad mood. He then turned to the girl. In fact, my quirk requires special contacts with a person to copy his quirk. Is it something weird? Is that why you're hesitant to tell me? Izuku blushed softly. A little. Well, it's more embarrassing than anything else. He then saw the girl's insistent look. I have to sleep with someone to copy their quirk. Oh, neither of them spoke for a moment before Ochako smiled. Do you want me to give you my quirk? Izuku gasped and softly laughed, she was just joking. But when he didn't hear her laugh, he snapped back. Are you serious? Yeah, well, only if you want to. My parents got me an apartment for my high school years, so I live close by. We can go if you want. Izuku blushed even more and tried to hide his face. His eyes scrolled over the body of the girl in front of him. It was true that she was rather attractive. Are you sure? I don't want to invite myself. Ochako smiled even wider and grabbed his hand before pulling him towards her home. I'm inviting you. Come on. They arrived a few minutes later in a small apartment with only one room. Ochako immediately offered him something. Do you want something to drink? I don't have much choice, water or Coke? Izuku accepted a GL of water and sat down at the small dining room table. Izuku couldn't stop his fingers from restlessly moving. Ochako then returned with 2 glasses of water. You look tense, Midoriya-kun. The boy looked up at Ochako, who sat beside him.
If you're worried about me being a virgin, there's nothing to worry about because I'm not. And neither are you, considering your quirks.
Izuku's eyes widened and he relaxed suddenly. Oh, thank God. I would feel super guilty if I had to take your virginity. Ochako laughed softly. I had a boyfriend in middle school. He was a year older than me. We broke up a few months ago. Oh no, what happened? I guess we weren't in love anymore. Plus, I wanted to focus on UA and we wouldn't have been able to see each other as much as we used to since we're not at the same school anymore. Ochako then moved and came to sit on Izuku. What about you? She asked as she approached the boy's face. Izuku took a deep breath. I slept with a girl and a boy, at the same time? No, separately. So, you're bi? Yes.
It's cool, she said, smiling at him again. She came even closer before placing a kiss on his jaw. Izuku felt his breath catch and his pants tighten.
I guess one of them is Bakugo? Not very hard to recognize his explosions. Izuku confirmed the young woman's thoughts. She then kissed Izuku with envy. Izuku immediately responded to the kiss and placed his hands on Ochako's. He rubbed them against his budding erection. Finally, Ochako slid off his lap to stand up. She cut off the kiss and grabbed his hand to lead him to her room. He quickly followed her and began to remove his clothes when he reached the bedroom. Ochako laid on the bed and Izuku climbed between her legs. He piantly kissed her and stood over her. He then withdrew to catch his breath. I've never taken the lead. Ochako chuckled and grabbed the back of his neck. I will guide you then, Izuku nodded. Start by taking off my uniform. The boy complied and began to undo the girl's tie and shirt. His eyes widened as he came face to face with her ample S. Ochako was truly beautiful. Izuku's heart sank at the sight. He then helped her stand up so she could remove the shirt from her shoulders. Immediately, she kissed him and grabbed his hands so he could undo her bra. Like this, she said, untying her underwear with the boy's fingers. Izuku accompanied the garment in its fall to the bed and grabbed Ochako's S. The girl pushed a soft moan. "You can put your mouth," the boy nodded and placed his lips on the young woman's pink nipple. A new moan, louder than the previous one, came from her mouth. For a few seconds, Izuku edged the skin of the girl without forgetting to touch the other. After a while, Izuku raised his head to take a breath, a trickle of saliva connecting him to her chest. Ochako took the opportunity to grab his face and kiss him once more, making them fall onto the mattress. "My skirt," she then said. Izuku brought his hands down to her skirt and quickly undid the button that kept it closed. He then slid it down her leg before throwing it on the floor. All that was left now was the underwear on each of the teenagers. Izuku pressed himself against Ochako and came to rub his erection against her crotch, feeling her wet panties. Then he broke off from the other's mouth. "Do you have a condom?" he asked. Ochako nodded before opening the nearest drawer and pulling out a condom. She handed it to Izuku. "Thank you." She smiled at him and closed her legs around Izuku's waist. "Come on, I'm tired of waiting." Izuku giggled and rubbed his erection against her again. Ochako then moaned and threw his head back. He pulled away from her legs to remove his underwear. His penis flew out of the underwear and moved in a spasm. He grabbed Ochako's panties and slowly pulled them down, revealing his pubic bone covered with short chestnut hairs. Immediately, Ochako blushed. "I didn't have time to shave. Does it bother you?" Izuku shook his head with a laugh. "No, don't worry. No problem with the hair." Ochako then looked down at his outstretched penis. "Yet you shave yours. I just think it looks better. There's no problem if you don't want to do it." Without further ado, Izuku opened the package and took out the condom before placing it on his member. He then placed himself between her legs, which Ochako closed behind him. "Take it easy." He nodded and took his penis before gently inserting it. "Ah," Ochako groaned as she swung her head on the mattress. Izuku pushed his pelvis until he was fully inside and groaned at the sensation. Even though he was with a girl again, he didn't feel the same sensations as he did with Mina. He then grabbed her and began to move. Ochako didn't wait to moan beneath him. Izuku's head was burning, his thighs slamming against Ochako's. Soon he began to run out of breath with his movements. How could Kachin last so long? His stamina is enormous. Izuku moved his hand down to the woman's clit and began to touch it. Ochako groaned louder and her eyes opened again, meeting Izuku's. "Ah, ah," she said in rhythm with his motion. The more his movements continued, the more Izuku felt his orgasm approaching. He accelerated his finger on Ochako's clit until she began to tremble. "Midoriya, you can call me Izuku," the young man groaned, closing his eyes. "Izuku, She didn't have time to finish her sentence as her body tensed and she screamed as her orgasm coursed through her. Izuku suddenly felt the young woman's insides tighten and this action triggered his own orgasm. "Ah," he suddenly said, tensing up. He then came in the condom and fell on top of the young woman with a sigh. After a few seconds, he withdrew before throwing the condom in the nearest trash can. He then went back to lie down next to Ochako, who smiled at him. Izuku responded to her smile and leaned in to kiss her. Ochako continued. "You're doing pretty good for someone who's never topped." Izuku blushed and hid his face under his new friend's laughter. Chapter 5 Chapter Notes. Did I actually write the 8,000 words long 7th chapter in 2 days? Yes, I did. How did I even do that? It literally took me a month to write 8,000 words for the 6th one, and I did this one in just 2 days. I really am surprising sometimes. Anyways, I hope you'll like this new chapter. It was actually the first time I wrote a fight scene, so let me know what you thought about it. See you next time. Ochako put her head on Izuku's chest. How long does it take for you to get a quirk? I don't know. The first time I didn't notice it until the next day when I fell. And the other times? A few minutes later, or even a few hours when I didn't know how to activate it. So, you need to know how to activate your new quirk. Yes. Ochako put her hand on her chin and began to think. Well, to activate mine I put my 5 fingers on a surface and it's like a force comes out of my hand. Zero gravity, am I right? She nodded her head. Is your quirk automatic? Izuku continued. No, I have to activate it. And then to deactivate it, I put my hands together. Normally it cancels itself and the objects fall. Izuku nodded and looked around. Do you have anything I can test your quirk on? I should have some stuff. She then got up and opened her closet before taking out a fitness ball. It's 2 kilograms. It should be fine to test. Izuku smiled at her and grabbed the ball. He then tried to concentrate on what she had said. He put his hand on the ball and closed his eyes. A force came out of his hand and went towards the ball. Izuku was startled when a small explosion came out of his hand. Wah! No. He quickly wiped the ball under Ochako's laughter. Wrong quirk. I will try again. It can't be that hard. He put his hand back on the object and concentrated. So, from what he just observed, it wasn't a force that had to come out of his hand. Indeed, it was the technique that he used for Katsuki's quirk. He then tried to visualize a force going through his hand to the ball rather than out of his hand. He then heard a small bell ring and felt the ball fly away. Oh, I did it! Izuku exclaimed while standing up. Good job! Ochako answered while looking at the ball on the ceiling. Suddenly, Izuku felt a nausea seizing him and he sat down on the bed. Izuku. What's the matter? I don't know. I feel sick all of a sudden. Turn off your quirk. Izuku nodded with difficulty and put his hands together to cancel the power. Immediately, the ball fell to the ground and Izuku's nausea faded away. Oh, it works. Ochako moved closer to him. That's one of the side effects of my quirk. I get sick when I use it too much. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't think you'd get sick over 2 kilograms. I can lift a lot more with no problem. I only get copies that are less powerful than the originals. It's normal that I can't lift as much as you without getting sick. But your explosions are as big as Bakugo's. Izuku laughed softly. That's not the case. I can only make my explosions as big as Kachin's when I combine it with another of my quirk. Which one is it? Acid. It's Mina's quirk. The pink girl. Oh. Izuku blushed and continued to laugh. We met a few days before school started and we got along well, I guess? Ochako burst out laughing at the remark. How could anyone not get along with you? You're nice and handsome, perfect for a man. Izuku turned red and tried to hide his face. I'm not too sure about that. Yes, you are. Look at you. Everyone should be falling for you, plus, you managed to get 2 girls in less than a month. If you say so. A ringing phone interrupted them. Izuku turned to his bag and opened it before taking out his phone. He noticed that the person calling him was Katsuki. Oh, I have to take this. Izuku quickly retrieved his clothes and tried to put them on as he answered his best friend's call. Kachin. He asked. Where are you? Katsuki asked him immediately. I'm still at Uraraka's. He finished putting on his pants and the blonde didn't answer. Izuku looked up at Ochako who was also getting dressed. Finally, after a few seconds, Katsuki said, I'm waiting for you in front of your house, hurry up. Then he hung up without giving Izuku the time to add anything. Was it Bakugo? Izuku nodded. Yes. I don't know what's wrong with him today. Firstly, in the locker room, he yells. What my quirk is in front of everyone, and now he abandons me and orders me to go home. I don't understand. He finished getting dressed and collected his things. Well, I'll have to go. Ochako approached him and put his arms on his shoulders. You can call me Ochako if you want. Izuku smiled at her and kissed her. Then he opened the front door of the girl's apartment. See you tomorrow, he said with a wave of the hand. Ochako smiled at him and watched him walk away. Izuku quickly reached the station and took the next train to his neighborhood. Less than 10 minutes later, he found Katsuki sitting on his doorstep, scrolling through something on his phone. Kachin. exclaimed Izuku, approaching him quickly. The blonde looked up and put his phone away. He didn't answer and just stood up. "Are you alright?" Izuku asked when he reached his level. Katsuki ignored his question and just asked his own. "Is your mother here?" Izuku frowned. No, she always comes home later than me." Katsuki nodded and moved away from the door to make room for Izuku. Izuku took out his keys at the silent request of his friend. He quickly opened the door and entered the apartment before untying his shoes. Once again, he asked, "Did you want to talk?" Suddenly, Katsuki grabbed his face and forced his lips on his. Izuku froze for a moment before reciprocating the kiss. It had been so long. Instead of taking him to his room, Katsuki pulled Izuku to the dining room. There, he lifted Izuku by his and placed him on the table without stopping kissing him. Katsuki then went down his throat and he let out a moan. Izuku was already very sensitive after the session with Ochako. "Turn around," Katsuki ordered. Izuku nodded and turned around, sliding his feet on the ground, his back towards Katsuki. Without him having to ask, Izuku started to undo his pants. He slid them down his legs along with his underwear. Katsuki leaned against him and kissed the back of his neck. "Kachin," he moaned when he felt the blonde man rubbing against him. He expected Katsuki to prepare him and penetrate him immediately, as they usually did. Katsuki didn't need to ask him if he was clean. He always was. But, to his surprise, Katsuki started to caress Izuku's thighs and slowly went down until his face was behind his cheeks. "Kachin." Once again, Katsuki ignored him and spread Izuku's backside to reach his anus. He then put his lips on it and started to prepare it with his mouth. Izuku closed his eyes and put his HEA on the table. Katsuki perfectly knew what to do with his mouth. He also knew all the little places that would make Izuku fall in pleasure. He moaned again when he felt a finger penetrate him and delicately spread him. His breathing quickened and his penis throbbed with each of Katsuki's movement. "Kachin, please," the blonde then pulled out of his anus and smirked. "Be patient, Deku." Izuku moaned louder when he felt a second finger enter him and quickly prepare him. Izuku's mind became foggy and he didn't even discern the fingers withdrawing from him and Katsuki getting up. He only came to his senses when he felt Katsuki penetrate him. "Ah!" He groaned at his friend's first thrust. Without hesitation, Katsuki started to pound Izuku against the dining table. Izuku hung on to the edge of the table with difficulty to try to follow the blonde's movements. He did not hesitate to thrust against Izuku's sensitive areas. Izuku was startled and started to shake with a loud moan when Katsuki hit his prostate. "Deku." He heard Katsuki groan above him. "Kachin." The smaller one replied, rolling his eyes. He perfectly knew that Katsuki started grunting and shaking when he was coming towards his orgasm. Izuku tried to lean against the table to meet the movements of his friend, but his legs were shaking more and prevented him from positioning himself well. Behind him, Katsuki leaned and brutally bit on his neck. A new moan came out of Izuku's throat and he felt his penis twitch. "I'm going to," Izuku then said between two moans. His orgasm hit him hard when Katsuki touched his prostate again. His legs stiffened and Izuku found himself leaning on his chest. His penis twitched a few times and spurted out his semen without him even touching himself. Katsuki joined him in his orgasm and Izuku only realized too late that he had not put on a condom. He finished by collapsing on Izuku. They did not move from their position, the time to catch their breath. Then, a few seconds later, Katsuki stood up and grabbed a handkerchief that was on the table. He slowly withdrew and immediately wiped off his semen that came out of Izuku's anus. He then grabbed Izuku by the to wipe his penis. He quickly cleaned the floor and went to throw the handkerchief away after putting Izuku on a chair. When he came back, Izuku had already recovered from his orgasm and was dressed again. He smiled at him. "What was that, Kachin? Not that I didn't like it." "Of course, you liked it. I better than anyone," Katsuki defensively answered him. Izuku laughed and then became serious again. Katsuki had ignored him for part of the day even though he had a lot to tell him, and in particular a certain one. Could you not tell everyone about my quirk? He looked up at his friend who was leaning against the nearest wall. Well, especially since your quirk is very obvious, it is not complicated to know where mine comes from. He hesitated a few seconds, and then, I know you don't want to tell everyone that you're gay. If you tell everyone my quirk, they'll know we slept together. Katsuki didn't answer and just walked back to the entrance of the apartment. Suddenly, a revelation came to Izuku's mind. Oh, do you want to tell them? Was Katsuki finally ready to say what he really was? Izuku then watched Katsuki walk away towards his house and smiled. I'm proud of you, Kachin. Shut up, was the only answer he received from his friend before he disappeared. Izuku then closed the door and went to his bathroom with a sigh. Was that why Katsuki was so weird since this morning? He'll try to get more information another day. The next day, Izuku arrived to CL with Katsuki.
Unlike the day before, Katsuki didn't ignore him. So, he arrived in the main building with a smile on his face.
As soon as he entered the CL room, his new friends jumped on him. Yo, Midoriya! Eijiro exclaimed. Kirishima, hello. Izuku answered and waved to him. Izuku! Mina exclaimed then by jumping on his back. Apparently, we're going to have All Might as a teacher this year. Really? Izuku said, pretending not to know. Then the door opened and All Might appeared in his hero costume. I'm coming through the door, like a normal person, he exclaimed. All Might. The students replied excitedly. Izuku looked around to see the reaction of his CL mates. Most of them seemed excited to see the hero. Come on, kids. Put on your hero costumes and join me on the training ground. Immediately, many briefcases with numbers came out of the walls of the room. Izuku remembered the number he had been given on his card to enter UA. So, he grabbed the case with the number he was entitled to. He noticed that Katsuki was doing the same. The students then went to the same locker room as the day before and changed. Izuku's costume was a dark green suit that he had designed a few years before with Katsuki. Since he had discovered his quirk, he had added some details to it, like those little grenades to hold Katsuki's nitroglycerin or those little bottles for Mina's acid. All his accessories were attached to his belt to be quickly accessible. They didn't contain much as Izuku's quirk was only a weaker copy of the original, but they were enough to replace his quirks on a small scale. On top of that, he was provided with a pair of white gloves. A few minutes later, they found themselves on a different field than the one they were on yesterday. Instead of the empty field they had used for the test, it was covered with buildings. All Might led them to a room covered with screens while complimenting their brand new costumes. All right, kids, we're going to do a villain simulation. Immediately, questions erupted throughout the room. All Might tried to calm things down by explaining the principle of the exercise. We're going to put everyone in teams of 2. One team will play the villains and the other will play the heroes. Heroes have to touch the bomb during the given time to win, he finished. He then took out 2 boxes containing their names and started to draw the teams. Izuku was relieved when he was paired with Ochako. He was happy that he was with one of his friends rather than someone he didn't know. But he had still hoped to be teamed with Katsuki. They had been training together for almost a year and they knew each other perfectly. Even so, his relief was short-lived when he saw that the team against his was Katsuki's team with the tall dark-haired boy named Iida. Izuku, we're together, that's so cool. Yes, we'll do our best. Have you ever had the opportunity to test my quirk better? Ochako asked while approaching him. Yes, I did some tests but I still can't carry more than 2 or 3 kilograms before I get sick. It will come, don't worry. She then turned her head towards the main screen and noticed against which team they were going to be. Oh, we're against Bakugo and Iida. Is it going to be okay? Yes, why wouldn't it be? Well, if you have Bakugo's quirk, you must be pretty close, right? And he knows his quirk better than anybody so he'll be the best at countering you. Izuku thought for a few seconds. Indeed, he had not thought about that at all. It's true. Besides, we train together. He knows all my techniques and his quirk is more powerful than mine. We'll have to find a way to avoid him. Ochako nodded and turned to All Might, who spoke again. The first team has to get into position. Their team was the first. Izuku sighed and left the building with Ochako. Do you have any idea? She asked. I think Kachin will come and get me first. I'll try to keep him busy until you get to the bomb floor. He looked towards the building where Katsuki and Tenya were. Can you carry yourself with your quirk? He asked. Ochako nodded. Yes, I can do that. Do you want me to go through a window? That wow'd be the best, yes. Kachin and Iida must be expecting us to come from inside. I'll try to get Kachin's attention, so you can go quietly. How will I get in then? Izuku looked down at his suit and grabbed one of the small bottles attached to it. He handed it to his teammate. These are filled with acid. It's not much, but it should be enough to melt a window without making any noise. I'll do my best, she exclaimed. Knowing Kachin, he probably placed the bomb in one of the last floors so that it takes us more time to reach. Izuku then said before All Might's voice was heard. Heroes. You can enter the building. Izuku and his partner looked each other in the eyes before nodding. Let's go. The young man turned his back to his partner and entered the building. Immediately, he heard loud explosions approaching at full speed. Deku. He heard Katsuki calling him. The blonde guy arrived in a few seconds on him and exploded a bomb in his head. Izuku was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Katsuki to attack him head-on, without even hesitating to hurt him. Well then, Deku. Don't you defend yourself? From the corner of his eye, he saw Katsuki getting ready to punch him. Izuku widened his eyes when he recognized his friend's movement. He knew this move. It was the first punch he always threw during their fights. He avoided at the last moment and grabbed Katsuki's arm before throwing him on the ground. He didn't wait to step back and get out of the way so he wouldn't get hit again. Katsuki immediately got up. How did you do that? Izuku got into a fighting position. You always start our fights with a right blow. He then saw more anger coming through his friend's eyes and he rushed towards him. Izuku immediately reacted and blew an explosion in front of Katsuki to try to slow him down. However, this didn't stop the blonde who went through the smoke and appeared in front of Izuku. It was obvious, his explosions were not as powerful as Katsuki's. He was bound to avoid them. The little one jumped and put his hands in front of his face to try to minimize the damage of the next explosion. He hadn't even noticed that he had started to pour acid out of his hands. It wasn't until Katsuki's blast made contact with his hands that he realized it. Indeed, the combination of the two quirks immediately reacted and sent the teenagers flying towards each end of the corridor. Izuku. Are you alright? I heard big explosions, he heard Ochako call. Izuku struggled to catch his breath and tried to answer the woman through their earpiece. Yes, don't worry, I'm fine. How is it going on your side? I found the bomb. It's on the 3rd floor. I couldn't hold on any longer with my quirk, so I landed on a window on the 2nd floor. Izuku turned his head to the nearest window and then to the ceiling. An idea came into his head. Try to sneak into the building and stand on the south side of the room. I have an idea. Iida is on the south side. I'll try to get in, but I can't promise anything. Suddenly, Katsuki appeared in front of him, making him jump. Don't ignore me, Deku. Wah, Izuku shouted, placing his hands in front of his face once again. At that moment, Izuku panicked and activated his 3 quirks at the same time. His hands met Katsuki's chest and he heard the little bell ringing. It was Ochako's quirk. He looked up and saw that he had cancelled the blonde's gravity at the same time as he had activated an explosion with Mina's acid. Indeed, Katsuki was a few meters away from him towards the ceiling. What the hell did you do now? It's your whore's quirk, isn't it? Izuku tried to answer, but a strong nausea took him and he collapsed on his knees. He couldn't carry more than 3 kilograms with Ochako's quirk. He brought his hands together with difficulty and deactivated his quirk. Immediately, Katsuki fell back on the ground and Izuku took the opportunity to turn around and run. Once again, his earpiece connecting him to Ochako lit up. I got in. But Iida found me. Izuku put his finger against the device and answered. Can you reach the bomb? No, Iida is guarding it and I can't get near it. He heard Katsuki's explosions getting closer and closer to him. He just turned around to see his friend running towards him at full speed. Izuku raised his hands and released a blast towards Katsuki, but the blonde jumped over the attack. He found himself behind the smaller one and prepared to release another bomb. Izuku reacted at the same time and counterattacked with his own explosion. Once again, Izuku was thrown to the other side of the room. He groaned in pain as he felt his back hit the wall. A burning sensation was also felt in his hands. He quickly glanced down and his eyes widened when he saw that his gloves had exploded and the skin on his palms had begun to melt. In the control room, their comrades were watching the fight with wide eyes. Indeed, the confrontation between Katsuki and Izuku was terrifying. Izuku had no time to attack and was only defending himself against Katsuki. Mina then noticed Izuku looking at his hands and making a pained face. Oh no, she said. Most of the students turned to her. What's wrong? A tall woman with black hair asked. He used my quirk too much. Even though he copied that part, he didn't take my skin, which is immune to my acid. I think his hands are melting from using it so much. The students suddenly looked grimmer at their CL mate's new information. All Might frowned and turned to the screen. He hadn't even noticed the state of his protégé's hands until the pink-skinned girl pointed it out. He grabbed the microphone and brought it up to his face. Midoriya Shonen, be careful with your quirk or I'll stop the exercise. Izuku was startled by his teacher's voice and looked up at one of the cameras he had noticed earlier in the building. No. The exercise couldn't stop when it was so close to the goal. Once again, Katsuki projected himself towards him with his explosions. Deku. I'm going to beat you up, Ochako's voice cut him off again. I can't stand on the south side of the room, so I went to the west side. Will that do? Izuku looked around and saw that he was also on the west side. It's okay. When I tell you, go get the bomb. He looked back at Katsuki, who was coming faster and faster towards him. He had to reach the north side of the room behind his opponent. He had to push Katsuki to his side of the hall to have room to finish the exercise. 1 minute left. All Might's voice suddenly said. Izuku turned towards Katsuki and started to run towards him. At the moment of impact, he propelled himself above the enemy with a grimace on his face at the pain in his hands. Just like Katsuki earlier, he ended up behind him without him having time to react. As soon as Izuku touched the ground, he turned to Katsuki and threw a bomb at him while activating Ochako's quirk. The little bell rang and Katsuki flew to the other side of the room. When he felt the nausea returning, he deactivated the quirk and ran to the north side of the room. Behind him, he heard Katsuki get up and go after him. Bakugo Shonen. You're not allowed to use that part of your costume inside. Izuku jumped once more at his teacher's comment. Was he talking about the special bombs on Katsuki's wrists? Of course, Izuku knew what they were. They had designed their costumes together and it was Izuku who had suggested that he add bombs that would collect his nitroglycerin to his wrists. Nothing will happen if he avoids, the blonde then answered without stopping. Izuku gave him a look and then stood up. He had to do it now if he wanted to win. Ochako, prepare yourself, he then shouted in the oracle. At that moment, he put his arms in front of him to block Katsuki's big attack and activated One for All. He groaned under the pain of the attack but was pleased to see that the ceiling above him had exploded. Ochako. Now, he shouted again. He hoped that One for All was powerful enough to destroy all 3 floors and allow Ochako to use the debris to distract Iida and catch the bomb. 10 seconds left. All Might announced again. Unfortunately, the teacher had no vision of the exercise because the last confrontation of the teenagers had thrown dust all around them. So, he just announced the time left to the exercise without noticing the damage of Katsuki's attack. Katsuki stopped dead in his tracks when he saw that Izuku had not avoided his special attack. He looked at his friend struggling to stand up after taking the blast. He also noticed that both his arms had changed color, showing that they were broken again. He didn't pay attention to the announcement of the winners and rushed to Izuku, who was about to collapse. He caught him before he touched the ground. "Izuku!" he exclaimed, horrified. When he didn't answer, Katsuki looked up at the cameras, which were now clear of dust. "Send someone to heal him," he shouted. All Izuku felt before he fainted was the vibrations of the ground under many people and the sweet smell of his best friend. When Izuku opened his eyes, he realized that he was back in the infirmary. He groaned as he struggled to sit up. The room was silent and there was no sign of Recovery Girl around. He quickly looked at his arms and saw that only one of them was in a cast. The other one was only wrapped in bandages. He also noticed that both his hands were protected. He sighed as he laid back on the bed. He had clearly overdone it this time. He had overused his quirks, partially destroying his body. He didn't even know who had won the game. His stomach snapped him out of his thoughts as it roared, destroying the silence of the room. Izuku turned his head to the small table next to the bed and noticed that there was a cereal bar and a small note. He bent down and grabbed the note with his fingertips, without touching his palm. He quickly read it. It was a short message from Recovery Girl informing him that she had not finished treating him and that he should come back the next day before CL. Moreover, she had noted that he would probably sleep for part of the day. Indeed, Izuku looked up at the clock on the wall and saw that the day's cleese had finished a few minutes ago. Izuku got up and thanked his past self for not hurting his legs. He quickly got dressed and collected his things which were next to his bed. He also grabbed the cereal bar and started eating it on the way to his CL room. He hoped that some of his CL mates were still in the building. He entered his room and smiled when he saw Mina, Ochako and Eijiro sitting in their seats. "Hi," he said as he walked towards them. "Oh, Midoriya," Eijiro exclaimed as he stood up. "You were very cool during your game. Super manly." Izuku softly laughed at his friend's remark. "Yes. You were perfect," Ochako added while approaching him. "Great job." "Did we win?" asked Izuku. "Of course, we won. Your last attack was the master stroke. I understand why you said to me to put me towards the south of the room. The floor totally exploded, and I used everything you broke to scare Iida. Then I managed to hit the bomb at the last second. Good job. I'm glad we did it. You were great at this," continued Mina. "But it's a pity that your body can't take my quirk. We saw the state of your hands during the match." Izuku finished his cereal bar and looked at his hands. "Yes, I can't copy the physical characteristics of people. So, it's my skin that takes it all in." He suddenly raised his head and looked around. "Have you seen Kachin?" he asked. Eijiro shook his head. "You just missed him. He left a few seconds before you arrived." "I will look for him then." He dropped his bag on the floor and ran out of the room. He hoped that Katsuki wasn't too far from the school yet. He was relieved when he saw him at the school gate. "Kachin," he called. The blonde stopped and turned to him, looking at the ground. "Well done for the game," he then said as he reached his level. Katsuki shook his head and sighed. "No, all I did was lose and hurt you. It doesn't matter, Kachin. It's part of the way to becoming a hero." The blonde then brutally raised his eyes towards him and a look of anger played on his face. "You don't understand," he shouted. "I hurt you, voluntarily. And I even lost with a quirk that is more powerful than your shitty copy." Izuku felt a little hurt at his best friend's insult towards his quirk. "Kachin. No. Shut up, leave me alone." He then turned his back on him and left the school, leaving Izuku there, surprised by his friend's harsh words. It was not in his habits to be so mean. Izuku sighed and turned back to the building to get his things. He slowly walked towards his room and noticed, when he entered, that there was only Eijiro left. Ochako and Mina were probably already gone. "Kirishima-kun," he said as he approached him. Eijiro looked up from his phone and smiled at him. He bent down to pick up the bag that Izuku had left earlier. Yo, did you manage to find it? Izuku lowered his head. Yes, but well, he was a bit on edge. It's true that he's a bit explosive around the edges. The red-haired boy joked. Izuku chuckled at his friend's joke. Yes, I know that, but it was different this time. He's never been so mean. I'm sure he didn't mean it. He's probably just pissed from losing to you, that's all. And then we all saw that he really cares about you. The moment you ped out, he called the healers in a panic. He didn't come back to CL for a long time. I think he was at your bedside. Izuku felt his breath catch and a few tears began to well up in his eyes. I know. I care about him a lot too. It's just that he was never that rough. It hurt a little. Eijiro gave him an emphatic smile and came gently to take him in his arms. Izuku let himself be rocked by the embrace and tried to hold back his tears. After a few seconds, he relaxed and let his breath slow down in the boy's neck. He felt him shiver and gently move, as if to hide something without disturbing him. Kirishima-kun? He asked as he broke away from the boy's arms. He looked up at him and saw his red face. Eijiro was fidgeting and trying to hide his crotch. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. Izuku then realized that he had caused Eijiro to get an erection without meaning to. Oh, did I make you feel like that? Damn, I didn't mean to. Eijiro shook his head. Don't worry, I'm a teenager full of hormones after all. And then, a cute guy in my arms makes me feel like this. Izuku blushed at the other's compliment. Thanks, I guess. The red-haired boy smiled at him and bent down to grab his own bag. I'll be going then. See you tomorrow? Izuku watched him walk past him towards the door but stopped him by grabbing a piece of his uniform. Eijiro turned to him, a look of surprise on his face. Do you want me to take care of it? Izuku asked. It was Eijiro's turn to blush. What? Can I copy your quirk? Now? Eijiro opened his mouth to answer and hesitated. Are you sure? Izuku nodded and came over to him. He grabbed his face with his uncasted hand and kissed him. Eijiro froze for a moment before answering the kiss. Then Izuku entered his tongue in his mouth. The other boy closed his eyes and tried to follow Izuku's rhythm. After a few seconds, they broke apart and looked into each other's eyes. I've never done anything. Eijiro shyly lowered his head. Izuku jumped and moved away. Oh, excuse me. Maybe you want to do this with someone you're in love with? Eijiro shook his head. No, I don't care. And I prefer to do it with someone experienced for the first time. It's more roaring. Izuku smiled without letting go of his face. I'll guide you then, if you'll trust me. Izuku put his bag back on the floor and started to pull Eijiro towards the nearest toilet. They didn't pee anyone on the way. Most of the students had already gone home. Only those who wanted to stay and finish their work were left. The two teenagers quickly arrived in the bathroom and Izuku checked each stall to make sure they were alone. When he saw that they were, he pulled Eijiro into the one farthest from the door. Sit down. He ordered the boy. Eijiro obeyed and sat down on the toilet after lowering the lid. Izuku knelt down in front of him. I can't use my hands, get your penis out for me, he said with a seductive voice. Eijiro blushed even more and hurried to take his member out of his pants. This one was already totally hard. Izuku immediately took it in his mouth. He was wider than Katsuki, but not as long. He was probably going to be able to deeply him. He didn't wait before taking him totally, touching the bottom of his throat without any problem. Izuku had to open his mouth wider but it was easier to take him in full. He started to move his head with a regular rhythm, letting his tongue touch all the veins of Eijiro's penis. Above him, Eijiro was breathing harder and harder, trying to hide his face with his hands. Izuku looked up at him. Even if he was easier to take than Katsuki, his penis touching the back of his throat always brought tears to his eyes. His eyes then met the redhead's and he let out a moan, making his mouth tremble against his penis. Eijiro let out a sigh and threw back his head, this action making Izuku's member jump. After a few minutes, Izuku withdrew his mouth and caught his breath. My turn. He then said. He signaled Eijiro to get up and took his place on the toilet. Take my clothes off. Izuku continued, lifting his legs to help him. Eijiro followed Izuku's instructions and quickly helped him to undress. I'm always clean for these situations if you're wondering, but I'll still have to get ready if I want to take you all the way. Do you want me to? Eijiro asked, looking up at his face. Izuku chuckled. I hope so, I can't really use my hands right now. Eijiro blushed even more and looked down at his partner's anus. Take it easy. Start with one finger and add one more when you think it's right. Can I do it with my mouth? Eijiro suddenly asked. Izuku widened his eyes at the question. He didn't expect Eijiro to suggest that. Yes, well, if you want. He raised his to put his anus more in evidence. Eijiro did not wait more and put his lips on Izuku. This one moaned at the sensation. He was still sensitive from his relationship with Katsuki the day before. Yes, like that, he moaned when he felt Eijiro's tongue inside him. He shivered at the sensation. It was still so pleasant. Put a finger, he said after a few seconds. Eijiro complied and put one of his big fingers inside Izuku. This one sighed and threw his head back. Eijiro's fingers were thicker than Katsuki's. Less long but much bigger, like his penis. Izuku moaned again when he felt the young man enter a second finger in him. His movements resumed until Izuku couldn't stop himself from moaning out loud. Eijiro, he whimpered. Eijiro was startled when he heard his comrade say his name. He added a third finger and stood up to kiss Izuku. Izuku. He answered him. He then withdrew his fingers and stood up. Izuku opened his eyes, expecting him to penetrate him immediately. He was surprised when he saw Eijiro looking at him without moving. Are you okay? He asked. Can you ride me? Izuku opened his eyes wide again. He lowered his legs and stood up quickly. Yes, with pleasure. He left the place to Eijiro, who sat down on the toilet. His penis was already twitching with excitement. Izuku completely removed his pants and his underwear before sitting on Eijiro's thighs, his penis touching the other. He suddenly remembered a detail. Oh dear, I didn't bring a condom. Eijiro quickly grabbed his bag that he had brought with them and took out a condom. I have some, don't worry. Oh, were you planning to do something? He shook his head. Not really, but my mom's preferred to give me some. Wow, lucky. I'll have to ask my mom too, maybe I can save my money on that. Eijiro giggled and opened the condom before putting it on his penis. Without further ado, Izuku raised his and stood over his member. Hold it. He then said. The redhead grabbed his penis and held it in place as Izuku began to impale himself on it. Agon, he groaned as he felt Eijiro's member spread him as wide as possible. He didn't wait before he started to move. Oh my god, Eijiro let out a groan that made Izuku tremble. He pushed as much as possible on his thighs to go as fast as possible. After a few minutes, Eijiro came to put his hands on the of Izuku and accompanied him in his movements. He bent down and kissed him. Izuku answered the kiss without stopping his movements. Jerk me off, he said, cutting off the kiss. Immediately, Eijiro grabbed his penis and started to touch it. The fingers went over his veins, over the tip of his member. Izuku began to tremble more and more. I am going to, Eijiro articulated with difficulty through his breaths. He accentuated Izuku's movements by giving a thrust with his. This made Izuku groan. Continue. A few seconds later, Eijiro came and arched his back. Ah, he said, stopping his movements. Don't stop your hand, Izuku suddenly ordered, riding him faster. Eijiro grunted and continued to jack Izuku off. His head was spinning and his penis was about to burst into flames under Izuku's overstimulation. The green-haired boy quickly felt his orgasm coming. He froze and let out a long moan when it hit him full force. The hand on his penis stopped stimulating him and hid his tip, so that his semen would not fly on their clothes. Izuku sighed one last time before collapsing on Eijiro and putting his head on his shoulder. Thank you, I needed that. Eijiro blushed. Thanks to you, it was great. Izuku smiled at him and stood up, letting the other boy get up. He wiped his hand with paper and threw the condom in the trash. He then got dressed and saw that Izuku had done the same. He smiled at him and they both left the cabin before heading back to the CL room to get Izuku's bag. Chapter 6 Chapter Notes. Welcome back and Happy New Year. Thank you so much for 20k hits. I never thought I would get this much attention when I first posted this story. Anyways, sorry for the long wait. Good reading. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Is your quirk considered physical? Izuku asked as they walked to their CL room. Partly, yes. Eijiro answered. I hope I can copy it. I couldn't copy Mina's skin and horns, so I don't think I'll be able to copy the physical features. You'll have to test it then. Izuku nodded. How do you activate your quirk? I imagine a kind of shield around me. Then, my skin changes and becomes harder to protect me. A shield then? Izuku thought for a few seconds. They quickly arrived to their CL room and Izuku retrieved his bag. But don't test it right away. Eijiro said. I often tear my clothes when I use my quirk. You should wait until you get home to try it. Izuku opened his eyes wide. Oh, okay. They walked back to the school entrance. I was thinking about it earlier, but, is your quirk permanent? I don't really know. I had my first quirk less than a year ago and it still hasn't gone away. I guess I'll never know if he doesn't disappear. So, I guess he's permanent on my scale? Eijiro smiled at him. That's great then. You can stock quirks and become super powerful. When they reached the place where their paths were to part, Eijiro turned to Izuku. Can we exchange numbers? I mean, if you want some advice on my quirk? Izuku nodded. Yes please. He handed HS phone to the taller boy who started to blush. They quickly exchanged numbers and greeted each other before parting. When Izuku reached his house, he immediately sent a message to Eijiro and asked him many questions about his quirk. As the redhead had advised, he removed his shirt so as not to risk destroying it. He stood in front of his mirror and stared at his figure. He had totally changed in a year. He was no longer the frail boy he was last year. He now proudly wore his muscles. Even so, there were many stretch marks on his pectoral muscles. Indeed, he had only developed all those muscles in a year and his body had not been prepared for it. If he looked down, Izuku could also see some along his thighs. He didn't think they were ugly. They reflected all the work he had put into his training. He then thought about what Eijiro had told him. His quirk was a kind of shield. Izuku still didn't know if he could activate his quirk, because it was considered physical. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He then imagined a shield around him. When nothing happened, he sighed and opened his eyes again. He should have known better. He couldn't copy the physical abilities and therefore the physical quirks either. Despite this, he did not give up. It was not his habit. This time he imagined an aura around him, a sort of thin layer surrounding him. Once again, his skin did not change. Izuku grabbed his phone and quickly sent a message to Eijiro, telling him that he had failed to activate his quirk. The other boy only replied that it didn't matter and that he was already very powerful without it. Izuku smiled at his friend's attempt to cheer him up and put his phone down. Even though he had expected it, he was still disappointed. He then retrieved some clean clothes and headed for his bathroom. He could use a shower. A few days later, Isawa announced that they were going to go on field training. So, it was in their hero costumes that they found themselves on a bus, on their way to their destination. Oako and Katsuki were both sitting next to Izuku. The young woman turned to him. Why aren't you in costume? She asked. Izuku shook his head. It was destroyed in the exercise last time. Aizawa-sensei told me to use my sports suit until my hero costume is repaired. The young woman nodded, satisfied with her friend's answer. Their conversation then resumed in earnest. A few minutes later, the black-haired young woman Izuku had identified as Momo Yaoyorozu interrupted them. Midoriya-kun. She called. Izuku turned to her, a surprised look on his face. Yes. I was wondering, how exactly does your quirk work? The CL fell silent. curious about Izuku's answer. Izuku started to blush and some of his male CL mates started to laugh. Momo also started to blush. Did I say something embarrassing? She asked again. Izuku shook his head with a smile on his face. No, don't worry, it's just that. My quirk is a bit special. Special yeah. Katsuki whispered beside him. Izuku quickly slapped his shoulder before turning his attention back to his comrade. My quirk allows me to copy other people's quirk, Momo nodded. That's what I thought. I saw that you copied Bakugo's quirk and Ashido told us during your match that you had hers. But how do you copy the quirk? The frog girl, Tsuyu Asui asked. Izuku blushed again and scratched the back of his neck, embered. A few rows away, Denki and Minoru loudly laughed. There's no need to be embered, Midoriya, Denki exclaimed. It's true. Be proud, Midoriya. You've got such a cool quirk, Minoru agreed. The girls then turned their attention back to Izuku, who softly chuckled. I don't want to embarrass you. It's a rather taboo quirk. Right? Tsuyu sharply said, a finger on her chin. Izuku gasped and the girl's eyes widened. Yes, it is. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Momo exclaimed, covering her mouth. I didn't think it was like that. Izuku smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, it's normal for people to have questions. And how many quirks have you got at the moment? A young woman with earlobes shaped like jacks then asked. He hesitated for a second before continuing. Well, 4 because I can't activate one of the quirks I have. You can't activate it, continued Momo. Apparently, I can't copy physical alters or the physical features that come with them. Oh, that's why you don't have pink skin or horns like Ashido. Izuku smiled and raised his hand before squeezing out a few drops of acid. Yes, I only copied the acid part. He then cleared the acid and looked up at his comrades. You're really lucky, your quirk is super powerful. Eijiro, who was a few rows away from them, exclaimed. I can only harden my skin, nothing very dazzling. No. Your quirk is perfect, Eijiro. It can be used as much in attack as in protection. Eijiro sharply blushed at his friend's compliments. I agree with him. Tsuyu replied. Your quirk is very powerful and versatile. You can handle almost any situation. That's true, but I still need to improve my mastery of the quirks I have because I'm still experiencing a lot of backlashes. By the way, I was wondering, do you have a limit of quirks you can copy? Said Ochako beside him. Izuku shook his head. I don't know, but I might see in the future if one of my quirks disappears and is replaced by another. The interaction between the students was then interrupted when the bus stopped and their teacher got up from his seat to turn to them. We have arrived. Get out of the bus, he said in a firm voice, and the teenagers obeyed. When they got out of the bus, Izuku marveled at the place they were in. It was a huge field under a dome, covered with various accident scenes such as fires, collapses. This is the USJ. This is where we're going to train today, Isawa said when everyone was in place in front of the building. I will be accompanied by number 13 as well. He shifted to let number 13 speak, a heroine who had just joined them for training. Beside Izuku, Ochako was panicking. What is it? Izuku asked. It's number 13, my favorite heroine, Izuku smiled. That's great. Ochako nodded before the two teenagers turned their attention back to the heroine. She led them inside the dome, giving them a view of the entire situation. She then began to explain some details about her quirk and the activities they would be doing that day. A movement suddenly drew Izuku's eye to the center of the field. He turned his head towards the fountain that stood there and his eyes widened as he saw a purple smoke portal appear. At the same time, Eijiro turned his head and noticed the gate. Oh, has the exercise already started? He asked, and everyone turned to the fountain. They saw many people coming out of the smoke. Immediately, Isawa threw himself in front of them, shouting. They're real villains. Number 13, protect the students. The CL gasped. Real villains? For their first exercise? Izuku took a few steps back to stand behind number 13 with his CL mates. At this exact moment, the portal closed behind the dozens of villains and reappeared below their feet. Izuku opened his eyes in horror but couldn't stop himself from falling through the smoke with his CL mates. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was a few feet above a ship. He turned towards the ground and hardly cushioned his fall with one of his explosions. He looked up at the sky and saw Tsuyu and Minoru falling from the same spot he had just appeared from. Before he could make a move, Tsuyu turned around and caught one of the edges of the boat with her tongue before gracefully landing on it. Izuku then reached underneath Minoru and caught him before he could crash into the floor of the boat. "Thank you, Midoriya," the boy exclaimed as he got to his feet and Tsuyu quickly joined them. "Are you okay?" she asked when she reached their level. Izuku and Minoru nodded and the young woman turned to look outside the ship. As soon as she saw the many villains around them, she dropped to her knees to hide. "Get down," she said to the two boys, who obeyed. "What's going on?" Minoru asked, bending down. Tsuyu slowly raised her head to look at the water and then lowered her head again. "There are villains all around us. I didn't want them to see us." Izuku quietly raised his head and sighed as he sat down on the floor. "I think they already know we're here. Especially since I landed with an explosion, I wasn't exactly quiet." "How do we get out of here then?" Minoru asked. "I don't know yet, we need to come up with a plan." Izuku looked at his two comrades who stared at him for a few seconds. "What are your quirks?" he finally asked. "My hair is a sticky ball. I can only throw a few before my head hurts. If I'm in shape, they can last for several hours without you being able to get out," Minoru explained as he untied one of the balls forming his hair. "I have the characteristics of a frog. I can stick to walls, take on a certain color to camouflage myself, and my tongue can reach up to 20 meters. So, you can also swim easily." "Yes." Izuku put his hand on his chin and began to think. "What about you? What quirks do you have exactly?" "Explosions, acid, super strength and anti-gravity." "Oh, you got two chicks from our CL. And Bakugo too. What a killer," Minoru said, banging his head. Izuku ignored his comment and lifted his head over the edge. "This is not normal. What's going on?" asked Tsuyu. "I think they don't know what our quirks are. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you to the water. That may also be why they don't get on the boat and just wait for us." Tsuyu nodded and Minoru widened his eyes. "Wow, you're a smart guy." Izuku lowered to his initial level. "Okay, I have an idea." His two CL mates turned to him, attentive. "Mineta, you'll have to throw a lot of balls in the water." "It's no use, they won't willingly go to my balls." "Don't worry about it. I'll just jump over the side and launch an attack into the water. That should create a whirlpool and draw all the villains in to stick together." He turned to Tsuyu. "Then you'll have to catch me with your tongue before I fall. After that, we should have a clear path to the shore." Both teenagers nodded at their CL mate's instructions. Minoru stood up and began to throw many balls into the water. Izuku and Tsuyu could see that the villains in the water were indeed dodging the balls. After a few seconds, Minoru stopped and sat down on the floor, blood pouring from his temples. "Wah! I can't take it anymore." Izuku looked up from the water. There must have been 50 or so glue balls in the water. "That should be enough." He took one last breath before rising to his feet. "Okay, my turn." He put one foot on the edge of the boat before shouting, "Hey! There!" Immediately, all the villains turned towards him and Izuku threw himself into the void. He then activated One for All in his hand and launched an attack into the water. Immediately, the force of the attack created a whirlpool that swept away all the villains. Izuku grimaced as he felt his fingers break because of the quirk. Before he could touch the water, he felt a kind of low wrap around his waist and pull him back into the boat. When he reached the floor of the boat again, he found that it was Tsuyu's tongue that he had felt. "Hang in there," he quickly said, and the teenagers clung to the boat's railings. The boat was roughly swept away by the whirlpool and Izuku squeaked as his injured fingers touched the metal to grab hold. Before the movement was over, Izuku looked up and noticed that all the villains were stuck together and couldn't move anymore. "Let's go," he shouted again as he got up. Once again, he felt Tsuyu's tongue latch around his waist and take him over the edge. "Hold your breath," the young woman ordered before diving in with Minoru in her arms. Less than a second later, Izuku found himself underwater before he was pulled up. He breathed hard and Tsuyu grabbed his hand. Without waiting, she swam at full speed towards the shore in order to escape from the villains who were a few meters away from them. It was when Izuku's hands touched the edge of the false sea that his heart slowed. He climbed up in a panic and looked back at his friends. He saw Tsuyu throw Minoru to the shore before she pulled herself up. "Hey!" the boy exclaimed. Izuku grabbed Tsuyu with his uninjured hand and helped her out of the water. "We need to get out of here fast." Tsuyu nodded and started running with him. Minoru quickly joined them. "Where are we going?" he asked when he reached their level. "We need to hide somewhere safe before the teachers arrive." They found themselves behind a rock where they sat down to catch their breath. "What do we do now?" Tsuyu asked. Izuku shook his head. "We wait." "How do you know if the heroes are going to come and save us?" Minoru exclaimed as he sat down next to them. "I can't know that. But I can hope that they noticed we didn't give any sign and that something bad is happening." Izuku sighed and closed his eyes. What would Katsuki do in this situation? He'd probably jump in the water and blow all the villains away. Izuku chuckled at the thought. He opened his eyes again and looked at his injured hand. He had broken 2 fingers again with the one for all. Izuku winced once more as he shook hands and turned around. He tilted his head to hopefully see where they stood. "We should go back to the entrance. Number 13 must still be there." Izuku cut himself off before opening his eyes wide in horror at what he had just seen. "Midoriya?" Tsuyu asked, leaning in his direction. Tsuyu gasped as she saw the same thing as her CL mate. A few meters away from them, towards the fountain, was their teacher, Isawa, against the ground with his head full of blood. Above him was a light-haired villain with many hands on his body. Isawa was in a bad state, his head slammed against the ground, one of his arms seemed to be broken. The villain had one hand on that injured arm. At the same time, the light-haired villain turned his head towards them and Izuku gasped. He saw them. Izuku turned around before moving away from the rock they were hiding behind. Tsuyu did the same thing when she saw the villain's movement. "What's going on?" Minoru asked when he saw their panic. "We have to get out of here," Izuku cried. He got up and started to run towards the entrance with his comrades, but before they could make it a few feet, the light-haired villain appeared in front of them. "Well, some kids didn't get caught," he said in a dark voice. Izuku froze. "I always have to do the work by myself." Immediately, the villain raised his hand and brought it to Tsuyu's face. Izuku's eyes widened once more at this action. No, he couldn't let that happen. He had to do something. He quickly observed the villain's position. He had no fighting stance to protect himself in case of a counterattack. So, he must have been completely confident in his abilities. Only his hand was forward, his quirk must have been there. Izuku didn't have time to think about how he could activate it, he had to protect Tsuyu's face. Without hesitation, he threw his body forward and came to block the path between the villain's hand and the young woman's face with his own hand. Izuku closed his eyes, anticipating the pain he would feel upon contact. If only he could protect his own arm. At that moment, the villain's fingers touched his skin but Izuku felt no pain. It was as if the contact was far away and he didn't even feel it. Izuku opened his eyes and saw that the villain's hand had closed around his forearm. His breath caught as he saw that the skin on his forearm had changed to stone, just like Eijiro's skin. He managed to activate Eijiro's quirk. Of course, Izuku's copies were weaker than the originals. It was normal that he could only activate Eijiro's quirk in a small part of his body. The villain's voice snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. The light-haired man sighed and turned to their teacher. "You're awesome, Eraserhead. Still saving your students in this state?" "Indeed," Isawa had looked up when he saw the villain rushing towards his students and had activated his quirk to prevent him from hurting them. Nomu, take care of the... He was then cut off by Izuku, who activated a combined explosion with Oako and Mina's quirk and sent the villain flying. Run! Izuku exclaimed at the same time. The teenager stood up and dashed after his friends before he heard the light-haired man yell. Nomu! Kill the kids, starting with that curly-haired NPC. Immediately, a huge dark creature with an exposed skull appeared in front of the students, blocking their way. What's that? Minoru shouted as he spotted the beast. Izuku didn't wait for the creature to attack before launching his own explosion. He also activated Eijiro's altar in his palm to reduce the backlash. Unlike the light-haired man, the creature almost didn't back down. It let out a horrific scream and lunged at Izuku before throwing a punch. Izuku crossed his arms in front of him and activated Eijiro's altar on his forearms to mitigate the attack. As the impact hit, Izuku flew backwards and hit one of the sceneries of the field. His reinforced arms had cushioned the blow and he was left with only bruises on his forearms. On the other hand, his back had taken everything when he made contact with the wall. Fortunately, Izuku could see that Tsuyu and Minoru had left the stage and rushed towards the entrance where number 13 and other students probably were. Izuku raised his head and saw at the last moment that the beast was rushing towards him. He rolled to the side to avoid the blow and quickly stood up. Instantly, he activated the One for All and Eijiro's quirk in his arm and struck with all his might. Izuku opened his eyes wide when the monster didn't move a muscle. Even his arm hadn't been broken. The Nomu didn't wait a second longer before hitting Izuku again. With a groan of pain, Izuku flew about 10 meters and landed with difficulty on the sandy ground. His head hit the ground hard and his ears began to ring. Izuku tried to get up but his aching limbs prevented him from doing so. Izuku struggled to raise his head and saw that the monster had followed him down and was preparing to hit him again. Izuku wasn't going to be able to protect himself in time. Was this the end? After so much work and time to get to his goal? After finally finding his quirk? Izuku closed his eyes and lowered his head. He was preparing to receive the blow when he heard a huge explosion. He hadn't launched any attack though. When he received no shock, Izuku raised his head and saw that the beast was no longer above him. What the hell, Deku? Why aren't you protecting yourself? A new voice exclaimed. Izuku recognized it immediately. Kachin. He almost felt tears running down his cheeks. Izuku watched as his best friend fought the creature and pulled it away from Izuku. A few seconds later, Eijiro came running. Izuku! The red-haired boy exclaimed when he saw him. He rushed to him and helped him to his feet. Are you all right? Eijiro asked. Izuku nodded. Yes, I think. He tried to stand on his legs but collapsed in Eijiro's arms. The latter immediately caught him before he could fall. What's going on here? The smaller boy looked up at Katsuki, who was beginning to struggle to push the Nomu away. Aizawa-sensei was being attacked by a villain. This villain saw Asui, Mineta and me. He attacked us but I pushed him away. He got angry and sent that monster after us. Izuku looked at his injured hand and looked up at their teacher. To his surprise, the light-haired villain had not returned to attack Isawa. He was standing a few feet away from him. The portal of purple smoke appeared next to him. A man of smoke came out of it. It must have been the person to whom this smoke quirk belonged. Tamura Shigaraki. He then said. The light-haired man, Tamura Shigaraki, turned to him. What? One of the students managed to escape. I'm sorry. Tamura suddenly began to shout. Damn it. All Might isn't here yet, and now the other heroes are coming? Izuku's eyes widened. They were there for All Might. It was at that moment that Katsuki failed to push the monster away and was thrown against the ground. Izuku and Eijiro rushed towards him as he stood up, a grimace on his face. I don't need your help, Katsuki exclaimed. Nomu walked towards them with a quick step and Eijiro stood in front of them to protect them. Just as the shot was about to go off, the door to the dome exploded and All Might appeared. Izuku's eyes softened as he saw his hero arrive and cuddled up to Katsuki, who hugged him. Nomu. The light-haired villain yelled once more as he caught sight of All Might. A big smile came over his face and he raised an arm towards the hero. "Take care of him," he ordered. Immediately, the beast turned around and charged at the adult. Izuku couldn't see the rest of the fight because his eyes started to blur. Katsuki shook him as he got up and Izuku came to his senses. He then looked up from Katsuki's shoulder and saw a bloodstain on it. "Kachin," he exclaimed, "you are bleeding." Katsuki lowered his head and ran his hand over the area. He then looked up, a grimace on his face. "I'm not the one who's hurt." Izuku tried to get up but a headache took him and he stumbled forward. Katsuki and Eijiro caught him. "Izuku." The dark-haired boy put his hand on his hair. He then pulled it away and looked at his bloody hand. "Oh," then he said. Izuku suddenly collapsed in the arms of his two comrades. Katsuki and Eijiro gently laid him down on the ground, supporting his head. "Deku. What the hell did you do to yourself?" The injured man saw himself flying from the monster's blow and his head hitting the ground hard. He tried to get words out but his pasty mouth prevented him from doing so. He finally felt someone lift his head before wrapping a piece of cloth around it, probably a torn piece of Eijiro's cloak. The last thing Izuku saw before ping out was Tamura falling to the ground and many people coming towards the field. When Izuku regained consciousness, he heard many voices around him. In addition, a repetitive noise resounded in the room he was in. With a grunt, Izuku opened his eyes before closing them again because of the strong white light. He must have been in a hospital. "Izuku." A voice that immediately Izuku recognized exclaimed. "Mom?" he asked, trying to open his eyes again. "Oh, my darling, I was so scared when I got the call that villains had attacked your training and you were hurt," Inko continued, rushing to his side. Izuku smiled with difficulty at his mother. "Don't worry, Mom, it's nothing too serious." "Yes, the villains got in but I got stupidly hurt when I fell," he softly laughed. As Izuku fled his mother's gaze because of his lie, he noticed that Katsuki was also in the room, leaning against one of the walls. Also, a nurse was in the corner, nicely waiting for the mother to finish her conversation with her child. "Oh, Izuku. You have to be more careful. You can't hurt yourself like that. What if one of the villains had found you before Katsuki did? I can't imagine what would have happened." Inko suddenly hugged him and Izuku squeaked under the pressure. It was then that he realized he had many bandages on his arms and also one wrapped around his head. She then turned to Katsuki. "I'm sure Katsuki has a lot to tell you. He stayed by your bedside the whole time you were sleeping." Izuku smiled once more and turned his head towards his friend, who had merely looked down. Inko then walked out of his room with the nurse. Katsuki came closer to him and jumped to sit on the bed. Izuku was used to his behavior, so he shifted to make room for him. "Why did you lie to her?" he asked at once. Izuku lowered his head. "I didn't want her to worry about me. I think it's a little too late for that." "I know. But I couldn't tell her that I had been attacked by a gigantic monster and that he had thrown me to the ground so hard my skull exploded." Katsuki stared at him without saying anything. "Besides, if she knew what really happened, she would have tried to get me off Ua. You know how she is." Katsuki sighed and came to push Izuku's head with the tip of his finger. Izuku whimpered at the movement and came to place his unbroken hand on his forehead. "Kachin. You've been asleep for almost 2 days, idiot." Katsuki ignored him. Izuku rested his hand beside his body and looked up at the blonde man. "Everyone was worried about you. All the idiots are just waiting to hear that you're awake so they can run into the room. Why don't they do it now then? Because your mother has forbidden anyone to enter until the nurses have taken care of you." "What about you? Your mother let me in, because she knows me." Izuku nodded at the new information and looked up when he felt Katsuki's hand rest on his chin. Once again, her eyes met the blonde's and Katsuki gently stroked his cheek. Izuku smiled and Katsuki sighed before lowering her head. "You're such a moron. Can't take care of yourself without hurting yourself. What are you gonna do when I'm not around?" Izuku softly laughed. I know you'll always be there, we're not a duo for nothing. At that moment, Inko reappeared in the room with the same nurse as before. Katsuki then got off the injured man's bed. Izuku. The nurse is going to give you a final diagnosis, but I have to go to work. Call me when it's all over and you can get out of the hospital, okay? The boy nodded and watched his mother leave the hospital room. Immediately the nurse grabbed his chart and began to list his injuries. Most of the wounds were only superficial. Some fairly obvious bruises on your forearms, and scratches all over your body. The biggest injuries were your broken fingers and your head trauma. Fortunately, nothing too serious, but you'll have to be careful for a while not to exhaust yourself too much so as not to cause a relapse, right? She then walked over to the bed and grabbed a stethoscope as Katsuki left her place. I'll check on a few things and let you know when you can come out, okay? Izuku nodded and let her. The woman then ran a few tests before walking away and scribbling something on the file. Well, everything seems to be in order. We'll keep you one more night to see if you don't get sick again, but you can go out tomorrow. She pointed to a pile of stuff on the bedside table. All your stuff is there. If you have anything to ask, don't hesitate to call us, she said, pointing to the red button on the edge of the bed. She then walked towards the door with a smile. I'll bring your other friends in. They've been waiting for a while. They must be eager to see you again. She then opened the door before leaving the room. Immediately, Izuku's friends entered the hospital room. The injured man could see that Ochako, Mina, Minoru, Eijiro and Denki had been waiting for him to wake up. Izuku. They cried as they saw him sitting on his bed. Izuku smiled and with difficulty raised his hand in greeting. The teenagers rushed towards him. You can't imagine how panicked I was when you collapsed, Eijiro exclaimed, putting his hands on the bed. Izuku nodded. My head hit the ground when the villain threw me against the floor. I was lucky because I managed to avoid the worst of it with your quirk, he said, showing the bruises on his forearms. Eijiro put on a surprised face. I thought you couldn't activate it? Well, I did it, you see, since it's a weaker version, I couldn't activate it in my whole body. But I can activate it in a small part. Izuku then demonstrated by activating Eijiro's quirk in his fingers. Perfect then. The redhead replied, smiling. Minoru then interrupted them by shouting. What? You Ed Kirishima too? Izuku gasped and blushed. That's right, Eijiro. You didn't tell me that, Mina said, putting a hand on his shoulder. He also blushed before scratching the back of his neck. It's true. I mean it just happened. Izuku could hear Katsuki sigh in the corner of the room. Well, congratulations on losing your virginity, Eijiro. Mina started to clap and Ochako joined her, laughing. Welcome to the club, buddy, Denki continued, placing his hand on his shoulder. Their conversation was interrupted again by Minoru's shout. So, I'm the last virgin in this room. No one answered him and Ochako softly chuckled. The boy turned to Denki. Dude, I thought you were with me? Denki opened his eyes wide. Have you seen my athletic body? No one can resist me. Izuku suddenly started laughing and the others joined him. Stop laughing, Midoriya. It's not fair. You've already had 4 people in this room, 4 out of 6. Even 5 out of 6 if he gives me a chance. Denki whispered and Ochako kicked him in the ribs. Minoru let out another scream before turning back to Izuku. Anyway. Dude, what were those crazy moves against the bad guy? You moved all of a sudden and parried his attack with no problem. Izuku thought for a few seconds. In fact, I noticed that he was not in a defensive position at all. So, I assumed that he was totally confident in his quirk. And then, only his hand was forward. So, I stepped in, imagining that his quirk was there. So smart, Eijiro exclaimed. And then when the monster came, it's a good thing you distracted it or Asui and I would have never been able to escape. At that moment, Ochako opened his eyes wide. You fought that black beast? Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was the one who put me on the ground, by the way. Why? The smoke portal didn't send me far. I ended up a few meters from where we started with Iida. That's how we managed to get him out with the help of number 13. I saw the beast from this point. So, it was Iida who went to get help. Ochako nodded. And number 13, how is she? Not very well, she took most of the hits to get us out. She and Izawa-sensei were admitted to surgery. That means it was pretty bad, we were lucky. Izuku sighed and closed his eyes. He opened them again and turned his head to Mina. Asui and Mineta were in the lake. Where were you? He asked. Denki, Juru, Yaoyorozu and I ended up at the collapse level. We were lucky, she explained. Bakugo and I found ourselves in the abandoned buildings. It was pretty easy to get out and the villains weren't very strong, Eijiro then said. Izuku sighed once more and settled back against the bed. That's good then. I'm glad there aren't too many injuries. You were the only student in the hospital. He smiled and was about to say something when a ringing interrupted him. Everyone turned to Denki, who quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket. Oh shoot, it's my mom, I'll be right back, he said before leaving the room. When the door closed behind him, the teenager's attention turned back to the injured man. Oh, by the way, exclaimed Mina. Please have been cancelled until next Monday, while we recover from the events. That's not bad, Izuku replied. I agree, that gives us more days off. At that moment the door opened again and Denki's head appeared. Sorry guys, he said, but I have to go. My mom wants me home. See you on Monday. He finally greeted them before closing the door behind him. At the same time, Ochako took her phone out. It's true that it's already pretty late, I'll have to go too if I want to be back before it gets dark, she explained. Little by little, all of Izuku's friends left the room until only Katsuki was left. Kachin. Aren't you going home either? Katsuki sighed before moving closer to Izuku. I didn't wait 2 days to leave as soon as you woke up. Oh, did you miss me that much? Izuku laughed. Oh you? Katsuki exclaimed before quickly approaching the bed under Izuku's laughter. Just as Katsuki got close to the bed, he raised his hand. Izuku braced himself for a blow and shielded his face without stopping to laugh. He froze as the blonde's hand landed hard against the bed. Izuku looked up at his friend who suddenly pulled back the blanket that was hiding him. It was then that he looked up and grabbed Izuku's leg. He widened his eyes when he realized what his best friend had planned. He tried to shake his leg to get out of the way but Katsuki's grip wouldn't stand up. No. Kachin. The blonde didn't listen to him and started tickling Izuku's feet. The injured man burst out laughing and began to wriggle away from his friend. Haha, no. Stop. Izuku continued to struggle for a while until Katsuki released him. He took the opportunity to catch his breath and comfortably settled back against the bed. Katsuki then took this moment to sit on the bed but unlike earlier when he had stayed on the side, he came and settled between his legs. Izuku opened his eyes when Katsuki grabbed his cheek. He looked up at him and smiled when he met his eyes. The blonde approached slowly. You're such an idiot, what would you do without me? Without you I might still be a virgin, Katsuki chuckled. That's right, it's a good thing I took care of you, he said in a deep voice. The blonde leaned in and gently kissed Izuku. He grabbed the back of Katsuki's neck with his uninjured hand and reciprocated the kiss. Izuku slightly spread his legs and Katsuki took the opportunity to get even closer. The little one moaned when his best friend came to rub himself against him. The two teens continued to kiss for a few seconds before Katsuki broke away from him and rested his forehead against Izuku's shoulder. You have to be more careful. You can't hurt yourself every time. Izuku did not answer. Even though I'll be there to save you all the time, you can't just jump into battle like that and end up injured every time. I don't need you to save me. You just have to control your quirks better. Izuku raised his head. I'm doing my best. No. You don't even try, all you do is sleep with everyone to get as many quirks as possible. Izuku's eyes widened and he felt his heart skip a beat. Are you serious right now? Yes, I'm serious. There's no point in having so many quirks if you can't even control them, stupid. The injured teenager pushed the blonde from the bed with all his might. You blame me for sleeping with people, but you were the one having with someone the same day you took my virginity. Katsuki did not answer and Izuku took the opportunity to continue. Get out of here. I wasn't going to stay anyway. I'm not hanging out with someone who only hurts himself like an idiot. Katsuki got off the bed and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Immediately, Izuku's breath quickened and he put his hand against his mouth, trying to prevent a sob from coming out of his throat. He had never argued like that with Katsuki. Never had Katsuki been so mean to Izuku. His words were more violent than usual and they had hurt Izuku this time. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to slow his breathing. He shouldn't be crying over this. Katsuki probably didn't mean it, of course, he didn't. He must have been so worried about Izuku that he didn't think before he spoke. The boy tried to roar himself after his best friend's actions. It was at this moment that a new person knocked on the door of his room. Yes, he said, trying to hide his trembling voice. The door opened and Izuku could see Tsuyu enter the room. "Asui," he exclaimed as he watched her approach him. "Izuku," she replied, bowing slightly, "you can call me Tsuyu." "Tsuyu. I'm glad you've recovered well," she continued. Izuku softly laughed and raised his arms. "More fear than harm. I simply took a blow on the head which knocked me out." Something ped in Tsuyu's eyes and she sighed. "I was so scared when I saw the villain running towards me. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't here." "Better not to think about it. What matters is that I was there to save you," Tsuyu smiled. "Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Izuku. If there's anything I can do to thank you." "Don't worry about it, Tsuyu. No need to thank me." The young woman then looked down at Izuku's bed before resuming. "I could take care of that for you," she offered, pointing at him. Izuku followed the finger with his eyes and gasped when he saw his Miive erection under the sheets. Immediately he hid it, blushing. "Oh my god, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that." Tsuyu softly laughed before walking over and sitting down on the bed. She placed her hand on his thigh. "That's okay. That's why I'm offering to take care of it." Izuku looked up at her. "Oh no, don't feel obligated because you feel guilty." "I want to, and I also want to give you my quirk." Izuku did not answer for a few seconds. "I know you can't copy physical quirks, but I think you can still get several parts of mine." Izuku hesitated. He had just had a fight with Katsuki because he was sleeping with a lot of people and he was about to do it again. Once again, he met Tsuyu's gaze as she slid her hand under his sheet. Katsuki. They weren't in a romantic relationship. Izuku didn't owe him anything. If he wanted to then he could. "Okay." He nodded. Immediately, Tsuyu grabbed his member and Izuku moaned, throwing his head back. The young woman did not wait to get the sheets out of the way and discover the member of Izuku. She placed herself between his legs like Katsuki earlier and began to move back and forth on his penis. The boy's breath quickened and he closed his eyes. He gasped when he felt Tsuyu's tongue wrap around his member. "Ah," he groaned at the movement. Izuku opened his eyes again and lowered his head. He watched Tsuyu concentrating on her task. She moved her tongue and hand rhythmically. His legs began to shake and he put his hand on her head. "Tsuyu," he said with a sigh. Tsuyu looked up and sped up her movements when she saw the boy's condition. Once again, Izuku threw his head back as he felt the girl's tongue extend even further to reach his testicles. This action pushed him over the edge and he came hard as he leaned forward. He grabbed Tsuyu's head and forced her against him. He then felt his surge and stain her mouth. Izuku froze, letting his ecstasy moment page chapter end notes. What do you guys think about the fight scenes? It's the first story where I write this type of scenes and I hope they're not boring. See you next time. Chapter 7 Chapter Notes. Hi. It's been a while. I don't know where to begin. The beginning of 2022 was a nightmare for me and depression hit me like a truck lull. I've never felt this bad in my life, to the point where my writing pile disappeared for a few months. It took me a while to finish the 9th chapter, but I just finished it, and now I can post the 7th one. I also wanted to tell you guys that it's going to be hard to post the next chapters because I'm actually going to college. So yeah, even though I love writing, I want to put my studies first. I'll try to post as much as I can, but I can't promise as much chapters as last year. I'll do my best. Anyways, I hope you'll like this chapter. After a few moments, he released Tsuyu and the girl raised her head, licking her lips. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. It's okay, she said, smiling. Izuku laid back against the mattress. Ah, he sighed. That was one of the best blowjobs I've ever received. Good for you then. Tsuyu smiled as he properly sat back down. You seem to have some experience in this, Tsuyu. Izuku suddenly exclaimed. The young woman looked at him with big eyes. Izuku, I literally am a frog girl with a tongue that stretches out. How can I not be the fantasy of half of boys? Izuku widened his eyes before laughing. That's right, I hadn't even thought of that. Tsuyu didn't take his eyes off him. So yes, I have experience in everything UAL. Everything, everything? Tsuyu nodded. Yes, especially oral. Why, do you want to go further? Izuku blushed and softly laughed. Whoa, no need. I already thank you for what you did. The young woman nodded with a small smile. Are you sure this will be enough to copy my quirk? Izuku shook his head. I have no idea. I've always gone all the way with my past partners. He looked up at her. I can still try, but I'll need to know how you activate your quirk. Or at least part of your quirk. Tsuyu raised her hands and showed them to Izuku. My fingers and toes act as suction cups to attach to walls. Any wall? Any surface? And the other parts of your quirk? I have the ability to swim faster and stay underwater longer without having to take a breath. I should be able to copy that, but I'd have to test it in a pool. Anything else? I can extend my tongue and regurgitate my stomach, she suddenly said. Izuku widened his eyes. Well, I'm not sure I want to spit out my stomach without being sure I can swallow it, so I'll do without that. As for the tongue, it should be possible. I'd have to test it anyway. Yes, I can see that. Is there any more information? I can camouflage myself in the landscape, otherwise, apart from my appearance, there is nothing more. Izuku smiled. Thank you very much, Tsuyu. With pleasure, she answered. I want to test the suction cups. Izuku immediately exclaimed. But I need something to try them. Tsuyu took out a bottle of water from her bag and gave it to him. Try to activate them with your fingertips, that's how I do it. Izuku nodded and took the bottle with his uninjured hand. He tried to concentrate for a few moments. Unlike his other quirks, this one was specifically in the fingers. Of course, the gravity quirk was thrown from the fingertips, but it was a force that he threw to reach outward. Izuku then imagined suction cups on his fingerprints sticking against the bottle. When he opened his eyes again, he could see that even if he opened his hand downwards, the bottle did not fall. Good job. Tsuyu congratulated him, softly clapping. Izuku smiled again and brought his second hand towards the bottle. Immediately, he activated the suction cups on his 3 unbroken fingers and pressed them against the bottle. To his great misfortune, these fingers did not stick to the bottle. I had to expect it. I only get a weak copy of the quirk. It's normal that I can only use it on one hand at a time. He removed the suction cups from the healthy hand and immediately his 3 fingers were frozen to the plastic. You see? He said, pointing to the bottle. Yes, it's a shame. But I'm sure that with a little more practice you'll be able to activate it on several of your hands and even your feet. Once again, someone knocked on the door and the 2 teenagers turned around. Yes? The door opened and Izuku saw All Might's head appear in his small form. Oh, I didn't know you were with someone. I'll come back later, he said as he closed the door. Tsuyu stopped him by getting up from the bed. Oh no, stay, I was going to go anyway. The young woman got up and Izuku gave her back her water bottle. See you on Monday, she said before leaving the room to make room for the hero. All Might watched her leave, then approached the boy. Midoriya Shonen, I'm glad you're okay. Izuku smiled with all his teeth. Me too, All Might. I'm relieved that you're okay. The man laughed loudly. I would never let a lowly villain beat me like that. Although I must admit, that monster did give me a hard time. Izuku widened his eyes. You fought against it? All Might nodded and Izuku continued. The villain, the one with the light hair, is called Tamura Shigaraki. Or at least that's what the other smoke villain said. He called the creature a Nomu. All Might sighed and took out a small notebook from his pocket. I need to write this down to send to one of my colleagues in the police. He scribbled on his paper and then looked up at the boy. Do you have any other information? This could be crucial for the investigation. Izuku nodded. I was with Tsuyu and Mineta when the smoke villain teleported us. Yes, Asui and Mineta told us that when we questioned them. We ended up on a boat in the middle of the water, except that Tsuyu has a water-type quirk. That means they didn't know about our quirks before they attacked. All Might continued to write, shaking his head. When we managed to get out of the boat to land, we saw Aizawa-sensei on the ground against the light-haired villain. Sensei was in a bad condition. I think his arm was broken. Yes, he went through several surgeries, but everything is fine now. That's good. Unfortunately, the villain saw us and came towards us. He was not in a defensive position at all and just put his hand forward. So, I assumed that he was totally confident in his abilities and that his quirk must be in his hands. Did he touch you? Yes, but Aizawa-sensei managed to deactivate his quirk when he did, so I couldn't see what kind of quirk it was. All Might scribbled a last sentence before putting away the notebook. Thank you very much for your information, Midoriya Shonen. My pleasure. And your fight, how did it go? It was rather complicated. I had already used up my time for the day, the man explained. Oh, is that why you weren't there? All Might nodded. Yes, so I had to push as hard as I could to keep the fight going. Fortunately, I managed to eject the beast and the reinforcements arrived to take care of the others. I'm relieved. Izuku smiled. So, you stopped the villains? The man shook his head. Unfortunately, no, they ran away through the smoke portal just as the other teachers arrived. The smile on Izuku's face disappeared and he sighed. At least we got away with it. I hope they won't attack us again. I hope so too, young man. Anyway, enough about that. How are you progressing with your quirk? Pretty well, I guess. I've picked up some interesting quirks that are compatible with the ones I already had. If you don't mind my asking, how many quirks do you have now? Izuku thought for a few seconds before continuing. I currently have 5 in addition to 1 for all. And how is it going with them? Anything abnormal detected? I don't think so. Well, suddenly, a new information appeared in Izuku's mind. I think the 1 for all added something to my original quirk. What do you mean? I think it may have accentuated my quirk from the start. I feel like people see me in a different way than before. All Might smiled gently. Are you sure about that? He softly laughed. Izuku blushed at his mentor's insinuations. I know it may sound strange, but I think my quirk has changed. And that would be due to 1 for all? I think so. Before, I never really had friends. Well, very close friends. Izuku explained while making quotation marks with his fingers. All Might laughed softly. Young man, this is just your evolution in adult life. Duality is part of it. Izuku shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. It's quite embarrassing. All Might didn't take his eyes off him. No one ever told me I was attractive before I got 1 for all, but if it came from my quirk, it would have been long ago. We can't be sure it's from 1 for all. It's probably because you've grown muscles. Izuku sighed and lowered his head. It's true. All Might came and rubbed his head on the uninjured side. Don't worry about it. Concentrate on developing your quirks. Well, first on your recovery. Yes. The boy replied before the older man decided to leave. It's getting late. I'll leave you alone for tonight. Call me when you get out of the hospital. I'm supposed to be out tomorrow, but I'll call you when I'm out. All Might gave him one last wave before walking away and out the door again. When he was finally alone, Izuku comfortably laid down against the mattress. He then turned his head to the bedside table and grabbed his phone from there. He immediately noticed that he had received a lot of recovery messages from his friends in the CL group that had been created at the beginning of the year. He softly smiled as he answered them. He then went to his conversation with his mother and left a quick message. I should be able to go out tomorrow. I'll call you when I have confirmation. A few seconds, a new notification appeared on his screen. Okay, my darling. Less than 3 inches, his mother had answered him. Izuku smiled before opening a new search page. He then started to search for information about the event. Fortunately, no information had been released to the public. A new person knocked on the door and another nurse entered with a cart in her hands. Good evening, Izuku. I'll bring you dinner. The boy smiled and watched as the young woman approached him with a tray. I'll come back in 40 minutes to get your tray. Good appetite. Izuku thanked her and started to eat. Later, the nurse came back and got his things. He quickly brushed his teeth and went to bed. He had slept for several days, but he was still tired. The next day, he was woken up by another nurse bringing him breakfast, and a few minutes later, a doctor entered the room. Good morning, Izuku. Good morning, the young man politely answered. I'm going to do some more tests and normally you should be able to leave and go home. Immediately, the doctor took care of him and Izuku was able to get dressed in the clothes that his mother had brought him the day before. After getting dressed, Izuku called his mother, who arrived about 20 minutes later. She quickly signed the don't so that he could leave under the advice of the doctor who had examined the boy. It is a little later that Izuku finally found himself at home after several days in the hospital. I have to go back to work, Izuku, but I won't be back too late tonight, okay? The boy nodded and his mother kissed him quickly before leaving the house. Izuku, for his part, went to his room to lie down again on his bed. He raised his uninjured hand over his face and sighed. As All Might had told him, he needed to focus on the quirks he had. He still had a lot of work to do. He already had to find all the facets of Suyu's quirk to understand where and how to use it. Also, he had to understand the limit of Eijiro's quirk to activate it properly. If he could also add work to that, he would work on the weight he could carry with Ochako's quirk. So Izuku had to find a place to practice. His room was not usable for that. It was out of the question that he would risk ruining his room with his mostly offensive quirks. The beach he had cleaned was also off limits. He couldn't use his quirk in a public place without being outlawed. Izuku grabbed his phone and opened the message app. His eyes fell on the conversation with Katsuki. He then remembered that during the 10 months before the UA entrance exam, it was Katsuki's garden that he used for training. Unfortunately, it was out of the question for him to ask Katsuki to go to his house to train after their fight. Finally, Izuku noticed the messages that All Might had left him. He then decided to answer them. I'm home safe. A few minutes later, he received a reply. Very good, young man. Something lit up in Izuku's mind. All Might was a hero, so he must have places to train. I have a question. The man's message came immediately. Yes? I'd like to test some combinations for my new quirks. Do you have a room or place where I can train? The hero wrote for a few moments. Yes, I can offer you several places. In fact, I have a personal room immune to quirks in my apartment. Izuku's eyes lit up. That would be perfect if you agree to host me. With pleasure, replied All Might. Another message arrived. What time do you want to go? My mother is not here all day, so as soon as possible? I can pick you up right away. We could also go to lunch together. With pleasure. Izuku took the opportunity to send his address to his teacher before accessing his conversation with his mother. I'm going to see my coach today, so I won't be home. See you tonight. He then put his phone down on his bedside table and got up from his bed. He went to his closet and pulled out a gym outfit and quickly put it on. A few minutes later, the apartment bell rang and Izuku rushed to the entrance with his bag containing a change of clothes. Hello, All Might, he exclaimed when he saw the man in front of him. The hero smiled and raised his hand before greeting him. Hello, Midoriya Shonen. In shape for today? The boy nodded. Of course. Let's go then. The two men went to the hero's car before going to the older man's apartment. During the trip, Izuku was getting more and more stressed. He was going to enter Might's apartment. One of his greatest childhood dreams was coming true. They finally arrived in front of a normal building, nothing too flashy. I thought you would have a more luxurious apartment, Izuku murmured. The hero loudly laughed. It's true that I've been offered several times luxury apartments in 15-story buildings. Why didn't you accept? I don't usually stay in one place for very long. No need for such a luxurious apartment for a single man. Then he opened the door of his home. Welcome to my humble home, he exclaimed while letting Izuku enter. Immediately, the teenager opened wide eyes when he saw the decoration. Indeed, the walls were covered with merchandise with his effigy. You collect your own merchandise? Izuku shouted while turning to his teacher. The man rubbed the back of his neck, a little embered. Yes, that's right. Izuku rushed to one of the posters and shouted. Wow! I don't have that one. And this figurine, he continued, turning to a GL case that was there. It was a limited edition. I've only seen it in magazines. All Might laughed and approached him before opening the window and grabbing the figurine. I can give it to you if you want. Izuku immediately burst into tears when the figurine was placed in his hands. All Might. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The man put his hand on his shoulder. Don't cry, young man. You are here to train. Izuku recovered and wiped his tears. Yes. He then followed his teacher in a room at the end of the corridor. There was a large room covered with tatami mats for training. I didn't think it would be so big. That's the only condition I asked for when I was offered an apartment, that there had to be a big enough gym. Izuku went to one of the benches there and put his bag and the figurine All Might had just given him. So, what did you want to test today? The boy turned to the adult and began to stretch. I wanted to test the limit of Eijiro's quirk and all the facets of Suyu's. Do you already know what they can do? Or at least what you can do with them? At the beginning I couldn't activate Eijiro's quirk because I was trying to make it appear on my whole body even though I know that I only make copies. It was later during the USJ that I managed to activate it partially on my forearms. He pointed to the bruises on his forearms. I managed to protect my arms with it so they wouldn't break. He quickly observed his arms. I would have to find the limit to which I can extend the protection. All Might didn't answer and only observed him. Izuku closed his eyes and imagined a shield around him but only on his hands. Immediately his skin hardened and his hands were protected by this stone. Well, I can already activate it on command. Now I have to extend it to the maximum to see how far I can use it. He then imagined the shield spreading over his arms. To his surprise, the quirk listened to his request and slowly progressed to the top of his elbows. There, he stopped and did not move despite Izuku's will. He then turned to All Might. It seems that my elbows are the limit to which I can extend this quirk. All Might nodded and thought for a few moments before continuing. During your match with Bakugo and Iida, Ashido had pointed out that your hands could not handle her quirk and the power of Bakugo's explosions. Izuku opened his eyes wide. That's right. I could combine Eijiro's quirk with the explosions to protect my hands. Yes, that would be perfect to avoid the backlash. A new idea appeared in the teenager's mind. Oh, I could even concentrate the shield in my hands to make an even thicker protection. Without waiting for his teacher's approval, Izuku looked at his hands and concentrated. Eijiro's quirk was currently spread out to his elbows. If he wanted to make a thicker layer on his hands than before, then he had to make sure to fold the quirk to focus it on his hands. Izuku then imagined a sheet of paper folding towards his hands, forming a thicker protection on them. He saw that his idea had worked when he opened his eyes and saw the palms much better protected than before. I did it, he exclaimed, showing his palms to the hero. The hero congratulated him and said, "Can you still launch explosions with such a thick layer on your hands?" Izuku then turned to the room and placed himself in the middle. All Might had made it clear that the room was immune to quirks, so he could use his explosions without risk of ruining the building. The teenager got into position and took a deep breath. Without letting go of Eijiro's quirk, he activated Mina's and began to gather acid in his palms. He smiled when he felt a large amount of liquid appear on his hands without burning him. Then, with a powerful movement of his arm, he threw a bomb forward. This one, much bigger than usual, exploded in front of him and threw him backwards. All Might caught him before he hit the ground. Well, that was a big explosion. Izuku, a little stunned, stood up and looked at his hands. Indeed, I didn't think it would be so big. It's the first time you made a big one like that, right? Izuku looked up at the adult. Yes, that's right. Usually, I can't get that much acid on my hands without burning myself. But with Eijiro's quirk, I could make more. So Kachan's explosions don't need to be very big when they are launched. A little bit of acid makes them reach their ideal size. And since I managed to concentrate a lot of acid at that moment, it was much bigger. I should have expected this. You've already solved the problem with your hands. That's a good start. Izuku nodded and sat back down. He prepared some acid as before he had Eijiro's quirk and launched an explosion. The explosion did not make him back down, but it was much smaller. He deactivated Eijiro's quirk. So, it's really the amount of acid that makes the difference. I'll have to find a way not to back down if I want to keep a lot of power. Don't you have a quirk that would allow you to not move? All Might asked. Izuku thought for a moment and widened his eyes. Yes. Suyu's quirk, the frog girl. Yes. One part of her quirk creates suction cups on her fingers. I can only activate it on one of my hands, but I can make it work on my feet. Without further ado, Izuku moved back and blocked the suction cups on his right foot against the ground. He then activated his different quirks and launched a huge explosion in front of him. Unfortunately, his idea didn't work and Izuku found himself with his on the ground, his foot still hooked in the same place. Damn. He sighed. All Might approached him and helped him to get up. Your idea was good, you just did it wrong. What do you mean? Asked the boy. Are you right-handed? Izuku nodded. So you have to concentrate your weight on your left foot. He showed a position to Izuku, who carefully watched him. The man stood with his left leg in front of him, his weight on it. His right leg behind him, bent as a pillar. He mimed a pointing motion with his right hand. Like this, you see? With this position, you have the most balance when you launch in attack. Also, if you activate suction cups on your left foot, you are sure not to move because your weight is already positioned on it. Your right leg is just for support so you don't slip if you are pushed backwards. He got up and left the place to Izuku. The boy then placed himself trying to imitate his mentor. Perfect. Place your weight on your left leg. Izuku followed the adult's instructions and placed himself correctly. He then activated the suction cups and his other quirks. He concentrated a large amount of acid and launched a big explosion. Unlike earlier, his body did not move an inch because of the backlash. Only a small pain could be felt in his shoulder. Good job. Applauded All Might. Izuku got up with a big smile on his face. He hastily bowed in front of the hero by thanking him. No need to thank me, young man. I am here to help you after all. He then looked at his watch on his wrist. It's almost time to eat. Do you want to go now? With pleasure, exclaimed Izuku. Let's go then. The two men went out of the apartment to join a restaurant which was not far from here. After eating, they went back to the gym to continue to find new techniques with Izuku's quirks. Later in the evening, All Might took Izuku back home. Izuku greeted the hero before he left. When Izuku entered the apartment he shared with his mother, he was greeted by a nice smell. Good evening, Mom, he exclaimed while taking off his shoes. His mother came out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand and smiled at him. Good evening, Izuku. Did your day go well? Izuku nodded and followed her to the kitchen. Yes, it was perfect. My coach showed me some new techniques to use my quirks properly. Inko smiled gently and came to rub her head. Good for you, Izuku. I hope you didn't try too hard. You are still recovering after all. Yes, don't worry about that. I was careful. He then leaned towards the pots that were on the fire. "What's for dinner tonight?" he asked. "This is a new chicken recipe I found on the internet. I'll call you when it's ready. In the meantime, go take a shower." Izuku laughed softly and complied. He retrieved his gym bag that he had left at the entrance and went to his room. There he grabbed his clean pajamas and went to the bathroom. He took out his clothes and undressed before putting everything in the washing machine. Izuku quickly took his shower and came out cleaner than ever. As he was drying his hair, a notification caught Izuku's eye. He grabbed his phone and opened the message application. He then noticed that the message he had received was from Mina. "Hey, we're having a little party with Eijiro and Kaminari. Wanna come?" Izuku hastened to answer. "I'd love to. When would it be?" He saw Mina typing for a moment in the messages. "Tomorrow around 7 p.m., it will be at my place." Another message arrived before he could reply. "I live at 35 * Street. I'll ask my mom and tell you that right now. Okay, handsome, less than 3 inches." Izuku softly laughed and walked out of the bathroom to join his mother, who was setting the table. "Mom?" "Yes?" the woman answered, turning to him. "One of my CL mates invited me to her house for a party tomorrow with other people from my CL. Can I go?" "Of course you can go, as long as there's no alcohol at the party." "I'll ask her, thanks." Inko smiled at him and invited him to sit with her. Izuku sat down before serving himself. Later, Izuku cleared the table and his mother told him to go and rest while she washed the dishes. The teenager thanked her and went back to his room. There, he grabbed his phone and returned to his conversation with Mina. "My mom is okay as long as there is no alcohol." He didn't even have to wait a few seconds before the young woman answered. "Great. And no worries, no alcohol at home. See you tomorrow then." Smiley face, smiley face. He was about to put his phone down when he noticed a movement on his screen. Izuku observed it more closely and noticed that it was Katsuki who was writing to him. He then opened his conversation with his best friend and waited for a few moments while staring at the 3 small dots that were moving. Katsuki making the first move? This was a first. Was he about to apologize? Izuku waited several minutes before the dots disappeared and no message appeared. He frowned. Was there a problem with his connection? He closed and reopened the application. There was no internet problem. The status next to Katsuki was still online. So, he had stopped writing, or had removed his message. Izuku was about to send a message in his turn when he stopped. It was always him who had to apologize and reconnect first. It was Katsuki's fault this time. He had nothing to blame himself for. So Izuku decided to put his phone on his bedside table without writing to his best friend. The next day, Izuku opened his eyes again. He hadn't even noticed that he had fallen asleep. He must have been totally exhausted. The teenager got up and prepared himself. His mother had already left and left him a box for his lunch with a note on it. The day passed without a hitch. Izuku relaxed and took care of himself during this day. When 5 o'clock came, Izuku decided that it was time to get ready. He went to his room and opened his closet. He looked at it for a few moments, deciding what he should wear. As Katsuki had reproached him several times, he didn't have a very developed sense of style. It was indeed Katsuki who chose his clothes most of the time. Unfortunately for him, it was out of the question for him to contact Katsuki and send the first message while they were fighting. Izuku finally decided to take a large t-shirt that his mother had bought him a short time before. He had put on some muscle since then, but it was wide enough to fit him well. For his pants, he chose to take one of the baggy that Katsuki had given him for his birthday. After taking the 2 clothes, he opened his drawer to take out a pair of underwear and saw the enema bulb that he was hiding there. Izuku looked at it for a few seconds before grabbing it. You never know. Then, he went to the bathroom where he quickly washed himself, before cleaning himself more intimately. It was around 6 p.m. that he finally left his house to go to the station. Mina didn't live next door, but about 20 minutes away by train. Izuku scanned his card and entered the first train that was going to take him to his destination. 20 minutes later, he got off the train and walked to the young woman's house. It was at 6:42 p.m. that he arrived at Mina's door. He checked several times that he was at the right number before ringing. He heard some noise behind the door, then it finally opened. Izuku was relieved when he saw Mina appear in front of him. "Izuku. You're early." The boy nodded. "I'd rather be early than late." She then moved aside to let him enter her house. Izuku could immediately see Eijiro and Denki sitting on the sofa playing Mario Kart. "Oh no, shit. How do you win every time?" exclaimed Denki. Izuku turned to Mina, who was closing the door. "I'm early but I'm still last," Mina smiled. "Don't worry about it. Eijiro lives a few blocks away and Kaminari's parents couldn't drop him off later." Izuku nodded before taking off his shoes and walking towards the living room. Mina approached before him. "Hey guys. Izuku is here." The two boys turned their heads towards the newcomer. "Hi Izuku." Eijiro greeted him and raised his hand. "Hi handsome," Denki said, making Izuku slightly blush. "You look great today. I love your style." Mina stood next to him and gently slapped his, making him jump. "That's right. This type of clothing suits you very well." "Do you think so?" Izuku asked as he sat down on the sofa next to Denki. "Yes, I do. Even if it's quite large, we can see your muscles, it's perfect." "That's good then. I don't really have a taste for style." "What do you mean? That is a style," Mina continued. "My mother and Kachin bought me these clothes. I don't usually choose them in this style." "It's a pity because it fits you like a glove," Eijiro exclaimed. "By the way, speaking of Bakugo, I had proposed him to come but he didn't want to," said then Mina. Izuku frowned. "It's strange, Kachin loves parties like this." "That's what I thought because I saw him at the party before the beginning of the year." "Maybe he had something planned." "It's possible, and even when I told him I was going to invite you he said no. Aren't you guys best buds or something?" Izuku sighed. "The problem is that we had a fight at the hospital after you left. So, I'm not surprised that he didn't want to come when he knew I was coming." "Well then, what happened?" Eijiro asked, putting his controller down. "Something stupid. He criticized me for sleeping with people." "What's his problem? Is he frustrated or something?" "I don't know, that's the problem. We've never fought about it before. He had his own partners and I had my own." "Maybe he thought you were in a more serious relationship?" Izuku shook his head under the three teenagers' watchful eyes. "No, we agreed that it was just to sleep together. Besides, we're best friends, there's nothing more to it." "But how long ago was that?" "How long ago what?" "That you decided not to get together?" Izuku thinks for a moment. "Almost a year, I think." The three teenagers shouted in despair. "A year? Man, everything can change in a year," Denki exclaimed. "He might have a crush on you and that's why he doesn't want you to sleep with other people." "I don't think so. We've been together all our lives. I don't see why he would fall for me now." "As I said, everything can change," Denki finished before putting his controller in Izuku's hands. "Well, enough of your love stories. I have a Mario Kart game to win but Kirishima is too strong so I hope you have a good level or else we're in trouble." Izuku swallowed hard and looked at Mina who had grabbed the controller from Eijiro. "I will do my best." Their evening quietly passed and they changed the game several times. In the middle of the evening, the doorbell rang and Mina came back with the pizzas they ordered. They ate in front of a movie with a big bowl of popcorn. In the middle of the movie, he felt Denki put his hand on his thigh. A shiver went up the back of his neck. When Denki noticed that Izuku didn't stop him, he came closer and blew on his neck. Izuku immediately put his hand against his neck and blushed hard. With his other hand, he grabbed the one that was on his thigh. "Denki, you remind me of my first time there." Denki opened his eyes wide and moved roughly towards his face. "Oh, tell me." "Tell what?" Eijiro asked who was on the other side of Izuku. "Izuku's first time. It was with a boy. He told me when we first met," exclaimed Mina, adding to the conversation. Izuku blushed even more. That's right. It was with Kachin more precisely." "With Bakugo? Wow, And so, it was on the couch like this? Denki asked. Not really. He started touching my thigh in front of a movie like you. And then what was supposed to happen in his room happened. Denki? You were touching Izuku during the movie? Mina exclaimed, getting up from the couch. But did you see him? How can I hold back? Izuku suddenly blushed because of his friend's conversation. Beside him, Eijiro was nodding his head. It's true that he's beautiful, Eijiro, not you too. Izuku took offense. Izuku, you are to fall. Izuku tried to hide his face, and then, I would not have given my first time to anyone. Izuku finally noticed that Denki got up from the sofa and grabbed his arm. Come on. I'm tired of being the only one who didn't get to sleep with you. He pulled him by the arm to raise him and ran after Mina, who guided them towards his room, Eijiro on their tracks. Arrived in the room, Mina and Denki threw themselves on the bed and began to undress. Izuku froze while looking at them. Eijiro came behind him and put his hands on his shoulders. Relax, Izuku, we are here to have a good time together. Izuku sighed when he felt the redhead placing a kiss on his neck. Hey, don't try to steal him from me. Denki cut them by catching Izuku and by dragging him on the bed. Izuku thus fell above Denki, who was already naked. The blonde kissed him pioneerly before separating. I want you to me. More subtle you die. Mina laughed, then recovered condoms in her night table, also naked. Once again, Eijiro pressed himself against Izuku's back and rubbed his erection against him. Izuku moaned when he was pressed against Denki. He then leaned forward and kissed Denki again. Here, Mina said while throwing at him a bottle of lubricant. Izuku grabbed it and opened it immediately. You're clean, I guess? Izuku asked as a precaution. Always. Denki answered by spreading his legs to let Izuku pee. The boy put himself then on his knees so that his face is at the level of the blonde's erection. Immediately, he took it in his mouth and began to make movements. Above him, he heard Denki moan and throw his head back. Izuku took the opportunity to soak his fingers with lubricant before peeing it to Eijiro. Izuku withdrew his mouth from Denki's penis and took the opportunity to insert a first finger in him. Without waiting, he began movements with his finger and his other hand, which had taken its place on the penis of the blonde. Behind him, he felt Eijiro caressing his body. His hands went from his sides to his that he pulled slightly to put him in position. Izuku followed the movement and found himself on all fours, backwards. When he was correctly positioned, he felt Eijiro penetrate him with one of his fingers. Izuku put his mouth back on the blonde's penis and moaned loudly at the intrusion. It is at this moment that he added a finger in Denki. When he no longer heard the moans of the latter, he raised his eyes. They widened then when he saw Mina sitting on Denki's face. The blonde had the hands posed on the young woman's whom he devoured with envy. Izuku moaned once more when he felt Eijiro adding another finger. Around his shoulders, Denki's legs began to shake. Izuku finally added a third finger and cautiously pushed the blonde away. When Eijiro reached the same level of readiness, he withdrew his fingers from Denki and stood up. Mina noticed them and threw 2 condoms at them. Izuku quickly put his on and stood at Denki's entrance. I'm going in, he said before starting to penetrate the blonde. Immediately, Denki moaned so loudly that he heard it even with his mouth busy. Izuku sighed as he felt his penis surrounded so comfortably. Behind him, Eijiro grabbed his to prevent him from moving. Don't move, he ordered, and Izuku complied. He then felt Eijiro's penis enter him and he started to tremble. It was the first time that Izuku was so stimulated from both sides at the same time. He moaned loudly and his head fell on the shoulder of Redhead. The latter laughed softly while holding Izuku up. Don't pee out now. The 2 teenagers were interrupted by one of Mina's moans, who froze and brutally came on Denki's mouth. She remained pressed against him for a moment before getting up slowly. You are good at this, Denki, the best cunnilingus of my life. Denki laughed softly but was interrupted by one of Eijiro's thrust, which was reflected in Izuku. The 2 smaller ones groaned and tensed up. Izuku caught his breath under Eijiro's movements and started his own movements. As he softly moaned with the redhead's mouth on his neck, Denki's loud voice could be heard the most in the room. Izuku could then see that Mina had opened a new condom and placed it on Denki's penis. She didn't wait a second before impaling herself on him with one blow. Denki didn't stop for a second to moan. Oh, he made in rhythm with the movements of Izuku and Mina. Izuku leaned forward to put his lips on the neck of the young woman. She kept bouncing on Denki's member and turned slightly so that her lips met Izuku's. Izuku slid one of his hands to Mina's clitoris and began to stimulate her. "You have learned well, Izuku," she moaned at the stimulation. "I had the best teacher," Izuku replied before moaning loudly under a powerful stroke from Eijiro. They were then interrupted in their conversation when Denki started to shake. "Guys, I'm not going to last." Immediately, Mina replaced Izuku's hand with her own and started to bounce faster. Izuku was not far away either and Eijiro accelerated his movements behind him. Denki suddenly froze and came with a scream. Mina, above him, pressed herself against him and came too. The two teenagers stopped in their movements while Eijiro and Izuku had not yet reached their climax. Izuku expected Eijiro to stop and move, but the redhead didn't stop, with his hands frozen. Against Mina's, Denki was still moaning from the overstimulation Izuku was giving her. "Eijiro," sighed Izuku as he arched his back. "I'm almost there," the redhead replied, speeding up even more. In a final thrust, Eijiro came and brought Izuku to his own orgasm. Suddenly, Izuku felt something burst inside him and he let a force come out of him. Suddenly, he could hear his three partners moan one last time. Izuku immediately opened his eyes and saw that the other teenagers were shaking and some lightning came out of his hands. Denki then raised his head and exclaimed, "Well, you don't even have to figure out how to activate my quirk, you did it without help." Mina and Eijiro burst out laughing and Izuku smiled. "Sorry for electrifying you." "No worries, it was worth it," Denki answered and lay back against the bed. Chapter 8 Chapter Notes. Hi. It's been a while, I know, lol. Those past 2 years have been hell. I told you I was going to college, but that wasn't actually the case. As you may have noticed, I'm French, and in France, we have a type of studies called prépa. To summarize, it is 2 years of nightmare, 10 hours of CL a day, 4 hours of exams. Every Saturday morning, 2 hours of oral exam per week plus the homeworks and work to keep up with the CL. To finally have a final competition against the whole country to get the school you specifically want. But now I am done with it. I'm still waiting on the results, which should be there in a few weeks, but I'm confident. I've worked so hard and left this story behind, but now I am back as I promised. Anyways, I have not written anything in 2 years, so my style may be different now that I am older. This chapter and the next one were written 2 years ago, so it won't change now. But maybe you'll notice a difference in the following ones. Anyways, I hope you like this chapter and I'll see you in the next one. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku woke up to the sound of birds. He slowly opened his eyes, only to close them again abruptly as light flooded into the room. The boy waited a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the brightness before observing the room where he had slept. When he felt a weight on him, he looked down. Lying with his head against his shoulder was Denki, his eyes focused on his phone. A little further away, on the edge of the bed, was Eijiro, still asleep. Denki looked up from his phone just as he felt Izuku wake up. "Hi, handsome," he whispered with a soft smile on his face. Izuku slightly flushed at the blonde's compliment. He smiled. "Hi, Denki," he whispered back. The blonde then set his phone down beside them and raised himself so that their faces were at the same height. "Not even a nickname for me? Just Denki? We've just started calling each other by our first names and you already want a nickname?" Denki nodded. "Yes, I love when people who are close to me have nicknames for me." Izuku thought for a few seconds without taking his eyes off Denki. His gaze then drifted to his hair, and in particular to the black lightning-like strand in it. Denki had an electric-type quirk after all, so it seemed pretty normal. Izuku softly chuckled at the thought that crossed his mind. "So," the blonde asked, "what do you think of Pikachu?" The smile on Denki's face disappeared and Izuku laughed a little harder. Then, after a few seconds, Denki smiled again. Ah yes, I see, you're a clever one. It's not the first time I've heard that one. You asked me for a nickname, I found one for you. Denki shook his head and sighed. Okay, you can call me that, but only because I like you. Izuku blushed again and it was Denki's turn to laugh. You really need to stop blushing every time someone gives you a compliment. I'm just not used to being flattered like that. How come? You're cute, muscular and kind. How come you're not used to receiving compliments? Shouldn't you have been receiving compliments all your life? Izuku shook his head. No, not at all. I've always been the boy that people put aside. Sure, I had Kachin with me, but I never got many compliments. I can't believe it, so, I'm the first one to compliment you like this? You're the first to do it so many times, yes, but other people also have been complimenting me lately. That's because it's true. Izuku sighed. I think it has more to do with my quirk. Since I discovered it, people are much more interested in me. If you're afraid that I'm only interested in you because of your quirk, that's totally untrue. The blonde suddenly exclaimed, rising up. Izuku also stood up. Don't worry, I never thought you were. At their feet, Eijiro groaned and slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes. What's going on? The redhead asked when he spotted the other two boys further up the bed. Izuku thinks we're only interested in him because of his quirk. No, I never said that, retorted Izuku. Just then, Mina reappeared in the room, dressed in a pink bathrobe, her hair wet as if she'd just gotten out of the shower. Izuku hadn't even noticed that she wasn't in bed with them. Wow, it smells manly in here. The three boys' attention was then drawn to the young woman at the door. She walked over to the window and opened it before taking a deep breath. That's better. She then turned to the boys. Go have shower, you stink. Eijiro immediately stood up, grabbed his clothes and headed for the bathroom, which was probably next door to the bedroom. Mina approached the two remaining boys and sat down next to Izuku. Immediately, Izuku began to move away from the young woman. Wait, no, I must not smell very good, he apologetically exclaimed. Denki pushed him so that he fell against the mattress before settling back, his head on his shoulder. Don't worry, handsome, you don't stink at all. To confirm his words, he took a deep breath of air before Izuku's horrified eyes. See? No smell at all, surprising, considering what we did yesterday. Mina took the opportunity to come closer and settle herself more comfortably against him. It's true, I noticed it this morning, you don't smell at all. Is it from one of your quirks? Izuku raised his hand to his chin. One of his quirks influencing his odor. His eyes widened. Oh, it's Suyu's quirk. Frogs don't smell. What? Denki said, horrified. You didn't tell us you had with Suyu at the hospital last time. Izuku hid his mouth when he realized what he'd said. It's just that. She arrived a little after you'd left and well, it just happened. You ed in the hospital? Mina suddenly asked. No. She just gave me a blowjob. Izuku finished his sentence with a blush and Denki immediately resumed. So, you can also copy a quirk even without going all the way. Apparently, yes. Their conversation was interrupted when Izuku's stomach loudly gurgled. Once again, Izuku blushed and his two friends softly laughed. I'll go and make breakfast if you're hungry, Mina exclaimed, rising to her feet. I'll go and tell Eijiro to join me when he's finished showering and then you can go. The two boys nodded and watched the young woman leave the room. Denki immediately turned to Izuku and came to sit on him. Izuku was suddenly aware of their nakedness. We've only got a few minutes, so why don't you take care of me personally? Izuku gripped his. Are you sure we've got time? He asked as Denki began to hump him. Mina's gone to make breakfast and Eijiro's still in the shower. He's probably going to join Mina in the kitchen to help her when he's finished showering. Besides, even if they did. Surprise us. What's the big deal? The blonde didn't stop moving, and Izuku felt his penis gradually growing beneath him. Izuku leaned over and kissed him. Denki responded to his kiss and pressed himself harder against him. "Are there any condoms left?" Izuku asked, turning his head towards the bedside table. Denki leaned over to the small table and opened the first drawer. From there, he pulled out a condom. "Yep." He handed it to Izuku, who quickly put it on. "Have you ever been tested?" asked Denki, watching him. Izuku shook his head. "I've never had unprotected, and I don't think my parents have any diseases like that." Izuku thought for a second before looking up at Denki. "Actually, yes, I've had without a condom once. Do you think I should get tested?" Denki shrugged as he settled down on Izuku. "It depends on whether you trust this person. If it was just a one-night stand and you don't know where they've been hanging, you'd better, yes." Izuku sighed and groaned as he felt Denki insert her into him. "I'll contact him, but I don't think there's any problem." Denki began to ride him, causing Izuku to fall back against the headboard of the bed. "Okay, enough about UAL diseases, focus on me and me." Izuku smirked and complied, making Denki moan with a thrust. Later, the two teenagers went for a shower and joined Mina and Eijiro, who were already eating in front of the TV. "What took you so long?" Eijiro exclaimed as they arrived. Mina tapped him on the shoulder. "I told you they were still ing." Izuku blushed as he sat down next to them, and Denki just giggled. "Ah yes, that's right," replied Eijiro, taking another bite. "Was it good at least?" "Perfect," replied Denki, sitting down next to Izuku. "Well, what have you got for breakfast? I'm starving." Mina threw a slice of toast in his face, which quickly came back to her. Their meal soon turned into a food fight. When the following Monday arrived, Izuku headed back to school alone. He and Katsuki hadn't spoken since their fight at the hospital. So, it was obvious that Katsuki wasn't going to wait for him to go together. By the time he reached his CL room, most of his CL mates were already there. Izuku walked over to Ochako, Denki, Mina and Eijiro, who were chatting. "Hello," he said as he reached them. The others greeted him immediately. "Hi, handsome," Denki exclaimed when he saw him. Izuku blushed and scratched the back of his neck at the blonde's compliment. Mina and Ochako grabbed his arms to tease him. "Don't blush, Izuku, it's the truth," Mina said. "She's right," Ochako rejoined, making him blush even more. Just then, the door opened and slammed shut, stopping all conversation in the CL room. In the opening was Isawa, covered in bandages. "Aizawa-sensei!" The students yelled as they caught sight of him. "Please have a seat," the teacher replied, before heading for his desk. "Shouldn't you be resting? You're not in the best state," Tenya remarked when they were all seated. "Don't worry about it, I'm fine." The boys simply sat back and nodded at the adult's explanation. "We've got much more important things to do now, because the fight's not over." At these words, the CL tensed. Izuku's eyes widened. Were they under attack again? Next week is UA's annual sports festival. The atmosphere in the CL room changed abruptly and excitement could be felt. In his seat, Izuku relaxed with a sigh. He was relieved and as excited as his CL mates. He'd been watching the festival on TV for years and couldn't believe he was finally going to take part himself. But before that, we have a lot of things to do, so we'll start with the election of the CL president. Immediately, shouts went through the room and the vast majority of the students volunteered. "Shut up!" shouted their teacher, cutting them off. "Take care of this as quickly as possible without making a mess. Hurry up." Tenya suddenly rose from his chair and began waving his arms in all directions. "CL mates, let's hold a vote to determine who will be our CL president, only one vote per person." The students agreed to vote for their new president and took out slips of paper to write their votes. Izuku stared at his paper for a few moments. Although he hadn't heard Katsuki put himself forward as president, he knew the blonde boy wanted to. Izuku knew that Katsuki would make a good leader, even if his personality still needed work. Izuku's eyes rose and fell on Tenya, who was pinged between the rows to collect the students' votes. Izuku stared at him for a few seconds before returning his gaze to his paper. He finally nodded as he made his decision. He quickly wrote down the name of the person he had chosen and folded it before handing it to Tenya. After collecting all the votes, Tenya moved over to the board beside which Isawa was sleeping on the floor. With the CL watching, he placed his back to the board and laid the papers on the desk. Now I need an innocent hand to come and unwrap the votes. Immediately, a dozen hands rose to volunteer and Tenya reviewed the students, putting his glaze back on. Yaoyorozu-san, please join me, he finally chose, pointing to his CL mate. The dark-haired woman rose from her seat and, as the CL looked on, made her way to the desk. When she reached the boy's side, she turned back to the CL. Thank you so much for putting the CL president election in my hands, she said, bowing. Tenya waited no longer before giving the new information. I'll let you unwrap the papers and I'll write the names you give me on the board, okay? Momo nodded and grabbed the first paper. As the votes were unwrapped, Izuku's eyes widened. Tenya sat back down to face the CL before announcing in a loud voice. Our CL president is Midoriya Izuku with 6 votes. The substitutes will be Yaoyorozu-san and me with an equal number of votes. The students broke into applause as Izuku shakily rose from his seat. He slowly made his way to the desk. How could he have gotten so many votes? He hadn't even voted for himself. His eyes drifted to the other votes on the board. Most of the people had voted for themselves, so they'd ended up with a single vote. Only he stood out from the crowd with 6 votes to his name. Momo and Tenya were tied with 2 votes each. Izuku turned to face his comrades as he reached the level of his new substitutes. His voice caught in his throat as he saw their eyes fixed on him. His gaze drifted over the various students. Not far from him, Mina and Denki were waving at him with thumbs up. Just behind them, Eijiro accompanied them. Izuku felt a small smile spread across his face when he noticed that Ochako was also smiling at him from the back of the CL. His gaze continued to move between the students, coming to rest on Katsuki, who was staring at him with killer eyes. Izuku gasped and his voice immediately came back to him. I thank you very much for electing me as your CL president. I don't know if I'll live up to your expectations. I don't even know why you voted for me, but I'll do my best. He then turned to Momo and Tenya behind him. I'm also counting on Yaoyorozu and Iida to help me throughout this year and correct any mistakes I may make. His little speech ended with a round of applause from his CL mates, and Izuku smiled. His gaze returned to Katsuki. Was he still looking at him so violently? The boy was disappointed to see that the blonde was no longer paying him any attention. Instead, his gaze was focused on the window right beside him. Izuku's smile slowly fell, but no one noticed until Isawa stood up. If you are finished, we've got other things to do, their teacher exclaimed as he rose to his feet. The CL fell silent and listened to the adult once more. You 3, he said, turning to the representatives, return to your seats. Izuku and the 2 substitutes quickly complied and returned to their seats. We have one last thing to do, but as I hate this part, I'll leave it to one of my colleagues. Just then, Midnight, another of their teachers, entered the room with a big smile on her face. How's it going, virgins? She exclaimed as she walked towards Isawa. Behind him, Izuku could hear Minoru raving about the fact that one of his favorite heroines was in his CL room. Back at the front of the CL, Isawa didn't give Midnight a chance to continue before he resumed. Today you'll be choosing your hero names. Choose carefully, because this name will stay with you for the rest of your heroic careers. The adult didn't add another detail before leaving the room and leaving Midnight in charge of the exercise. Come on, kids. You've heard the drill. Who's got an idea? The woman ped between the rows to hand out small boards and markers. Immediately, dozens of hands went up and the students paraded in front of Midnight. He also saw Katsuki being rejected several times under the laughter of the other students. When it was his turn, Izuku realized that he hadn't written anything on his board. Furthermore, He was the very last to pee and had no one left to save him time. Izuku went to the blackboard once again and pointed to the board on which he had written a name. Deku. The CL exclaimed when they saw the hero's name he had chosen. Isn't it pejorative? Asked Midnight, her eyebrows furrowed. I think you should maybe find something more cheerful? Izuku shook his head and began to explain why he had chosen this name. I named my quirk Philote's gift. I didn't randomly choose it. The boy blushed a little. Philote is a goddess of UAL relations. He heard several people laugh across the CL room. Oh, I remember you. I saw you at the entrance exam, the teacher said with a big smile on her face. Your quirk is great, you just need to control the quirks you copy a little better. Izuku nodded and continued. In the myths, Philote was very lonely because her siblings rejected her because of her power. So she created a rabbit to be her companion and named it Dekiru to give her courage. The boy looked up and a big smile appeared on his face.
It took me a long time to find my quirk, and during the time I was still Quirkles, I was nicknamed Deku all the time. At first, I didn't like the nickname very much, because it meant useless. But now I know I can make it a derivative of Dekiru, Philote's companion.
Applause roared through the CL room and his CL mates congratulated him once again. Midnight validated his name and Izuku quickly returned to his seat with a shy smile on his face.
I'm still a few validations short, so think again about your name and let me know as soon as possible.
The bell rang, announcing the end of their first CL of the day. Midnight greeted them before leaving the room, leaving Isawa to return. Before I leave you to your math CL, I must warn you that this afternoon we'll be doing a workout in the Gamma Gym. Please be on time. Isawa left the CL room and was quickly replaced by another teacher. The rest of the morning quickly ped, and then the lunch bell rang. Izuku put his things away and headed for the CL room door. Shall we eat together? Oako asked, approaching him. Izuku was about to answer when he was stopped at the door. In front of him were dozens of people, blocking access to the corridor. Oh, what's going on here? Denki exclaimed behind them. Izuku was about to reply when a haughty-looking blonde cut him off. So this is CL1A? You look ridiculous. You're not going to win the festival? Izuku and his friends frowned. You don't even look strong. Everyone thinks you are heroes, just because you survived a villain attack. Mina was about to reply when the blonde was knocked unconscious by a huge hand. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a young redhead shrink her hand to normal size and catch up with her comrade. I'm sorry, he's a bit excessive, she apologized. Izuku shook his head. Don't worry, it's normal for our CL to attract attention.
The young woman held out her hand. I'm Kendo, CL Representative 1B. Izuku took her hand with a smile on his face. I'm Izuku Midoriya, CL Rep 1A. I hope our Clees get along well.
Izuku was then jostled out of the way by Katsuki. Move, you're blocking the way, the blonde said as he ped in front of him.
Kachin! Exclaimed Izuku as he watched him. Shut up! Katsuki answered before turning away from him. If those idiots think they can beat us at the festival, they are barking up the wrong tree. I'll shrivel them up.
Everyone watched him go. Mouths agape. The blonde quickly walked away to the cafeteria before the surprised eyes of his CL mates. Izuku wanted to ask him to stay and eat with them, even though they were ignoring each other, but the crowd blocked him. So, these are our future heroes, a new voice suddenly said.
Izuku turned towards the newcomer and observed a young man with purple hair.
Oh, it's just Kachin. He's a bit extreme. I'm Izuku Midoriya, CL Rep. I don't really care. Izuku gasped again. I've just come to tell you that I'm going to beat you and take your place in the heroic CL. The boy then turned his back on them and headed off in the same direction as Katsuki, a little further on. The crowd in front of their CL room gradually dissipated, and Izuku decided to head for the cafeteria. Oako followed close behind, accompanied by Mina, Denki and Eijiro, who were chatting happily. This guy wasn't very nice, Oako said when they reached the canteen queue. Izuku nodded. Yes, I was a bit surprised. I don't understand why he seemed to hate us. Ochako nodded and they collected their trays. The two teenagers then sat down at a table, quickly joined by the other three who followed them. Congratulations on your election, Izuku, exclaimed Denki, sitting down next to him. It's true. You really deserve it, Eijiro added before taking his seat. Izuku smiled at them. I still don't know how I got elected, I didn't even vote for myself. I voted for you, said Mina, who was standing right next to Denki. Me too, added Ochako, his mouth full. You shouldn't have done that, you should have chosen someone more suitable for the role. But you're the most suitable. Your plan at USJ to avoid the villains while saving Asui and Mineta was perfect. Eijiro explained. That's why I voted for you too. And your plan on the day of the first training session was really well thought, in fact, we won, added Ochako. Izuku blushed as his friends congratulated him, but if you didn't vote for yourself, who were the 5th and 6th votes you received? Asked Mina. Izuku shook his head. I don't know, I personally voted for Ida because I thought his initiative at the USJ was very courageous. We can ask the others another time. Their meal quickly came to an end and the teenagers met up in the changing rooms to get ready for the exercise Isawa had prepared for them. Midoriya called Minoru as they change. Are you all right? Asked Izuku. Yes, I'm fine. I just wanted to congratulate you on the elections. Ah, thanks a lot Mineta, Izuku replied. I hope I've made the right choice in voting for you, so help us out this year, CL Rep, continued the young man. Izuku opened his eyes wide. Oh, you voted for me? Of course I voted for you. Your plan to save Asui and me at USJ was so clever. I was far too stressed to think of anything, but you kept your cool and saved us. Izuku smiled. Thank you so much for your support Mineta. I hope I can live up to your expectations. The other boys smiled back, and their teacher came into the gym with All Might in top form. I see you're all here, so let's get started. Isawa stood in front of the CL, All Might at his side. Today, we're going to work on different fighting techniques, because I've watched the videos of your training with All Might and it wasn't very good. He harshly glared at the students. I'm going to show you different techniques that you'll have to learn as soon as possible. He then turned to All Might who did the same. I'm going to give you several demonstrations that you'll try to recreate on your own. He said to the CL before addressing the other teacher. Please let yourself go. All Might nodded before relaxing his body. He saw Isawa leap towards him before flipping him over and crushing him to the ground. The hero could easily have stopped him if he'd forced it, but Isawa had asked him to let go. Eraserhead held out his hand for him to get up and asked him to resist this time. He nodded and saw the other hero leaping towards him again. He tried to catch him, but Isawa was too quick. The dark-haired man wrapped his legs around his neck before turning and dragging him backwards. All Might then put all his weight forward to avoid toppling over and was surprised when Isawa continued to spin and sent him forward. All Might staggered and Isawa took the opportunity to spin around and send the blonde man crashing to the floor. The two teachers then stood up and returned to the front of the CL. As you can see, no matter how big or strong your opponent, if you know how to fight and use everything you've got, you can get rid of anyone. He took a second before starting to speak again. Get into pairs and try to reproduce this first technique. And be careful, there's no way anyone's going to end up at Recovery Girl during my CL again. Immediately, the students began to seek for a partner. Izuku turned around and tried to find Katsuki. Even though he wasn't supposed to talk to him until he came to apologize, Izuku couldn't help but go up to him. Katsuki was his best friend, after all. When Izuku saw Katsuki walking towards him, a smile spread across his face. He began. Shitty hair, exclaimed Katsuki, pinged by Izuku and ignoring him. Izuku widened his eyes and turned to his friends standing just behind him. Me? Asked Eijiro, pointing at himself. Yes, you moron. Can you see anyone else with shitty hair? Come with me? Eijiro stammered a little before discreetly looking at Izuku. The latter felt his smile fall. He stared at the two boys for a moment. Perhaps Kachin was trying to get closer to his friends to make amends? Izuku finally nodded and Eijiro smiled at him. Okay. Let's do our best, replied Eijiro, looking at Katsuki. The two teenagers then headed off in another direction. Izuku then turned towards Mina and Denki. Anyone wants to join me? Mina shook her head and sighed. Sorry, Izuku, we're already together. Don't worry, I'll find someone else. The boy turned and looked around. A few yards away, he spotted Ochako chatting with Tenya and Momo. Izuku was about to move towards them when a hand came to rest on his shoulder. He turned and saw that Honta had stopped him. Shall we get together? Asked the boy with the mullet. Izuku smiled and nodded. Sure. Izuku and his new partner then headed for one of the free slots. Have you ever tried this technique? Honta asked as he stood in front of him. Izuku shook his head. No, not that one, but I'm excited to try it. Honta laughed. I've already learned it a few years ago, but I've never really had the chance to try it out in real life. Oh, where did you learn it? And why can't you use it? Izuku hurriedly asked. I was taking self-defense classes before I went to high school, and as I'm quite tall, the others used to test this technique on me. Izuku nodded, his eyes sparkling. Show me, Honta nodded. First of all, the key to the move is to attract the victim's attention somewhere else. How's that? Well, ouch, Honta cried, feigning an ankle injury. Immediately, Izuku stepped forward to help him, only to be surprised when the boy quickly got to his feet and jumped on top of him. The smaller one then felt Honta's legs wrap around his neck and quickly spin around him. Izuku toppled backwards under the weight of the other boy. He expected Honta to continue his turn and send him forward like their teacher had done earlier, but the other boy continued to tip Izuku backwards. Izuku then felt a support on the ground. Honta must have put his hands on the ground, and his body tilted 180 degrees. The young man finally felt his body hit the ground and a weight on his back pinned him to the floor. Izuku reopened his eyes and caught his breath with difficulty. Honta, sitting on him, smiled at him. Well? Izuku's eyes lit up once more. That was great, but why didn't you do a full turn like Aizawa-sensei? Honta stood up and helped Izuku to do the same. You're lighter and smaller than me. And you were not prepared, so it was super easy to pull you backwards because you weren't expecting it. Izuku quickly dusted off his sports uniform and looked up at his partner. One more time. Let's keep going until I make you fall. Honta smirked. Don't think you're easily going to succeed. I've got no problem beating beginners like you. Hey, snapped Izuku, I'm not. Suddenly, Honta lunged at him and quickly turned. Izuku was startled. It was another one of his feints to distract him. The boy felt Honta tipping him backwards and pushed his weight forward to prevent him from toppling him. Izuku was surprised again when Honta continued his turn and knocked Izuku over, head first. Ah, he said as the boy helped him up. You didn't just do half a turn this time. Honta smiled. I knew you'd try to bend forward because I warned you. You're like an open book. Izuku blushed. I've really got to work on this, come on one more time. This time, Izuku tried to stabilize his weight on both legs to ward off the tipping, whichever way it went. When he felt his body fall despite his support, Izuku decided he had to find another way to stabilize himself. Again, Izuku decided to place his legs as All Might had taught him a few days earlier. He then stuck his supporting leg against the ground with Suyu's quirk. A smile spread across his face when he didn't fall over at Honta's movement. Immediately, he raised his hands and tried to grab Honta's thighs in order to free himself, when the boy escaped. Feeling no weight on him, Izuku deactivated the suction cups on his foot and looked up. He then saw Honta, hanging from the ceiling with his quirk. A cheer went up behind them and Izuku turned to see All Might, a few meters away. Honta landed and walked towards them. Very clever Zero Shonen. You saw that you couldn't make your opponent move so you broke free and fled so as not to risk getting caught. Honta nodded. Yes, I don't know what happened, but Midoriya didn't move this time. Is this one of your quirks? Yes. I have suction cups that I can activate in my hands or feet. Oh, like a frog. Hanta cut himself off before opening his eyes wide. Oh yeah. On our days off, you stay busy. Izuku suddenly blushed and waved his hands in front of his partner to make him stop laughing. All Might softly chuckled. Do it a few more times before swapping roles. You're almost there. He then addressed Izuku. Don't hesitate to use your quirks to get rid of the enemy and put them out of action. It's just an exercise for now, so no explosions or punches, but you can do something, I think. The teacher finished with these words before joining another group. Shall we start again? Izuku asked, turning to Hanta. The other boy smiled at him, of course. Once again, Izuku found himself pinned to the ground. A little later, all the teenagers found themselves in the changing rooms after the exercise that had taken them all afternoon. Ah, I'm exhausted, Denki exclaimed as he got dressed. I can't wait to get home and have a good shower. Tell me about it. My whole body is aching, Eijiro agreed, maging his muscles. You should have protected yourself better. You've got a useful quirk, use it better, Katsuki shouted, who was a few seats away from them. Hanta leaned towards Izuku. I think we did pretty well. Izuku nodded. Well, even if I haven't managed to take you down once. Hanta laughed. I've known this technique for years and you're just starting out. Besides, you've managed to stay on your feet more than once. But I couldn't get rid of you, you just fled away. Hanta shrugged. That's part of the training, even if you didn't manage to catch me, you didn't fall. The boy looked up and around them. He then noticed that they were now alone in the locker room. If you'd like, we could meet after CL and I could give you some special lessons, the dark-haired boy suggested. Izuku froze and looked up at him. Hanta was staring at him, a smile on his lips. Izuku blushed softly. Hanta was a rather handsome young man. His slim build and developed muscles went very well with his figure. On top of that, the mullet was very fashionable and added charm to his face. Izuku smiled at him. I'll let you know when I'm free, but otherwise, it'll be a pleasure. Hanta raised his hand and caressed Izuku's face. See you tomorrow then, bye. He said before leaving the changing room, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku then realized that he hadn't even changed his clothes yet. He quickly removed his tracksuit and sports shirt, finding himself shirtless. He was about to put his uniform back on when he felt two hands on his chest. Izuku gasped and looked behind him to see no one. Izuku-kun, said a female voice Izuku hardly recognized. Hagakuri? He asked. Toru was one of the girls in his CL. He hadn't had a chance to talk to her since the beginning of the year. Hands roamed over his torso and gradually descended to his crotch. I've heard a lot of good things about your qualities in bed. How about you show me that now? Izuku felt a shiver of excitement run through him as the girl's hands continued to move. I'd love to, but we can get caught here. He sighed as the young woman grabbed his penis through his pants. We'll just have to do it quickly, Toru whispered in his ear, making Izuku shiver once more. Anyone could walk in and see us, sighed Izuku when he felt the young woman's lips on his shoulder. Toru pressed herself against the boy's back and touched him with her. She then began to make movements with her hand. Izuku felt his member harden more and more. But you shouldn't go out with an erection as big as that, should you? The young woman teased, laughing. Izuku closed his eyes and squeaked one last time before letting go. We'll be quick then. Izuku suddenly turned and grabbed the young woman by the shoulders. Well, what appeared to be her shoulders. Do you have a condom? He asked, pulling her towards the bench beside them. A preservative floated up to his face. I've got it all planned. Izuku nodded and grabbed it. He quickly pulled down his gym pants and slipped on the condom. At the same time, he heard Toru lay down on the bench. An invisible hand then grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the bench. Hurry up! Izuku moved towards her and placed himself between her legs under the direction of the hand that held him. He grasped her member and groped for position. But before he could penetrate her, he stopped and looked up at what appeared to be the young woman's head. I'm not your first, am I? He felt Toru shake her head. I wouldn't be having with a guy in a locker room if it was my first time. Izuku sighed and took the opportunity to thrust into her. The young woman moaned. Good, that means I don't have to take it slow. Immediately, Izuku began to move at a rapid pace and Toru didn't hold back from making noise. After a few minutes, he grabbed the young woman's and turned her face down on the bench. How long do you think we've got? He asked, starting to move again. Between two moans, Toru replied. I heard Isawa say he'd be by to check if everyone was out of the locker room in 10 minutes. Izuku nodded and accelerated his movements. We'll have to hurry then. He heard the young woman put her head against the bench and grasp its edges for support. Izuku took the opportunity to slip one of his hands between Toru's legs. Immediately, she jerked as she felt his fingers touch her clitoris. Izuku leaned forward and placed his lips on his partner's shoulder blade. Shush, we're going to get caught sooner than expected if you keep making so much noise. Toru placed her hand against her mouth to prevent any more noise from coming out. Her legs began to tremble under Izuku's thrusts and the controlled movements of his fingers. The longer he went on, the more Izuku felt Toru tightening around him. He knew what this meant and moved more brutally. A few seconds later, Toru froze and let out a groan louder than the others. Izuku kept moving to reach his own orgasm. Finally, he stopped moving and emptied himself into the condom, under the young woman's final moans. He then withdrew and threw the condom into the nearest garbage can. Ochako didn't lie. You're really good. Izuku scratched the back of his neck. I wouldn't go that far. He was cut off by the sound of footsteps approaching the dressing room. Immediately, Izuku panicked and grabbed his shorts and pants before quickly putting them on. As for Toru, she moved away from the door in silence. It wasn't as if she could be discovered when she was invisible. The person on the other side of the door knocked and half opened it. Izuku met Aizawa's gaze as he pulled down his t-shirt. Midoriya, he said, catching sight of the student still in the locker room. Hurry up, I have to lock the room. Izuku finished dressing and grabbed his bag. Excuse me, he exclaimed, bowing. I got distracted and lost track of time. The professor sighed and shook his head. It doesn't matter, classes are already over. But don't take too long. As he finished his sentence, the adult closed the door. Izuku then turned towards the seemingly empty checkroom. Toru? He asked blankly. When no one answered, he assumed the young woman must have already left the room. The boy shrugged and left the locker room. Chapter end notes. I've not posted anything in a while, so I don't know if it is easily readable. Feel free to give me feedback and advices if something is bothering you. I love getting comments. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.